der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
R8 LMS cars in GT3 level. Someone was doing something right, weren't they?
Well, it's funny how it's changed, isn't it? Because as you said, the philosophy originally was for the motor trade. This was effectively, or motor industry, sorry, was for research and development. That's why they built these circuits for endurance, to test the product. The age-old adage we've had so many times: we win on Sunday, sell on Monday. And cars were not reliable. You said, you know, chassis snapping. You can't imagine that. The principles are still the same now, where the customer cars, you mentioned how many of those 100-odd Audi R8 sold on to customers to race those as well, for amateurs, pro-amas alike. But what has changed dramatically is the reliability. 100 years ago, it was, could it get to the end? Would it get to the end? Now, it's become almost like a sprint race because the cars are so reliable, but they're now developing new technologies of all sorts of things that still filter down to the road cars that you and I, you know, the man on the street goes and buys.
Yeah, and I think it's also just looking at that top class. We're looking at the Porsche Cup class, which is Cup 2 here. We've got the Cayman class, which is the Cup 3. We've got GT4 cars, but we've also got the road cars in here, effectively the production saloon cars. As you will, we've got the Bio concept team with all its cars running with alternative fuel. This is still a test bed here, but it's a test bed on which people have an enormous amount of fun. And that's why people come and take part in the NLS. They come across the course of a season. They never know what weather's going to come their way. By the law of averages, they ought to have some pretty good races in the summer. But spring and autumn, you know, we've been here before and had to go home again because snow has started
we had
falling.
That, I think 3 years ago, 2022, we had the snow, wasn't it? But as you say, your competition breeds innovation, and it still does. And we always talk about this as racing and performance. And let's not forget just how much safer modern road cars are these days, largely because of racing, because people have tried things, developed things, how they work. Now, we look at what drivers did or didn't wear 100 years ago. In fact, there were early days they were called riders because they sat on the car like a horse. Now, they sit in cars. We've now got much more safety equipment, crash helmet design, hands devices, head, neck and safety supports, barriers, marshalling, all those sorts of systems, tyres, brakes, etc. in the cars have all been developed through competition for performance, but that all filters down the ripple effect to the road cars that are so much safer, and NCAP and all that Max Mosley's done, and so much for the industry. And it all has a benefit to that which we drive on the road.
No, exactly, but also there's the other element here. It's about having fun as well, isn't it? You know, why do people come and want to race on a circuit that's 25 kilometres, about 170 corners, uphill, down dale, round corner, into the shade, out into sunshine? Because it's a challenge.
I think if you have to ask why, you haven't got the job.
Exactly. There might be some people in the smaller class cars asking why when suddenly the front runners come round for the first time to lap. And that's always a moment in these long distance races. You can have serenity down through the field. You're only fighting your immediate rivals and competitors, probably in your class, because your performance is going to be the same. And then suddenly the explosion as the SP9 cars come through. And they probably come through line astern. It'll be after a handful of laps, and there'll be nose to tail. We've got about, I think it's a dozen cars in the top class today.
17, yeah.
And they will come past en masse, and certainly the first two will be very, very close to each other. So you've got to be really, really aware of what's coming. And the marshals have a huge role to play there.
But checks and balances, it's always down to it. To the way it's run at the ADAC, you've got your DMB licence. So you have your permit, your ring permit, where they have to go and learn this. And because of that, there's a great discipline and an infrastructure in place that you can't just go into the top class. You have to do a certain amount of hours in the bottom class or lower classes to understand what that is like. And which is only sensible. It's logical because the speed differentials are phenomenal. And one of the things I say about this circuit is there are certain elements of it where you're clearly operating without a safety net. As in, there's no runoff, there's no sides of the track. Very, very narrow. And some of the fastest parts of the track are the narrowest. I'm thinking up to Bergwerk, so Kastelchen up to the carousel. That is phenomenally quick, probably 175, 180 miles an hour in a top GT3 car. And you'll come across a car that might be doing 100 miles an hour slower. And you've got a track that's about 3 car widths wide and grass that's 1 car width.
Yeah,
you have to have your wits about you, both cars. That's the point.
Exactly, and there's equal chance you won't be about to be passed by one car that's 100 miles an hour faster. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4.
Train of 4 of them.
So really, really, really tricky. But it's a challenge. And again, whenever the entry list is released midweek before any of these events, traditionally they run on a Saturday, you look the whole way down, just not at the front, and you suddenly find all the people who are in the junior classes trying to get their ring permit to play in the big thing. Names like Michelle Gatting, did I notice, normally competing in the World Endurance Championship for Iron Dames. She's sort of down there. She's in one of the biofuel cars, 4Motors bio concept car, Porsche Cayman, with Robert De Haan and Alessandro Giretti. So they're clearly not there just to play in that class. They're coming to play later in one of the more senior classes for the 24 hours. And of course, that's part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge now. So the Nürburgring 24 really, really does go from strength to strength. And it's absolutely safe to say that a lot early rounds of the championship, you have a lot of drivers who are just building up for the Nürburgring 24. They may not take part in the NLS after that. But then again, GT3, in the World Endurance Championship, the GT World Challenge Series, International GT Open, the list goes on and on, the National GT Championships. The standard in all of those is rising and rising, so you can't afford to sit on your hands. You do have to come out and get as much mileage as you can. And sometimes we see in these 4-hour races just 2 drivers sharing a car. I mean, that's what Falcon Motorsport will be doing. Number 3, Dorian Boccalaccio, Alessio Picariello, bit of a tasty pairing there, and the number 4 car, Tim Heinemann, who's getting better and better, and Dennis Marshall, and they've qualified very nicely, 2nd and 3rd on the grid. We'll come to the pole car later, keep an element of surprise in there. But all along, the standard is rising. Even when we started commentating on these 5-6 years ago now as a pair,
yes,
something like that. Yes, time moves on. 2019,
you and I, our first pairing was the last round of VLN, as it was called then,
yes,
in October 2019.
But you know, I tell you what, if you put down the entry list for the last round of this year's championship against that, you'll realise not just in SP9, but in SP10, even the more production-based classes, the standard is rising and rising, and always you have the sort of subclasses that may be just for Porsche 718 Caymans and GT4 spec, and then you've got the ones for the Porsche Cup class cars, etc., etc. And within there, those fields are growing. BMW Cup class in there as well. The numbers are swelling, and there's so much competition the whole way down the order. You do need, well, not an eagle eye, you need many eagle's eyes to keep an eye on it all. But certainly the NLS is a really, really good training ground. You might say, well, look, today the weather is spring beauty. That's fantastic. It certainly is. It should make for some great racing. But one of the elements about this championship is the fact that they get, it's like a spring day in Norfolk. You have all 4 weather patterns, all 4 seasons in one day, as I think it was a New Zealand group saying once. They used to get it down there. And it does keep a driver on toes. You know, to race this in the dry is one thing, on a warm, hot track. Race it on the dry, on a cool track, different. Elements of rain, drop of snow, you know, they've got to race across this championship across the year. You get the lot. Well,
that was evidence in round 1 with Johnny and I, because the a couple of the cars, like one of the front running cars, I think it was the 2nd place Pro Sport Aston, started on 1 tyre and realised that wasn't the one, and sorry, they started on a wet. Everybody else started on a slick, and then they were the right thing to do. The first lap was okay-ish, but as they got further around the lap, it was evidently not the right tyre to start on, whereas that car did, and it suddenly dropped down the order, and it all just changed. And it was just literally sitting there looking at it, because it's so big geographically, this circuit. It's not like you can turn around in the pits 180 degrees, have a look at the other side of the track and look at the clouds and make a sort of intelligent guess. There's a lot more to it these days than a wet finger in the air, I grant you, with radar, etc. But because this is so big, you've got to start looking at everything. Like, well, what might start off corners 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? That's normally most corners on a circuit, not much more than 10.
Yeah, it's so true.
Here, we're going 20, 30, 40. Okay, so we're a third of the way through the lap. 50, 60, you carry on into over, you know, nearly, I think it's 170 corners roughly. Opinions vary, but it's a lot of corners. And a lot of topography as well, a lot of contour changes, altitude. There is obviously halfway around the circuit, Horact, the highest part of the circuit, funnily enough. Bizarrely, where the fog was this morning, the delayed qualifying by 15-20 minutes. And I've never known that before, where I'd have thought fog would sit in the low bits, not in the high bit. It was stuck at the top of Horact and they couldn't run it.
Well, hold on, wind your mind back to the 24 hours last year.
Yes.
I think you popped out, didn't you, to go and refuel the cars towards the end, and you literally went down at about 30 metres from the highest point at the start-finish straight in Horact. Beautiful day.
Yeah.
But anyhow, the weather is great. Race will start at the top of the hour. But at the moment, the grid is absolutely rammed and plenty happening down. There's a presentation of a check to the marshals happening, and the car on pole position. They presented a rim from that car to raise money for charity, so the check will go across. That's very good news indeed. So, starting at the top of the hour, and just a little refresher if you wish. Opening round was a 1-2 for the Falcon Motorsport crew. Sven Muller, Morris Schöring, German-Dutch pairing, taking victory from Dorian Boccalacci and Nico Menzel. Third place, also a Porsche crew, Manthey EMA, Hanschen Guven, Thomas Preining. And later in the year, Kevin Estre will jump in there. And fourth place, also a Porsche, Dynamic GT, Bastian Buus and Matteo Caroli. And then the best of the rest was a BMW in fifth place. Rover Racing, such a rich history in these NLS events. Augusto Farfus and Jesse Krohn, sharing with 2 other drivers, Raffaele Marcello and Kelvin van der Linde. And they will be back taking part in the race today. So the race start is just over half an hour away from now. And Plenty of action lying ahead. My name's Bruce Jones alongside Peter Snowden. Round 2, it's the ADAC Ruhrpott Trophy. And next action is on the 5th of May. And then that's round 3, that's the ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy. And then 23rd to 25th of May, it's the qualifying races for this year's Nürburgring 24. So building up, and we go all the way through the season. There's a race, and this is a breaking new ground. It's 5th of July. It's for the smaller classes. They have their own race. It's called NLS-Light. Then we go back to full fat, which is 16th of August for round 6. That's the ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen. And then 2 races in the same weekend, 13th and 14th of September. And then at NLS-9, the Barbarossapreis, 27th of September. And then 11th of October, who knows what the weather will be, and that will be the final race of 2025. So let's just run down the grid order. Juta Racing took pole position, Peter. I kept that away because I suddenly noticed, I thought that's an exceptionally good run for them in their Audi. But Frank Stippler was brought in on board. But he's two-timing this weekend because he's also competing for the HRT Ford Performance team. With Dennis Fetzer, David Schumacher, and, sorry, that's the other one. Of course, they've got 2 of those, haven't they? He's in the first one with Dennis Olsen, Yusuf Awega, and Hubert Hout, the team boss, in one of their mighty Mustangs.
I mean, it almost beggars belief, doesn't it, to drive 2 different cars in the same race, let alone 2 such different cars dynamically. So, both GT3 cars, SB9 categories, we call it in NLS, but a front-engined Mustang to a rear-engined Audi. So, totally different dynamic of vehicle to jump from one to the other. It's not like you're jumping from one Mustang into the other Mustang and sharing the love in the team and getting that. It's a totally different. No, I think Frank Stippler's quite handy and really else what he drives, isn't he, though? As we witnessed a few weeks ago. Yeah, a few weeks ago, Goodwood members meeting. Doesn't seem to matter what you put Frank in. He's an absolute expert on the Nordschleife, but he is pretty hot around the Goodwood circuit. And his performance in the little Ferrari 206S Dino was quite remarkable. Slightly crumpled nose come the end, a little bit of a mishap out at Lavant Corner. But, he is one of the drivers you look for here and there. And all the better for it, to make the Goodwood meeting fully international. You need, in his defence, a mishap not of his making. Not of his making. No. But the delicate little nose, slightly crumpled. Yeah. Yes. Quite extraordinary. Alongside that, we have I've missed out the P2. We've written down P2 somewhere. It's the Falcon cars, isn't it? Yeah, indeed. So the pair of them, again, sticking with their 2-driver format. Yeah. And as I said, the number 3 is round 1 winners, these 2. Yeah, round 1, where they took 1st and 2nd. But going down to always have Conrad Motorsport. They're one of the backbones of the series. Of course, they're here always with the Lamborghini. That's Danny Soufi. He's doing great things this season and last in the Prototype Cup Germany in a Ligier. That's a championship for P3 races, LMP3 races, and. But due to racing, it's interesting to have a non-German team on pole position with an Audi, and you sort of feel, the Audi works GT3 entries are sort of fallen away as Audi reprofiles and looks towards Formula 1 next year, but still the car is absolutely fantastic. And, clearly around qualifying here, bear in mind, the fastest lap was just under 8 hours. 8 minutes and 5 seconds. That was my time I was thinking of, but that was 3 seconds clear. It's very quick fire. It's about basically a systems check. Get towards the front end of the grid. Don't risk too much because, of course, there are 132 other cars around the track at the same time. And sometimes we have enormous margins if you have a really, really wet qualifying session. And it's about survival. But then, of course, the race is 4 hours long. And it's also a figure that 8 minutes is the magic number that the organisers want to try to cap it at, and they, with their relatives, they balance the performance, whatever it may be, restrictors, ride height, weight, or however they choose to do that, whatever they're trying to keep those top GT3 cars at just about the 8-minute mark, because that's what they'd like it for across the board of that class. Otherwise, you're going to end up having specials and real prototypes and whatever, and that just deters people. And the problem is you have one team winning by a huge margin, you lose 5 other teams. because people just aren't motivated to do it anymore, not incentivized. So that's why it's good to have these balances and checks and just say, right, we're going to keep it at this level. Everybody's got to play to the same field. And if somebody starts getting a little bit too quick, we have a little look at it, and there can be a readjustment. It isn't normally within a meeting, very rare, but it will be. It has been happening between qualifying and a race, where somebody's turned up with something that's just a little bit too quick, and we'll just say okay. But there's one lap. Again, this is the difference of this circuit. One lap, normally somewhere, can be put to one side as a sort of, okay, it was a quick one, maybe it was a low fuel, it was a whatever so and so over a 2.5 mile lap. You can't do that here at the Nürburgring. If somebody puts in a 7-minute 50, let's say 10 seconds under that halo figure, people start going, okay, who's driving it? What are they running? Has it got this wing? Has it got fuel? Has it got something? Because you can't sustain that over 25 kilometres in 8 minutes. It's just, that advantage ebbs away.
No, it does. But I think 8 minutes is a very good benchmark, because you're quite right. You'd start to scare off the tail end of the field, because speed differential become just too much.
It becomes elitist, and it's just, there's no point. That's not good for the series or for anybody, to be honest.
Okay, well, let's also just explain a little bit about the way the championship works. It's split into many, many classes according to your type of car. That's a given. We've got about 15 classes, and the performance difference is whatever. The budgetary difference is appreciable. But you score points. If you win your class, you score points across the board. Oh, right, we've got the pictures now coming through. This is a cheque being presented, 630 euros, to the marshals. And you think how many marshals you need at most circuits, and you multiply that by a factor of about 7 or 8. So great to see. And the cheque presentation has been made. And again, we always tip our hat to the marshals. But just going back through the numbers, Peter, if your class has, let's say, 15 cars in it and you take victory, you pocket 15 points. Yep. If your car only has 3 cars in it, you still might take victory, but you're only getting 3. So when you look across the history of the championship, it's very seldom cars from the top class that win it overall. It's quite often cars running sort of around the mid-grid in terms of the overall performance spectrum that we have at the NLS. And those are the ones that tend to take the title. An amazing view of cars, I think.
And on that note, by the way, just very quickly, do my nerdy bit here. I've got my notebook with it, a little bit highlighted. There are, by the way, in this race, 24 classes. Not just 2 of them, 24 classes. The top class, as you just said, the SP9 GT3 cars, they have 17 entries. Okay. Nice and full. Cup 3 Porsches, they have 17 entries. A couple of others have 11s, 14, Cup 2, etc. But we get down to the further through the entry list, as you said. BMW M240i's, there's 8 of those, so there's your points on that. SP10, 6, a couple of at 7s, SP80s, but quite a number. SP Pro, VT3, V4, H2 and H4, all those classes have just but 1 entrant in each class, so they're out there on their own. Now, you're guaranteed a class win and fastest lap if you finish, of course, but only 1 point.
Yeah.
And that's okay. You can win your class that way, but you don't want to win it that way. You want to have some competition, and that's one of the things I love about this series is that we're naturally drawn to those top cars, the front cars. That's where the TV Vedetta shows where we get images of, and we talk to you about those cars right at the front naturally. But that's where the race is won. It's not where the championship's won. Yeah,
it's very easy to have your eyes drawn in one direction that takes you away from a story that sort of unfolds through the course of the season. And necessarily we look at the cars at the front end of the field, and right now we're looking at one of the 2 Falcon cars. And I love the fact we jumped straight from that to a Honda Civic. Car number, we're looking at Alessio Picariello about to get into number 3 Falcon Motorsports Porsche.
Alessio Picariello to get into the 611 Honda there, because that'd be great.
Well, they put the keys in a hat.
That'll move it up the order, wouldn't it? Yeah.
shake it around a bit, and
Kuhlmann and Giesbrecht are driving that 611 Honda, which is a pretty standard-looking car.
Yeah, but I bet the people in that would be eating bananas before the start of the race, because if it's good enough for Frank Stippler on pole position, who's certainly having a little pre-race munch, and we mentioned he's down for 2 cars, the Audi from Juta Racing, Lithuanian team, that's starting on pole position, black, little almost like JPS livery there with the gold bands around the car, the key lining. That'll start on pole, but he is also entered in the number 2 HRT Ford Performance Mustang that starts 4 positions behind. He starts on pole and 4 positions behind himself. That's a little bit complicated, but there it is. And then an array of Porsche Cup 2 class cars further down the grid. But now people starting to leave in time-honoured fashion, and the cars in time-honoured fashion will be setting off fairly soon. I think it's 11:42 they proceed out onto their lap, because it's a long way round. Just to reiterate, 170 corners, 24.358 kilometres, or in old money, nearly 15.8 miles. But so the stage is set. This is round 2 of the NLS, and it looks so it's going to be an absolute cracker. Qualifying times, there was a 3-second difference between the pole time set by Frank Stippler in the Utah Racing Audi, ahead of the 2 Falken Motorsport Porsches. But it's really just about grid position that counts for all the people in NLS qualifying. Reconnaissance laps, see what you can do. But the boards will be held up. Yep, so we're about to get the field going around. So it's a very, very long preamble. Of course, you have to become accustomed to this, because it's a very, very long lap. But many a time we've been commentating Snowy when the drivers head off from the pits and they're not sure what weather they're going to find around the far side, because certainly the weather up here in the Eifel Mountains is capricious. It moves from A to B, but not always as the 1-minute boards goes up in a normal order. And so many times you can see a storm sweeping in and you think, oh, well, that's going to be hitting around Flugplatz, but then it steers past. But today is a bright spring morning. We'll take that with both hands. The cars look fantastic. 133 qualifiers. I'm not making it up. That's how many we have. So really, really look forward. I think it's going to be a very, very exciting race. Let's hope so. So fingers crossed. And again, so we'll look all the way down the order, because there are an awful lot of drivers who are, well, in cars further down the field with lesser performance, but they're gaining vital mileage around the circuit here, which they will need if they have the ambition of competing in the Nürburgring 24 hours. Getting your ring license is a very good thing to do in so many ways, because also it does open you up to people saying, oh, we've got a spare seat for the NLS. I know they don't call you anymore, Snow, but nothing personal. No. But anyhow, so all is set, just waiting for the cars to head off around. So we've got an Audi from 2 Porsches, an Aston Martin in 4th place for Walkenhorst Motorsport. Then the first of the 2 Hout Racing Team Ford Performance Mustangs. That's car number 2. Shearer Sport with their Porsche. They're running a Porsche. They're sort of changing around. They're running a Porsche and an Audi this year.
Well, it's a new addition, the Porsche. This is its debut.
Yep. Yeah. Well, in fact, having a look at the opening round with the first 4 positions being filled by Porsches, it's possibly not a bad thing to be getting on board with.
But interestingly enough, that was demonstrated. Qualifying is one thing, the races isn't. I think round 1 qualifying, it was 9th position before we had a Porsche in qualifying. Everything else was a different mark, and yet they still came to the front. It was still Falcon 1-2 at the end of it. And you said the first 4 positions. So 4 Porsches, 3 different teams was the finishing order, and that's where they get the points up. So
running smoothly. It's a chance, if you're just joining us, to take a look at what the drivers are finding, because Snowy, they went out in qualifying, conditions were good, but they're improving all the time. The temperature is rising as the car goes around on their qualifying lap. Their formation lap. It's a last chance to just say, were there any slightly damp parts of the circuit this morning? No, but it's always a chance to check your car, check a feel of what it's like. The temperature is rising, which is good news. That'll certainly help the tyre performance from all of these cars. And some star-studded names dotted down through this field. 133 starters, fingers crossed. We had 136 on the entry list. 3 went missing, but often there are reasons for people at the last minute having a technical problem. But we've got some cracking cars right through this field. We'll start to cover them as we move down the order. The best car in Cup 2 is qualified in the top 10. That's pretty handy. And often we get them leading around the end of the opening hour, because they can run just a little bit longer before their pit stops. But certainly for the number 921 crew, that was a very, very strong performance indeed for them. I don't know which.
They were very, very strong in round 1 as well. At one point it looked like we might even have a Cup 2 car on the podium. It didn't quite happen in the end, but it was at one point, it really looked like it was game on.
Yeah, well, that's a car from Mullner Motorsport, who have so much experience. Right, great chance to run around the circuit now with number 948 also in that Cup 2 class, which is for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars. And 948 is from always in the running with Nageldisk. Nageldisk has so much experience, and Carlos Rivas as well, around the Nordschleife. Forward-facing and rear-facing cameras. We are treated to many shots, and if you're just joining us, you think, haven't we already started the formation lap? Of course we do, but we start with 3 different groups of cars. It's according to their performance, their categories, and so the second group of cars running down towards the first turn. Track conditions perfect, clear line of sight around the circuit, and of course weather is something that always comes from all angles here at the Nürburgring. But today I don't think we're going to have to talk about it too much, which is sort of a nice, refreshing change. So we will probably be very happy to follow along those lines. Yeah, and again, Peter, as someone who's raced here, who's raced all around the world, when you get a bit of the circuit that's got a different coloured tarmac, does that always set your antennae going? Because at the first corner, it's light on the outside, dark on the inside. After you've done a few laps, you might assess that it has the same level of grip from light to dark tarmac or not, but you always have to find out, don't you?
Exactly that, you have to go and find out, and no, it never does. Usually the darker stuff is newer and therefore can bizarrely have sometimes less grip because it's not weathered in yet. It has not rubbered in, as we say on a racetrack. It is quite strange. You'd think that new tarmac would be grippier. Quite often not the case. And you do have to learn, and to find that if it's on a straight, you're going over, of course, no big problem at all. It sounds really obvious. That first corner there, as you're turning, because that's why you need the grip, is when you're turning. Sounds really obvious, but if you've got a surface change as well, that's not ideal, to say the least.
Yeah, and another thing that's not ideal is if you have an airport nearby, like Donington Park with East Midlands Airport. It's a very good excuse. You go down Hollywood to the Craner Curves, but it was aviation fuel. But certainly you can feel there's a difference when there's been busy
I remember
flights.
first being told that decades ago, and just thinking it was some wind-up story to the rookie. Oh, by the way, when the planes come over, they drop fuel, and of course the first being like, yeah, of course, and you go barreling in thinking, of course you know better. Then you find it understeers off, and you go, oh no, it does. And it's when that circuit, and it would be the same anywhere else. It's when, of course, don't forget circuits aren't like roads; they're used for racing only. So they do become green over a weekend. They change as rubber comes in, fuels and fluids and things are on the track, and if it starts to precipitate, get a little bit wetter, that comes out. And it's that first bit, and certainly that corner you mentioned at Donington in the UK. It's a 90-degree, more than 90-degree right. You get partway through, and all of a sudden it's suddenly totally slippy. It's totally different. And it's the same here. And you mentioned about light and dark. That's one of the other things you need to watch on a racetrack when it's drying, is how it dries out, where the patches are. So the darker, the wetter, the lighter, the drier, to where the more grip is. And you have to learn to read the road at 170 miles an hour, thinking, is that a good bit there? Is it not? Depending on what tyres are on, of course. Because then if you're on wet tyres, which are meant to be running in water, therefore they run quite cool. If they get to run in the dry, they overheat and they chunk, and you have another problem then. And it's all, at the end of the day, we always talk about power and performance and brake horsepower and all those sorts of figures. At the end of the day, you've got 4 bits of the car that are in contact with the track, and those are the tyres. Hopefully 4 bits in contact all the time. It's a general idea anyway.
No, it all sounds very good. 1,080. That's 3 complete rotations. That's what I managed out of Hollywood. Stayed on the track. Someone was looking after me then. Incompetence overriding everything. Right, the final batch of cars now heading out around the early part of the lap, and great cars down there. I just really love the mix. In fact, the formation lap is a really good chance, Snowy, to realise the rich mixture of cars you have. And the final batch, we've got an elderly BMW M3, huge wing on the back, you know, a taste of the late 80s, and always it catches me out that in the background you think, good grief, has someone gone crazy with the barbecue? But there's lots of tyre smoke in the background because there's a drifting arena just to catch you out. But
it takes place down on the Grand Prix circuit, doesn't it?
It does, yes. Yeah. So it's just down. You can't see them, but over the tyre walls you can see the tyre smoke. And many a time I start to panic and then realise. I'm just being told the safety car is the new 992.2, and of course last weekend it's got a, hold on, let's have a look. Last week a 992.2 GT3 Weissach manual became the fastest manual car, stick shift for those the other side of the Atlantic, to lap the Nordschleife with Jörg Bergmeister, there's a name, oh dear, under 7 minutes, 6 minutes 56.294 seconds. 9.5 seconds faster than the previous record holder. Wow, that's astonishing. And that's also more than 3.5 seconds faster than it was with the previous 992 GT3 car. Wow, and that itself has the lightning fast GT PDK transmission, so that's quite a performance. But then again, Jörgmeister, he probably does this in his sleep, doesn't he? You know, the Bergmeister family probably only 60 years in racing now, so they're right on top of it.
Ein Traum vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird. Mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück.
The Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Mit der neuesten Auflage des Spiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten.
It brings competition, but it has history. 100 years ago.
Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start. Und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid. Der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenauer ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell, benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Steilkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen, der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder in strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Falkenreifen. Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de
Liebe Fans.
Lovely fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Shots are always useful to let you know where the cars are, how close they're running to each other. Of course, they're running line astern, it's the formation lap, but it also always strikes me. This is a circuit that runs through a forest. It runs through fields as well, but the drivers, they've just got barriers very close on either side. And there's a tiny vestige of grass, sometimes less than a car width. Think about that, between them and the barriers. And the track keeps on snaking around, but it is very much a track built in a forest in this magnificent part of southern Germany. And it really, really does look a picture today. You talked about it almost being like autumn weather, the opening round, but luckily it was spring. And the leaves are now even more on the trees. Just a few weeks later, that opening round was the 22nd of March, in fact, a full month later. And it's pretty as a picture today. 5 weeks on, we're all set for NLS2. 133 cars coming out to play, and the front runners still a little distance away from the end of the lap. And of course, we will have rolling starts and that run down to the first corner where the drivers have to remember it's a 4-hour race. Don't dive for the inside, but of course someone is going to try that. But
you tried something, a driver that.
Yeah, exactly. What's that? I wasn't listening. I wasn't hearing what you were saying, but
yeah, I've done this before.
Perfectly safe, brilliant line of sight, but it is going to be a cracker. Porsche filling the top 4 positions at the opening round. Will it be the same today? Well, we've got Porsche's 2nd and 3rd on the grid, with an Aston Martin in 4th, but on pole it's an Audi. The driver crew of that Juta Racing Audi, it's car number 8. Alexei Veremenko, Selv, as he calls himself, Selv-styled, and Frank Stipper. That's a very useful number 3 to have in the car, but put him in at number 1 because he's a busy guy today. He's going to be chopping and changing and moving over to compete in the car that's starting 5th later in the race. That will be the HRT number 2 Ford Performance Mustang. And one of the very features of the circuit as the drivers come down that long run, the Dottinger Höhe. It's the only straight of any real distance, weaving from side to side, and just the other side it's all about heat in the tyres. 133 cars thinking about the start. They'll take part in 3 different starts, but the SP9 cars and the Porsche Cup 2 cars are in the front of the field in their first group, and hopefully they'll keep it tidy. But it also gives 2 other groups of cars, if you're at the front of your group, a chance to pretend you're at the front of the race as you run down to the opening corner.
Just spotting those weaving, and the 10th position car, which is the Ferrari 296, the only one we got in the race from Kondo Racing, Realised Kondo Racing. That's the only one coming down the Dottinger Höhe that's absolutely just keeping in a straight line, not weaving. It's that standard camera shot we get to see and talk about on our radio show today, is always that shot of the cars weaving left and right, getting the heat into the tyres that last bit before they get to tear gas for the start of this race. The 296 Ferrari just in an absolute straight line to go, nah, I'm doing my own thing. There's always one in class at school, isn't there?
Yeah, he thought there was a second formation lap, but it is about learning. But right now, a lot of these drivers have an enormous amount of experience around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. They're always seemingly bringing on other people who are desperate to compete in the 24 hours later in the race, desperate actually just simply to race around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But right now, the first of the 3 starting groups is getting towards the end of the Dottinger Höhe, going through the Antonia Busch little kink to the left. At this speed, it doesn't seem to matter at all, but it's the one where you, on the outside line, we've seen this over the years, Snowy, where drivers are on the outside line, the track kinks to the left, and they're very nearly on the grass, and then it's the climb up to the final couple of corners at Tiergarten, Hohenrhein, and then they turn onto the start-finish straight. A rolling start awaits them, so tension mounts, everybody trying to get as close to the car in front as they can. But of course, they're thinking they are supposed to be in 2x2 formation. The stragglers at the tail end of the first group really herring onto the back of the pack as they just go into Hohenrhein. But the
well, you also don't want to get caught out speeding up too quickly and the field's bunched up into Tiergarten, and all of a sudden you're getting onto the anchors to not run to the back of them.
Yeah, exactly so. So a lot of these drivers have done it before, but there's still that sort of frisson of excitement as they come past the pit entry. The Porsche safety car has peeled off, the white Porsche. A brand new 992.2, and we are waiting. The lights on the starting gantry are red. The field is really punching nicely. Now they go to green. Looks like a very good start from pole position from Frank Stippler in the Jutta Audi, and the Aston Martin in 4th place from Walkenhorst Motorsport, maybe about to gain a position. Matthias Drudy certainly looking busy, but in fact, Matthias Drudy looking so busy, he takes the lead. Oh dear, the corner went to the right. He didn't quite do there. So
change the surface.
Well, exactly so. So he arrived in first and has come out of the first corner in 5th place. But Frank Stippler has got the job done. And I'll tell you who else who's got the job done. The number 2 Ford Mustang, blue at the front, yellow at the back, has moved up from 5th into 2nd place. Dennis Olsen, the Norwegian driver, at the wheel of that. It's busy, but it's neat and it's tidy, Peter. A lot of respect between the drivers.
I wasn't expecting that there from Frank Stippler to pull away there as easy as he did. That was job done. I thought he was under a bit of threat from, I think it was the second of the 2 Falcon cars. That would be the number 4 car with either Tim Heinemann or Dennis Marshall at the start of that. I'm not sure who was doing it first. That dived across dramatically to the right-hand side, and I thought that was going to lunge down the inside. Didn't quite happen. But what that did, opened up parting of the ways for the Mustang to say, well, I'll have some of that, thank you, and go around the outside. I did think the Aston was going to have a little moment of glory there, but as you say, just ran a bit too deep, and maybe it was that very change of surface that we were talking about, just as it turned in, no, I can't quite do it, and discretion better part of I'll let the car run out to the left, and there's loads of space on the left-hand side, so as you said, try not to do it at the first corner, and the Aston tried.
But sometimes it's worth a shot.
Absolutely.
You know, but that moment when you realise that nobody else is braking as little as you are, there must be a reason for this. Discuss. But anyhow, neat and tidy from Frank Stippler. You'd expect nothing else, and so going very nicely. But while that's happening, and the lead group are going down through onto the Nordschleife and going through Hocheichen and out to Kittelbacher, the second starting group is lining up 2x2 formation, and again their turn as their safety car pulls into the pits. It's an Audi driving into the pits, but it's largely Porsches at the front of this group. They're waiting for their lights to go red. Someone's already made a bit of a jump from about 8th in the order, but from the pole position in that second group of cars, a really clean run down to the first corner. This is more like 3-4 abreast, but certainly for group of cars, again, hugging the inside line isn't the quickest, but it's in some ways almost the safest. And people who go to the outside, as we saw with the Aston Martin, with Matthias Drudy in the first starting group, well, quite simply, it can work, but it didn't on that occasion. But neat and tidy. And again, you go through this, it sort of it makes you think you're racing on a modern circuit when you go around the first few corners, because you are racing on a relatively modern circuit. But then, of course, the change comes very soon after that when you turn left through Sabine Schmidt's curves, the left, and then suddenly you're diving towards Hatzenbach and making your escape thereafter.
Frank Stippler laying a marker down with almost 3/4 of a second quicker through sector 2 already than Alessio Piccarella in the Falcon Motorsport Porsche behind him. Just laying down that marker. This is what I do best. Now, I've done Goodwood, tick that box. I'm back on Nürburgring. I intend to do this again. I like winning. I like being at the front.
He also likes diversity, which is clearly certainly an enormous part of his career, and that ability to do just a really strong job in whatever he gets his derriere into. The second group, I was just starting to think maybe being a little less sensible. Certainly it's got very busy indeed around the middle order, and some of the onboard shots will maybe be used in the steward's office afterwards, but let's hope not. But again, what you always see on the opening lap is people who think they got the heat into their tyres, and when the track they go through the Sabine Schmitz curves, and you suddenly got the first of several slow-speed corners. You suddenly find the grip's not quite there, but that wakes them up a little bit, which is what you need, a sort of quick slap around the face before you head out to Hats and Back, and all the corners that suddenly come at you very, very quickly indeed.
And unfortunately, there's only one way to find out, and it's if you don't push, you're losing time, and you're sort of, I can only speak for myself, but you're mindful of the team just going, well, what's he doing? Why is he waiting? Why is he dilly-dallying? You know, and then you're playing for the safe bit because it's the brain saying it's endurance racing, it's 4 hours, it's the first corner, it's only the second corner, we're only halfway through the lap, we haven't even got to the Nordschleife yet. Then another part of your brain's being the racing driver is going, if in doubt, flat out. And then all of a sudden you're on the grass or you're crossed up and have a moment, and then it's everybody. And this day and age, there's nowhere to hide with data, because it doesn't matter what you say, and it's something you have to be very, very mindful of, is when you are explaining what's happening in an instant. And it might just be a spin or running wide and losing a little bit of time. Engineers will have all the data, and if you try and cover that with any amount of BS, you will get exposed, because they'll just say, well, actually, no, you didn't do it. You did this and did this and did this. And that's where the top drivers don't do that. A, they don't make the mistakes, but they watch, listen and learn. And you learn that from your engineers and just say, well, if you hadn't done this, it wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have oversteered if you'd done this. And you have to learn, because they know the cars inside out. And you are the simplest part of a racing car to change is the driver.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to go back really to the early days of telemetry for a clear, crystal clear change in the nature of the relationship between an engineer who was largely a passive element to an extent. They were reliant on what you told them when you came back as a driver from what you had out on the track. But now they can see everything, and you can understand how, in a formula that has balanced performance, there is a lot that should be equalising the performance of the car. But when your engineers can start saying, I can do this, you can do that, and I can see you're doing this over there, and you're really starting to wear the tyres, you're pushing too hard deep into that corner and so on. There is nowhere to hide, so all you have to do is, what you have to do as a pro driver is keep it neat and tidy and deliver real-time feedback to go with the computer.
There's a modern generation of drivers who've done nothing different, and that's what they do, and they rely on their engineers to do that for them and tell them how the car works. But there's always this disparity of the engineers know what to do from just basic physics, data, facts. That's what they're telling you. The driver is have to go and do it. And sometimes, and that's where you can find, that's where simulators are so good, because they can set different programs and different ideas and run it and see how a driver reacts. And you can understand it, but applying it can be so different.
Yeah, it's
a bit like music. I know I can read music, but I can't play the notes. Yeah, I'm not in the right order.
Exactly. Going back in time.
Yes.
Well, Frank Stippler, he's trying to make a break, but I tell you what, he's being pushed quite hard by Dennis Olsen. Dennis, you know, first the gap opened up. Dennis in the number 2 Mustang has stabilised it. Already we have a car being pushed back into its pit garage.
One of the Toyotas, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the Toyotas. It's kind of a 382, so that clearly came around the formation lap, and is being wheeled back for investigation in the garage. So that's a bit of a setback. That's Toyota Gazoo Rookie Racing, which is Maurizio Daisuke Toyoda, Hiroaki Ishura, and Kazuya Oshima. Japanese have always had an enormous affection for all things on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That's why they come here in such numbers, but they'll be looking, listening, and learning. Already the cars on the Dottinger Hoa. I would suggest between first and second the gap is it's about 1.5 seconds, but Dennis Olsen in that rumbling blue and yellow Mustang in second place, then the 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches in behind, and then a bit more of a gap back to 5th place. And just remember, Matteo Drudi was running 5th, had been running first into the first corner, didn't get the braking done. He went straight on to the very edge of the circuit, and having started 5th, went back to 5th place again. In fact, to tell you what, he started 4th and has fallen to 5th. But at the end of the opening lap, Frank Stippler comes through and is sitting on a nice little lead there, doing what he needs to do. The Falcon Motorsport Porsche is starting to push Dennis Olsen, who went a little bit deep there, Snowy, into the first corner, possibly because he was trying to just defend and maybe went not on the natural racing line, but suddenly there's business. I think we're going to have a change for second place, because Alessio Picariello, as the track goes left, is trying to go through. Dennis Olsen, though, you know, he doesn't hold back. He runs the natural line and says, well, you can go to the outside. That's all I'm offering you. But he's about to be attacked on both sides by the Falken Motorsport Porsches. Oh, was there a little bit of a contact?
Yes, there was.
There?
That's not the first one either in the Mercedes arena there. There's the Porsche and the Mustang have got together there a little bit. Only a little bit of, you know, rubbing is racing, but they're definitely duking this out. I would say at the moment the Mustang is slightly slower. It might have pounced at the start there up to P2, but I'm suggesting this is holding up Picarello a little bit, and it's shown with is it Marshall right behind him? And it's Tim Heinemann, isn't it, in the second Falcon? And they've dropped back a little bit on the GP circuit now. That beginning of the GP circuit, the Mercedes arena bit, is often, because it's a little bit slow, a bit more technical. It's a great place to try and get some overtaking done. Then it settles down a bit. Then you get onto the Nordschleife, where they're not always the most obvious overtaking position. And as you said at the beginning, it's a 4-hour race. So we're only on just starting lap 2 now. So you don't want to go and have your nose cut off and bloodied at this part of the race. And particularly those Porsches, radiators right up at the front, a little bit prone to that. You don't want to have that happening yet, but we will see. I don't think it's over yet. I think that Mustang was just a little bit too slow through the GP circuit there for the 2 Porsches.
No, definitely. But bear in mind that the Mustang is very much at the early end of its
absolutely so
development. It's the I was informed a few weeks ago that it's the 58th model across various all the manufacturers to be homologated for GT3 racing. And oh dear, we've got a faller already. One of the Porsche Cup cars appears to be at the side of the circuit in front. I tell you what, wait, I have to close in. Oh, how disappointing. The end of the opening lap. Well, you haven't even got, you just come out of Galgenkopf and didn't get to come along Dottinger and has pulled up. In fact, it's Bastian Boos. It's kind of a 54 as they focus on that, which is the dynamic GT car. That qualified well. That was going to be starting in 7th place.
7th or 8th, wasn't it? Yes.
Yeah, and Bastian, really promising drive. He had a full season of racing lined up, and then at the last minute, the plug got pulled. Good to see he's getting some drives again, but he's opened the driver's door and steam is billowing out of the car.
I'm looking for an engine issue there, or a water issue. We're just talking about those. Porsches can be quite prone to it. They either work perfectly or not at all. There doesn't seem to be anywhere, any mid-area, does there?
Does seem to be a track that really does seem to suit the Porsche very nicely indeed. So its abilities, you know, across the Nordschleife, you're racing across every form of corner you can imagine. But actually, as we go around the Nordschleife, it then starts to open out a little bit, and the Mustang in second place with Dennis Olsen, 1.5 seconds down on race leader Frank Stippler, is starting to put a bit of gap between his car and the 2 aquamarine and blue cars of Alessio Picariello and Tim Heinemann, the 2 Falken Motorsports Porsche drivers. And hanging on gamely in 5th place is Matthias Drudy. He's about another 2 and a bit seconds down, but he's pulled a second clear of Patrick Niederhauser. Scherer Sport going very well. Now they're running a Porsche as well as an Audi. And this weekend it's just the Porsche, but 6th place at the moment for Patrick Niederhauser. Very, very talented Swiss driver. But for so many years, Peter, of course, an Audi driver. Very much a shoe-in at Audi, but that's the trimming of the Audi numbers has certainly led to him moving across, and he's proved very handy in a Porsche as well. So good work for him.
Yeah, this Mustang and Falcon, two Falcon Porsche battles continuing as they're going out to, is that Adenauer? We've already got intervention vehicle on the circuit there at Adenauer. Not quite sure what that's for. It's just going past. So there's a green flag already. So we haven't got any code 60s yet. Oh, we have. My apologies. We have a code 60. Not there. That's after Carousel up towards Hoacht. They weren't at that point yet.
Yeah, I can't answer that one now. Again, it's that I think these 2 Porsches, the Falken Motorsport cars, need to hunt together, and they're doing precisely that, because Tim Heinemann is getting right under the rear wing and trying to push Alessio Picariello along. But you know, both these drivers know that at certain points in the circuit, it seems to be on the tighter Grand Prix loop, they seem to have an advantage over Dennis Olsen, or maybe Dennis just made a slight mistake in the Mercedes arena, because certainly Alessio Picariello was pushing and probing and getting him offline. And maybe that's why they managed to catch up. But right now, they're not being dropped particularly by Frank Stippler. Frank hasn't got anybody to trouble him. He's 1.5 seconds clear, but it's staying at 1.5 seconds clear. And I tell you what, in 5th place, the Aston Martin from Walk and Horse Motorsport is now starting to close in. So it's all back. Oh, we've got a course vehicle, 2 course vehicles on the circuit. One is, I think it's an ambulance going around. They're on driver's left as they leave the carousel. So again, the marshals make it absolutely clear there are slower vehicles on the circuit. And up ahead, okay, now they're into the code 60. So it's 2 corners after the carousel, and that means our lead group of cars closing right up. Someone has, damaged the barriers on the driver's right, about 3 corners off the carousel.
It's a heavy impact.
It is a heavy impact. The car is nose into the barrier, but it's where it slid to. Obviously not the point of impact. That was so the front runners get through that and they continue on their way. But again, it was about being fully aware of what was lying ahead on the exit. Well, it was just before her act that impact had been made, just where the track kinks to the left before you have to go to the right and everything goes light. Other yellow flags at Hatzenbach.
I thought it was. It's an Aston. It's the other Valkenhorst GT4 Aston, number 191.
It's unfortunate at any point in the race, but to lose it so early on. But up front, we've got a cracking scrap. Frank Stippler just clear, but even now, with all the pressure from behind from Dorian Boccolacci's number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, Dennis Olsen's doing very nicely for the Hout Racing team. Hout, or HRT Ford Performance, as we call them. Of course, Hubert Hout, a driver who works Audi driver a long time ago, and built a very successful construction business, and runs a fantastic team. And he always makes sure if there's a Nordschleife around, he is part of the lineup. And another slow zone, and in fact, Alessio Picariello got perilously close to thumping the tail of Dennis Olsen's second place Mustang as they came across a course vehicle and all put the anchors out. And in fact, Frank Stippler has almost come to a halt, so it seems, but that is simply because he's going into a slow zone, and someone where the track went left has not quite managed that and has taken to the barriers. We also have Bastian Buss's Porsche off right at the start of the Dottinger Höhe, so a lot of fallers early on. Clearly mechanical problems for Bastian Buss and the Dynamic GT Porsche team, but contact with barriers for at least 2 other crews we've seen so far, Peter.
Yes, and it was Niklas Abramson. It's in the Valkenhorst 191 Aston that's gone off.
Okay, that was the 146, wasn't it, or whatever number you said?
191.
191. So, that's 146 with inflation. So the car's being led past Bastian Buss's broken Porsche 911, and the top 6 cars nose to tail. Frank Stippler leading the way to Duta Racing Audi, then Dennis Olsen in the HRT Ford Performance number 2 Mustang, Alessio Picariello and Tim Heinemann in the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. They are all nose to tail now because of these slow zones. Matthias Drudy, 5th Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, Patrick Niederhauser, 6th for Scherer Sport Audi, and tucked under his rear wing is Fernandez Laza in the Kondo Racing with Rinaldi Ferrari. That was the one that wasn't weaving too much on the formation lap. And the best of the BMWs, Augusto Farfus, Rover Racing. That's a cracking driver lineup. A quartet of drivers in that is running in 8th place overall. And then there's a bit of a gap, and the best of the Porsche Cup 2 class cars is actually no longer the Müllner Motorsport car, but we've had a change of position because SRS Team Sorg Rennsport have managed to make their move around this second lap of the circuit. Flat out racing again, and as the field is released for the final couple of corners of the lap, going to Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, there's a much slower BMW from one of the production classes, and suddenly found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 front runners coming past. But Frank Stippler, his lead has been cut because of the course vehicles, but it's down to about half a second, but he's still in front with just a little bit of air, 0.52 of a second, as they cross the start-finish line down to the first corner. Again, taking the inside line, the defensive line, Dennis Olsen trying to do what he can to make sure that the Falcon Motorsport Porsches don't make a move. But as soon as the track gets twisty, Alessio Picariello again, Peter, closes right in, and on his tail he's got Tim Heinemann as well.
Well, this is where they seem to have the advantage now. Frank Stippler, obviously, because of that code 60, hasn't got the gap we'd opened out a little bit. He's pulled out a little bit more. The Mustang's looking a little bit more dialed in through this than they did the previous lap. These 2 Falcon Porsches, this appears to be their best opportunity. One of the Caymans just keeping out of the way there, exactly as it should do. Behind is the Aston of the Valkenhorst team, and I think behind that's the new Scherer Sport Porsche, isn't it?
It is. And
I was getting confused. I'm looking at the colours thinking Scherer, but it's not an an Audi. Of course, because they're running a Porsche this time. Yes.
I know. They just do it just to test us. But I must say, at this point in the race and on the restart, Patrick Niederhauser looked a little bit more on his toes than Matteo Drudi. And now we've just had a change of third place.
I was just going to say, picking up on what you said on the last hour, that the two Falcon cars need to work in as a team. I wondered whether at this point, right, swap it and just see if you can have a go and almost let the other one drop back a little bit and see if you can get past that Mustang.
Well, it's worth a try, but I would say Picariello was getting very close and doing a pretty good job. But anyhow, Tim Heinemann has just moved on the Grand Prix loop into third place through Hatzenbach. I just love saying through Hatzenbach because I love it if you've got an onboard, because then you can see that it is one of the craziest sections on the most amazing circuit, but it's the point at which suddenly after the Grand Prix loop, on one side of the track you've got a bit of grass, on the other side you've got barriers. It just focuses the mind, and then it opens out a little bit as you go towards Flugplatz.
I was just watching that little bit of footage there as you were describing it so well, Bruce, saying on one side of the track you've got a bit of grass, on the other side you've got less.
Yes. It is phenomenal.
And then it stops completely as you go over the bridge. You say it is just barriers.
Yeah, it is. You've got line of sight, and then you haven't. You've got a crest, and then you've got a right hand, and then you've got a left, and you're dropping down a little bit. It's getting faster and faster. You've done the straight, but we're now 3 laps in. You've got other cars now. Yeah. And we talked before the race about how you can have an enormous speed differential, but we are being treated to... Some races, someone gets away, and I did think Frank Stippler was going to possibly do that. He made that good start. He was 1.5 seconds clear. The fighting was behind, with Dennis Olsen trying to keep it in check. Dennis just made a little bit of a slip and a move there, breaking under pressure from Tim Heinemann. He's always aware Dennis is what's attacking him. Doesn't matter if it's Heinemann or Picariello. It's Falcon Motorsport Porsche, and they look very handy indeed. However, Olsen, after that good start, has got into that second place, and he's holding on. And this time around, Frank Stippler is not yet making his break.
Now, you made the very valid point a few minutes ago about this GT3 Mustang. It's very new. It's very much in its early stages of development yet. And just watching that onboard footage there from the Tim Heinemann's Porsche right behind it, it's that that Mustang isn't quite dialed in. The front end is still struggling. You can see it through the corners. He's getting bits of snap understeer. He's having to lift and catch it, and it just looks like a handful at the moment. So actually, Dennis Olsen, it's a credit to his ability that he's keeping ahead of these 2 Porsches that have got, as you mentioned, brilliant teammates, strong lineups, well-sorted cars, well-organised team. So they know this place. They're operating at 7 tenths. Dennis Olsen is operating about 13 tenths, I think, at the moment, trying to keep that Mustang ahead of them. Yeah, he's had a twitch here, a twitch there, but again, it's and also under provocation. But you know, he's very, very late on the brakes. I think he's also just encouraged by the fact that suddenly Frank Stippler's a little bit closer. It was only half a second at the start of the lap. He's having a proper workout there, isn't he, Dennis Olsen, in that Mustang? Yeah, he is. I'm very pleased with Dennis because, you know, he's had great success in the past, but it seems a few years ago now. Flatbed on track, holding a beautiful racing line, but has to be on one side of the track. And our front runners come up behind. They've got a couple of tail enders just in their path as well. In fact, I think that's suddenly, hold on, has that worked in Frank Stippler's favour? I think it possibly has, because they got to within half a second of him as they started the lap, and about half a lap ago, Dennis Olsen was half a second down, but Dennis now has clear track ahead of him. He's got the 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches in behind, the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin in 5th, Matteo Drudi, Patrick Niederhauser, Scherer Sport PHX Porsche, get the name right, and they are running almost line astern. Stippler's just disappeared. I cannot see. Helicam shots. Stippler's just disappeared. I mean, he's kept to the rule book, and we said 8 minutes is the organisers' ideal lap time. He's at an 8:01.5 dead. So I kept it within 1.5 seconds. There you go, just outside of it. So perfect. No showing off. Certainly Frank lost a second of his lead when they came across the slow zone, but I think he managed to get around that flatbed rather better than the quintet of cars behind him, and he's built a lead, I think, of about 2 seconds. He's coming out of the carousel already, Frank Stippler. Yeah, well, he's just, sometimes it falls into your lap, other times not so much, but certainly what was shaping up to be a really good 5-6 car battle. And I just fancied, because Dennis Olsen was a second closer than he had been before, he's half a second down on Frank Stippler's due to racing Audi. This was a sort of renewed opportunity for him, but
then it broke the other way. Now we've got a slow, well, they're all slow-moving cars along the Dottinger Höhe, but I'm beginning to, no. You know what, it's a glory. It's a glory to have a heat haze. There's a very long camera shot looking back along the Dottinger Höhe, and of course that always gives a sort of shimmer effect, but I was thinking it might be Bastian Buss's Porsche that's got going, but I think it's the RPM Racing. Yes, it is, the Cup 2 RPM Racing car running in that sort of lime green and blue livery that has been the markings of that team for decades now, so it seems. But second place, again twitching under pressure from the Falco Motorsport.
Shearer Porsche past the Valkenhorst Aston as well. Change of position.
Oh, good spot, yes. So where did that happen?
So we've got 3 Porsches now in line astern attacking the Mustang of Dennis Olsen. So we've got the 2 Falcon cars and now the Shearer Sport car on its debut with this team. Synonymous of running Audis, but they've nipped past the Valkenhorst Aston Martin.
Running with 5 timing sectors around the lap. Again, from championship to championship it changes. In sector 3 of the 5 timing sectors, the reason we suddenly lost Frank Stippler from our shop was he gained 3 seconds in that. He gained clear favour from the way that he found the flatbed before the others and got through and passed it where they couldn't for a moment because there was a back marker, and he's making that advantage pay. But at the moment the drivers have to be right on their toes. There are quite a few points at which suddenly the flag marshals are urging them to slow down, giving them messages. There are slower moving cars out on the circuit, there are rescue vehicles, and so there's Dennis Olsen in second place, looking with a car that's still a handful, but he's doing a fantastic job to keep the Falcon Motorsport Porsches behind him, and suddenly he's got to use that 6th sense and be fully aware of what's in front of him and act accordingly and slow right down. But definitely there's been a gift to Frank Stippler on this lap. Doesn't not deserve it because he always drives brilliantly here, but
well, some people's days don't get any better. The 101 entry, which is in the BMW 325i class. You don't need to explain what cars those are for. That had a penalty in qualifying, would you believe, for its fire extinguisher being disarmed. So they had a €100 fine for that. It wasn't a great deal. That's now stopped at Exmoor and is causing the code 60 there. That's car 101. 325i BMW.
Now we seem to have a whole host of slow points on the circuit, and 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th are all literally nose to tail. Dennis Olsen in the Mustang, number 2, is in 2nd. Alessio Picariello is listed as being ahead of Tim Heinemann, but it's not. Of course, we saw them make the swap very early. It was on the Grand Prix loop, and so Tim Heinemann holding down 3rd position. Alessio Picariello in 4th, Matthias Drudi in 5th in the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, Patrick Niederhauser in the Shearer Sport PHX Porsche, and Fernandez Laza in the Kondo Racing with Rinaldi Ferrari. So a lot of manufacturer variety there, but they're all in a great big group. And then a whisker behind, having gained quite a bit, is Augusto Farfus in the Rover Racing BMW. But they're all going slowly along the Dottinger Höhe, and I think now they've just now been enabled to pick up the pace again.
Green flag,
Green flag, and off they go. It's been very, very stop-start, not in terms of the race being stopped, but in terms of when they're allowed to be at full racing speed. And as we get this restart, suddenly Patrick Niederhauser has made a better fist of it than Alessio Picariello. So change behind. And they're all dropping the Aston Martin at the moment for Matthias Drudi. He's falling back. They were nose to tail, but some read the restart on the Dottinger Höhe better than others. And then for others, there are some cars from the slower classes in their path, but it's their job to negotiate, their job to find their way past. But certainly the move there was by Patrick Niederhauser to move from 6th at the start of the lap up into 4th at the end, having passed Alessio Picariello just moments ago and Matthias Drudi early in the lap.
Now that change has come back again, so the Falcon Porsches dive down the inside at turn 1 to get back past the Shearer Sport Porsche. I nearly said Audi, it's a Shearer Sport Porsche on this one. Meanwhile, Heinemann is still trying to get ahead of the Mustang, which he can't quite do. And is that the Ferrari having a little look in there? So the Aston and the Ferrari now on the back of this as well with the Shearer Porsche. Now they've got a back marker in the way they're trying to get either side of it. They all have to go to the left-hand side. That's one of the Toyota Supras by the look of it. The Mustang still holding on. Dennis Olsen, I've got to say, is doing an absolutely fantastic job. That Mustang shouldn't really be ahead of any of those Porsches, let alone all of them. He's doing a great job hanging on to it. The car does look a little bit more dialed in after a lap or so now. It looked like it just hadn't And that's all the part of this. Exactly what you do. This is why we race, because it's early in its development. Find out how it does, and I can imagine him struggling with that car for that first lap, and then suddenly finding, hang on, it's a little bit sweeter, it's a little bit easier to drive. There's some hope here. That roller coaster of emotion that drivers go through.
But it's also about how, you know, what was the temperature at the start of the race? How are you setting up the suspension of your car to get the heat out of the tyres as well as you can? Didn't look as though he had the same sort of tyre heat, because certainly his grip level at some of the tighter corners, in fact even some of the faster corners, as we saw when they got to Arenberg a while ago, but big twitch. But the Norwegian driver holding on very well indeed. End of lap number 3. We're on lap 4 now. Frank Stippler leading the way. He's in a Pro-Am entry car because he's his teammates Selv and Alexei Veremenko are not as experienced as the next 7 crews, which are all entirely pros. So you may expect the Audi, when driver changes are affected, to start losing position, but it's going for its main target. Of course, outright victory would be lovely. You have to say it's fairly unlikely, but it's about getting points in the Pro-Am class of SP9. But Frank Stippler, 3 seconds found in one sector. I think it was the reading of the traffic with course vehicles on the circuit. He lucked in, you could say, in some ways, but he's still 3 seconds clear now. But Dennis Olsen hanging on from in second place, the yellow and blue HRT Ford Performance Mustang, being hunted all the time by Tim Heinemann. So was that a masterstroke, do you reckon, from Falcon Motorsport? I thought Cariolo looked very handy in pushing second place, but he's dropped back to third, and now Heinemann is the one that's making the move.
Well, he dropped back to fourth because he went behind Niederhauser's Shearer car, and he's got back ahead of that again.
Yeah, sorry.
So, yes. No, I'm just saying it's come back again now.
No,
it's
exactly.
reversed.
Exactly. Well, it's good. That's what it's all about. It's about racing.
Racing, exactly.
You know, it's going to catch on someday. I just sort of have that feeling.
Hopefully we'll be there.
Yes. Not looking out the wrong window. So, by the way, there are 2 Ford Mustangs in the race. The sister car, number 6, is running in 10th place overall. Dennis Fetzer at the wheel. But he's quite a distance down on the car in front. In fact, he's 16 seconds down on the 9th place Black Falcon, number 48, which is one of the Porsches from the Black Falcon team. Ben Benagel sharing that with Dan Arro, or Dan Pil, as he's formerly known, Mustafa Mehmet-Kaya and Mike Stursberg. So that's the sort of less experienced crew. That's in that Black Falcon team. That's running in the SP9 AM class. So we've got SP9 Pro, SP9 Pro-Am, which is leading outright at the moment in the hands of Frank Stippler, that Juta Racing Audi, and then SP9 AM. And that's some distance further back down the field. Right, going down through the classes. Cup 2, Mulner Motorsport had predominance on the grid. They were in the top 10. They were led early in the race by SRS team Sorg Rennsport, but that car, 901, has dropped back to 14th overall and second in class. But Tim Scheerbart, Mulner Motorsport, leading Cup 2 and is in 12th place overall. Between them is car number 30, Hankook Competition. It's a car Marco Holzer's driving at the moment, but he's got a couple of Korean racers on board this weekend in their car. And of course, Hankook is a Korean tyre company, so they're all getting plenty of experience. There's Kim and Ricardo, which is Ricardo Bruins, the 2 other drivers in that car. They'll be taking that over either at the first pit stop or the second or the third, but we may have a double stint from Marco Holzer, but I think he'll probably pop out and maybe go back in the car for the final stint. This is a 4-hour race, this second round of the NLS. This is the standard length of race, Peter, and we do deviate with longer ones. And of course, a lot of the drivers are here to not just enjoy the racing, but also to try and get their ring permit to step up through the classes, to come and take part in the ADAC 24 hours. We packed summer this year. Quite a few drivers, particularly those in the pro class of SP9, will be doing the Le Mans 24 hours. They'll come up country to the Nürburgring 24 hours, and just when they fancied sitting by the pool at home, the Spa 24 hours the following weekend. It's going to be full on.
At least it's only 60 k's away, isn't it? From here?
Yes. Yes, that commute's the short one.
Exactly, that's the easy bit. But yeah, so 3. I don't think I've ever known a season where we've had 3 24-hour races on consecutive weekends before.
I can't think of one. I certainly, if there have been, they haven't been the major 24-hour races.
Exactly so.
The calibre is huge. And don't forget that quite a few of the teams will probably be racing somewhere else on the planet in GT3 the weekend before the Nürburgring, the Le Mans 24 Hours, that sets the whole ball rolling. And such is the life of a pro racing driver. They can be pretty much anywhere in the world, and it's certainly not only given us very, very high standard of racing around the world. You know, there's something about it. You know, back in the days when you might have been sniffing, thinking, oh, do I fancy, I'd really like a crack at somewhere like Le Mans. A lot of the drivers did only a handful of races a year, but these drivers are totally on their mettle, up on their toes, the engineers, the crews accordingly, because they race to a gold standard now. And a lot of these drivers, it hadn't been for GT racing with a Pro-Am lineup, they would have run out of money and they wouldn't have been able to carry on. But everyone benefits. They get a salary and a career, and we as the spectators and the commentators and the fans, we get drivers who can drive at a far higher consistent level than before.
Well, I think there's a definite sea change when you're a factory driver, which I mean, you are yes, you're a racing driver. Forget the glamour. You are a racing driver. You are an employee of the manufacturer, and therefore, like any job, you have a reporting line. You have to give reports back and the information. It just happens to be about racing a car on a circuit, which sounds very glamorous. But the job is you are reporting to your superiors of what your product is doing, with a view to how it sells, or is it worthwhile, was it worth the investment? That's all it is at the end of the day. That's what you're doing. It just happens to be the glamour, the TV bit, the radio bit we see and hear is all wonderful. We all go, oh, racing driver. There's so much more to it. As you say, these pro drivers, they're working for a living. And we saw a great example of that a couple of years ago, didn't we, with the BMW Junior team. When they were racing here, they racing in the M4 BMWs, and BMW put them into the junior squads, into a M240i, to say, we're developing this product ready for customers. So all three of you are coming out of the top category, the SB9 Pros, and you're going to drive an M240. And here, I remember talking to Dan Harper about it and said, how do you feel about that? And he went, it's great. And he turned it to a complete positive, where he said, we're looking at it as a greater understanding of how those cars work at a different category. So when we go back into the other car, we understand what it's doing, where it's likely to go, what you're doing. I was thinking, what a great philosophy, what a great way of looking at it. But it was at BMW's behest. You work for us, and that's what you're doing this weekend. You know, you're being sent to Coventry, you've been sent to this kind of thing. You know, that's what you do. It's a job.
No, and it helps understanding all round. And in fact, one of that junior team, Neil Verhagen, is here this weekend. But you have to look down to a BMW M4 GT4, which he's sharing with Samantha Tan. They raced together in the GT World Challenge America. But, you know, again, he's got a full career ahead of him. And BMW, you know, their history of running a junior team dates back decades, absolute decades. I remember long time ago, dear friend of mine, no longer with us sadly, Roland Ratzenberger, was down with an opportunity to go for a test, and he phoned me up and he said, I know they look at absolutely everything, not just what we do on the track, what we do out of the car. And he said, could you just run me through exactly which cutlery I use? Oh, Roland, you're having a laugh. He said, only a little bit, but you know, he just didn't want
to mess it up,
element to go wrong. And hey presto, he's a BMW works driver. You know, there was someone who used to have to, when he was working in a racing school as a mechanic to start his racing career, he used to go back up to Salzburg to his parents' house and sort of basically empty the fridge and then live off that for the next X, you know, go over the cool box. You know, it was hand to mouth, and that sort of gets lost. But, you know, for them to suddenly, and also manufacturers can support you for a long time. Just had a change of second position because Dennis Olsen has just dived into the pits. And that, by my reckoning, is what we call early. That's 4 laps on the board. But remember, it's a 4-hour race, and you can split it however you want. But what we did have on that lap was the lead that was 3 and a bit seconds for Frank Stippler. Came down to 2 seconds on the line, and it's now, he got caught behind the back marker and has been in the Mercedes arena again. First 3 cars, nose to tail. How did that happen? Dennis Olsen out of the mix for now. The car having a driver change, nose in, but that was a strong stint from Olsen. He's going to have an awful lot to report to the crew. They'd have picked up a lot of the car's handling and seen how he was trying to fight it from what he was saying, but also what they would have seen on screen. But again, it's very early in its development.
Yeah, and it's also very early in the race to come in for a pit stop. We've seen 5 laps before now. We've often seen this where a crew will take their strategy. it evolves later in the end. You get a shorter pit stop the longer you run at the end. So we'll explain how that works a bit later on in the show when we get to that point when it's more relevant. Oh, and something coming in with dripping fluid all over the place. That's one of the Porsches coming into the pits with its hazards on already.
It's also got a bit of bodywork at the front end of the car, is peeled back and is not where the designers intended
I'm hoping
it to
that
be.
is just water, not oil, that's dropping down to the pit lane. We'll get an eye on that in a minute. That's just gone past the number 2 Mustang in the pits, so I can't quite see which Porsche it was at the moment. But so this Mustang, very early, we often see a 5-lap run at the beginning if you've suddenly got elevated to somewhere higher than your starting position, which is exactly what they've done with this. So I think they're playing the long game there. The 2 Falcon Porsches line astern again now, as in 4 and 3 in that order, competition number wise, but they are now hot on the tail through the hats and back of Frank Stifler. So all that work Frank Stifler did at the very beginning has now been negated, and it's a little bit of similarity here between the first round. Those 2 Falcon Porsches were way out of contention in qualifying, and I often say that what does qualifying really mean here on the Nordschleife? Yes, it's bragging rights and whatever and so. You don't want to start 20th, but in some ways it doesn't really matter if you do.
No, I mean,
and the Falcons did this last time. They came through the field, got higher and higher and higher, ended up being 1-2. They were P3 and P4 anyway, were they not? Or were they? No, 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Which is exactly where they are now still, in the same order.
We saw that the Toyota Gazoo Racing entry arrive in the pits. It didn't even get the start of the race, did it? It sort of went off on the formation lap. Busy garage. In fact, both cars are in, and one's being pushed around the other. Pit garages here, you don't get.
I thought they were swapping cars, or they got a spare car.
Exactly. No one will notice. Quick, change the numbers. But again, it's about a testing element, and the fact they've got both cars in, it's almost like it was a preordained plan, but just to get your sighter. But the good news is, it looks like they're both going back out onto the track. This is their Gazoo rookie racing team, so they're developing the drivers as well, getting them to know this amazing circuit. But up front, the pros are doing what they do. Frank Stifler, but he's now being hounded by Tim Heinemann. Alessio Picariello in 3rd place in the 2nd of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, having a go. And it's a Dacia moment, and it's a Dacia going for a spin. That's
just been to the pits, just left the pits, that has. So I think that's on its outlap, the Dacia Logan number 300. That's now sitting on the grass. That's got Krisa at the wheel.
But he's the only entry in that car, so he can only blame himself.
Okay.
No other drivers have done anything to the car, but it's just simply looped around.
It's not going anywhere either.
I suppose he's got time to admire the daisies and buttercups as he sits upon them, but it's spring, but it has sprung. Well, it looks like both of the junior Toyotas, the rookie racing cars from Toyota Gazoo Racing, about to go out onto the circuit, but it's a voyage of discovery. One is a GR Yaris, and so's the other. Dramatic pause, but they're coming out. This looks like it's a preordained plan. They've still got, well, time aplenty in this race remaining. Out into the race, obviously they won't feature in the results. Now, I'm just trying to work out which was the Porsche that came in. Number 77 is sitting in the pit lane, but I don't think that was the one that we saw come in with the bodywork. That's one of the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 cars from BSL Racing, Alexander Walker and Philip Hagnauer, but can't quite work out who came in with the bodywork akimbo. Scroll down the order. Car number 901. That could well have been the one that came in. That was the Sorg Rennsport car in the Porsche Cup 2 class. That's the Pro-Am entry with Alexei Kikireshko, Patrick Gruter and Fabio Grosser, who was the driver at the wheel. So that's tumbling down the order. And that was the one that was running 2nd in the Cup 2 class. Remember, Mulner Motorsport had re-established their advantage there, but they were clearly a front-running car early on. And it's all changed now because the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, as I was just talking there, have moved through. They've just come past the carousel. They were in behind Frank Stipler's Audi that got absolutely boxed in, lost momentum, boxed in behind a slower car, and they passed him on one side. Wait for it. And then just following through, Alessio Picariello says, "You've left the door just enough. Thank you very much, Tim Heinemann. You left it just a chink open for me as you went on through, and I dived through." So there's nothing Frank Stifler could do about that at all. it is where you find the traffic, how you find the traffic, and then how you carry momentum. Momentum's the word I want to work on there, because Frank lost all of his, and he's due to racing Audi. There was nothing he could do. He had to come off the power. He was not trying to thread the eye of a needle, but basically he was going past two cars, and one he thought might stay on the right-hand side of the track. It came across the left, and I'm afraid all that early lapping has been undone. He's already been undone once by a course vehicle. Then he gained much more from a course vehicle, and his getting past it before the others in second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh places, etc., caught up with it. But now just one little moment and it's gone away. But I must say, I think the Falcon Motorsport team didn't just win the opening round by circumstance.
Well, they didn't win by accident, did they? And it's, so is that the remains of the Aston?
Oh, the 191 Aston Martin, the one you were talking about, front
GT4 car.
Yeah, front right damage. Well, in fact, whole front end damage because the bodywork on both sides. But
well, front right wheel.
No
missing.
front right wheel. Yeah, that's the giveaway.
Yeah, but those your often used phrase about the Nordschleife, and that's giving back again. The Nordschleife, it giveth and it taketh away, and it did there. Frank Schnipper had absolutely no choice, as you say. I think he was caught a little bit more unawares by the second Porsche coming through, who really did capitalise on the opportunity, and he was sort of going for the bit of track, but Frank Schnipper's no fool. He doesn't win the races, he doesn't have to achieve the results he gets by making mistakes. He had to acquiesce and let that second Falcon car come through as well. But that's going to be really galling, dropping from first to second to third in so quick a space of time. But what he can do now is, of course, it's now given back to him again. He's caught on the back of them again, so it'll restart, and once again
he's canny. Racing, proper racing around the Nordschleife. Nürburgring looking.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren, du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle, eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt, denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
liebe Fans.
Lovely fans. Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Board. He's popped out just in front of, I think, the second of the Ford Mustangs. So for Boccolacci, fine weather conditions, but of course, a sighter lap, and he's come out in a gaggle of cars that he just has to have a little bit of caution, decide which way they may be going, and move accordingly around them, not take too many risks. But I suppose at least you come out on an element of the Grand Prix loop, not all of the Grand Prix loop. But then again,
you've got a safety net.
You have got a safety net. It's an entirely different circuit, and then suddenly you get to Sabine Schmidt's curve, and it all changes, and it changes.
You have to refocus very, very quickly. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I had some room. I have no room whatsoever.
Exactly. Or that lovely, those beaches at the side called gravel traps, and beaches become barriers. It's that close. There is literally nothing, no room for error.
Yeah, really, really keeps the drivers on their mettle. Frank Stippler, though, he will, I don't know, he'll probably run quite a long opening stint, and he's down to drive one of the Mustangs, and then he'll probably be down for the final stint in that to give him time to recover. But in a Pro-Am lineup, you want to have the longest run you can from the Pro, which is Frank Stippler.
Yeah, exactly. So, as you said, it's back to business, isn't it? Maximise your Pro. Why wouldn't you? But again, with that position, the complete opposite of the Mustang, Olsen getting from 5th to 2nd, and capitalising on it. Right, stop. Quit while we're ahead. Put it in the bank, it's done. Stippler, okay, we've led, now we've got second, we went to third, we're back to second, whatever. So maybe run him a bit longer and see how it balances out. And plus, he'll need a rest anyway, because he's got to get into another car and reset his brain. Although, back with Frank Stippler, it's just a switch in his head. He just goes, Mustang, Audi, done. That's it.
Just has to remember where the other pit garage is. Don't walk off in the wrong direction down the pit lane.
Exactly, yes.
But if you've never watched the Nürburgring 24 Hours or the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series races, we have a lot of cars. 136 cars were entered here. 133 have started the race. I think we've lost about 3 so far. We don't have 133 pit garages. Necessarily, you will be sharing sometimes with sort of 4 other cars. So a little bit of moving cars around in the garage is required. We saw that from the Toyota Gazoo Racing rookie team. They had to shift one car round from behind the other at the back of the garage, get round the front one, and keep on moving. But it is quite something. The sheer number of people involved as well is something else. And any grid walk here, you are shoulder to shoulder. It's like a very, very busy shopping street. It never ceases
to amaze me in the 24-hour when we go into the garages to try and get some more information and talk to some of the crews and whatever. And you'll have the top teams, have their SP9 GT3 cars right at the front. There could be 6 other cars in that garage with different classes, and you all mix them. And there are people trying to do setups and run bits of string around the cars and do corner weights, etc. All on that, when it's just absolutely crowded.
No, well, it is. You have to be quite slender to get between without treading on something vital. Another slow zone there, and Tim Heinemann
that's the barrier repair for the GT4 Aston Volkenhorst one.
Yeah, so they get clear of that, and then it's all down to that moment where the driver in front sees the flag signal that he can go again. It's all green. And then how hard he pushes immediately. Frank Stippler actually just rode the curbs quite big time as he was just trying to have the shortest line around the circuit. But Tim Heinemann is looking very, very handy and smooth and comfortable. His Falcon Motorsport Porsche set up very nicely. Now, they took first and second in the opening round, but he wasn't one of their drivers. Falcon Motorsport always shuffle a whole group of drivers through before the Nürburgring 24, and so they very seldom have a regular driver pairing. But again, the drivers have to learn how to interact with others, you know, because that's the very nature of GT racing. It's also about finding a good working driver relationship, and just the ability to put the information that you've learned about your car over in clear, concise fashion to the person who's about to take it over, as well as to the engineers.
Well, this goes back to that which you were saying earlier about professional drivers and their role. And I'm always reminded of sort of Oxbridge type people in the UK, of when you get to one of those universities of that sort of level, the certain abilities that are expected of you as the norm. It's what else can you do? What can you bring? And that's very much the case with these drivers. The fact that you can drive quickly and safely, it's kind of given. You wouldn't be here otherwise. So you're here, you're in the room, you're in the garage, and the boardroom. What else can you do? What else are you going to bring to us, whether that be Ford Motor Company, Porsche, BMW, those manufacturers? What are you going to bring as well? And it's that reporting, and that's where I do think people like the Stiflers of the world, we've just joked about switching that brain from one car to, but that is an innate ability, and they can do that, and they will just tell you, matter of fact, they'll go out and do a lap or something in it, or get on the radio and say the car's doing this. They're not complaining, they are informing their employees of what their product is doing to help develop it. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Communication.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what you're doing, what branch of business you're in and life. If you don't communicate, you come so far short of what you should be achieving. And you know, some people are just brilliant communicators, and it just makes the world a difference. And I tell you what, there are very few top drivers who are not good communicators, and that is half the reason they're there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also someone that brings mechanics beers and pizzas, they go a long way too. Time honoured. Other foodstuffs are acceptable. Yes. You know, you go right back actually to when Michael Schumacher joined Ferrari in Formula One. Obviously he'd done fabulous things with Benetton, etc., etc. But he immediately stood out. He was the first one in the garage, and he wouldn't leave until they left it. And you know, that's something, because he knew they were doing the car for him. And even if it made the tiniest of difference in terms of what they would, the distance they'd go to make sure he had the best car they possibly could give him, was just that little bit more. It's all down to small increments, and he absolutely got that.
Yeah, I believe Senna was the same, and staying the latest. And you know, go back to Friday to Niki Lauda when he first drove the car, and he famously, I can't use the word on air, but he described the car as a certain inability to be driven. And Enzo Ferrari was just, you don't say that to Enzo Ferrari. He said, but why not? Because that's what it is. I will drive it and I will race it, but I can make it better, or we can make it better. But there's no point in it being this deifying it. It's a Ferrari. Well, it isn't. Right, it isn't doing what it should be.
No, exactly, and that was a real pivotal point. So in from the lead of the race comes Tim Heinemann. So that's 6 laps done, and that's the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. I said that as that comes to a halt now, Frank Stippler would stay out as long as he can, so he's probably going to try and get 7 laps in the bank as he continues. We said he'd go as long as he could in the Juta Racing Audi, so another lap chalked up. The Scherer Sport PHX Porsche, have to keep pausing so I don't say Audi, has been brought in from by Patrick Niederhauser, and then we're working through the cycle of front-running cars coming in to make their pit stops, and then we will see rising up the chart the Cup 2 Porsches. That's the 911 GT3 Cup class, and at the moment the top one of those is Tim Scheerbart, Mulner Motorsport, but he's more than likely to do a longer run than the SP9 class cars, so we may even see him get up into 2nd place, but of course then they will serve their pit stops and fall back down the order. But right now, Frank Stippler for Juta Racing. You may not be too used to the name Juta Racing. They've been racing here for a handful of years, but it's nice to have teams, you know, from all around the world coming to play. They're a very strong part of the European racing scene, but again, the team from Lithuania, you know, it's just interesting to have different names at the front end of the field. And Frank Stippler, the Audi looks great actually. You don't often see too many black Audi R8 LMSs, but using the trick that certain tobacco company did long ago, put some gold flashes down the side, gold pinstriping, and it suddenly makes the car just look so much cleaner, so much less bulky. Not that an R8 LMS has a lot of fat on it, you can say that for sure, but anyhow, it looks great for Juta Racing. But the teammates will be thinking about getting ready, unless we're going to get a double stint from Frank Stippler, and then if he knows that he's in the 4th stint of the Ford that he's about to get, and he's not holding back as he goes through traffic, almost has the impression of an in-lap here, or just the fact that Frank will steal every nanosecond he can.
Squeezed a bit there, didn't he? Squeezed his way past that Porsche Cayman. Not entirely sure, knew he was there.
Yeah, but for Team Boss Audrey Skilzinis, for Juto Racing, they do a lot of the 24H series. It's great to have them racing here as well, and it's about building up a lot of young drivers as well. Lithuania, they haven't had a big name on the map, but we're starting to see more and more entries, normally in the 24H series rather than at this level, but it's good to see them not only in this event, but leading, having got pole, leading in Frank Stippler. Yes, he's the pro, he will get out at some point, but the first pit stop for him, I would suggest, would be at the end of this lap. And also in after 6 laps was the number 98 Rover Racing BMW. So Augusto Farfus, Dennis Vetzer bringing in the 2nd of the Mustangs. So it's suddenly been busy in the pits, with the majority of the teams coming in after 6 laps. But just remember that number 2 Mustang came in after only 4.
Which, as we said before, is very, very early.
Yeah, if we've seen it before...
We're surprised at 5.
Yes, exactly.
So 4, most certainly.
But when we've seen it before, it's often been down to, look what weather's approaching, or we need wet weather tyres on. But here in a full dry racing circuit, magnificent racing circuit, it's down to a decision, unless there was something untoward that he needed to sort out before he handed the car over. But
now this Porsche that's been parked at the end of the Galgenkopf onto the Dontinger Hoa, which is still causing a code 60 pass, that is. I can't understand why it hasn't been moved. No suggestion that the marshal have anything right. I'm wondering if it's got a locked transmission or something. We saw that car emitting steam. This is the dynamic car, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Well, end of the first lap, wasn't it?
It was.
Didn't even get onto the 2nd lap. It's all rare to see a car just parked at the side of the track and stuck, because it's in the escape road, as it were, but it's not got any further. Normally, it's pulled, so if it would have a straight toe or pushed, a little bit uphill there, but obviously it can't because it must be stuck in a gear or something. So I'm wondering if it's had a gearbox transmission failure and it's locked it. They just can't move the thing, but then it would go onto a flatbed, but they can't seem to get access to it. It's just really rare to see that a car like that just stuck in place so many laps later.
It is. I mean, it seems to be by a gap in the barriers, and I would have thought they would have just opened the gate or whatever and said, come back. But I think that's a very good call. Snow, or maybe they simply had the other flatbeds were being used at other places to tidy up. We've seen barrier repairs. We've seen the 191 Aston Martin brought back eventually after front-end contact, and that was a couple of corners after the carousel going towards Her Acht, but the track went left. The Aston Martin did not. And a couple of other fallers, but just looking to see who's going to emerge in the lead of this race when that number 8 Audi from Juto Racing and Frank Stippler surely makes its pit stop at the end of this, lap number 7. But at the moment he's leading the race. One would expect probably from Tim Heinemann, because he was the one that was pushing and shoving and having got in front in the number 4 Falcon Motorsports Porsche. But just bear in mind that that number 2 Mustang came in after only 4 laps, and we could see that therefore having a shorter first pit stop. So that should actually come to the head of the race when all the front runners will come in, but then its final pit stop will be much longer because that'll be earlier, and that comes with a big time consequence. Basically, stop early, your first pit stop's short, but your last pit stop's long. Swap it around. That's the sort of equation. But we have a chart. I shan't read through it all because it would take quite a while. For example, if you make your final pit stop, you probably know there's 20 seconds before, 20 minutes before the end of the race. I shan't read
through it. However,
yes, exactly.
It's straight in.
Well, a little thing, right? Just say this: if you stop 20 minutes before the end of the race, so after 3 hours and 40 minutes, your pit stop, the final pit stop, has a minimum time of 228 seconds. But if you stop 40 minutes before the end of the race, it's 304. So doing the maths on that one, we're talking 76 seconds different. So that's massive. But you've gained at the start, you lose at the end. And sometimes it can work, but the assumed norm is normally 6 laps is your starting stint. And then if you do 7s, because of course your starting stint includes that 25-kilometer formation lap, then you do 777. Often it's rain affected, but the runners are working their way through the order. By the way, leading SP9 AM is still Randazzo Motorsport. That's the yellow Lamborghini, car number 786. But again, it's down to when those pit stops fall. How you choose to read the race. No weather conditions to worry about today because it's glorious, glorious spring sunshine. So that sort of also changes the notion, the way the teams consider running this race. Certainly if you turned out without a very, very good weather app in your armoury, you would start getting caught out. And famously, the teams have to keep a very, very clear eye out for all that's going on out there. Now, a name we see quite a lot in the NLS races is Jimmy Broadbent, man, of course, who does a huge amount of sim racing, and he's out with a BMW M4 GT4, running third in the SP8T class, but he's been running better than that, just sort of coming out after his first pit stop. So pretty much everyone has made their pit calls so far. Just waiting for the Cup 2 cars, the Porsche Cup 2 class cars to come in, but they will be coming in probably this time around, as will Frank Stippler, surely.
Well, he must do, sure, yes, absolutely must do.
But the track is in tip-top conditions, but we've had quite a few slow zones. The drivers have had to be even more on their toes than they would be otherwise. You know, it's one thing, Snowy, you're in the heat of a battle, you've spent corner after corner just trying to spot where the car you're chasing is a little bit loose, where its problems are, looking up ahead to see is there a slower moving vehicle that might be beneficial. We also have to keep an eye out for any signalling from the marshals. Often you don't have a long line of sight here, that's always an issue with the Nürburgring, with its ups and downs, and then you might suddenly have a slow zone called and you've got to throw out the anchors, pull it almost to a halt, or so it seems after you've been, you know, on the limit of your own performance.
Well, it's receiving information, processing it, and then actually applying it, and that's the point. So it's threefold, isn't it? And it's you miss that flag, and there can be all sorts of consequences of. Physically on the track, it might be the fact that something is slowing down, therefore when you run into it. Well, that's suboptimal. If you go into a slow zone too fast, you'll receive a penalty, which isn't going to help the team effort. So there's so much doing. You said drivers get so focused of looking down the track and reading ahead and all that, and in the heat of battle, as you say, in that moment of dicing with that other car and whatever, and you miss a flag on the side. It's like you go for a gap. And sometimes you might think it's there and you go for it and all of a sudden it was a yellow flag. Well, you haven't really got the position, and then you might have a penalty as well, which might make it tenfold worse. So is that Stippler into the pits?
Stippler into the pits. I'd already, thought...
You teed it up, you told me already.
Yeah, I like to forewarn people, but it's the small things. And when you commentate on GT, sports car racing, multi-class racing, what makes you wince is when someone picks up a penalty, because it just undoes all you do. But the very nature of drivers is to push right to the edge and maximise what you're doing. But one little slip up, and it's often down to being unsighted, not seeing a signal out on circuit. Well, one person who was very busy recently in IndyCar racing here this weekend, because he loves this event, is Robert Wickens. Of course, he has done great things since the accident left him unable to walk. But I remember watching all of his videos when he started putting them up as he was redressing the balance and working through an odyssey of pain and physical impairment to work himself back. And he's been quite a few seasons back in the saddle now, and just absolutely continues to press on. Not racing in the very top class. He's of course he's racing Hyundai, where it's showing with Michael Lewis. In fact, there's a third driver in that car. I've got to look up who it is, because in the early entry list is a thing of majesty, but we do sort of start to have other drivers added at the last minute. There's an eternal desire to come and compete here, but running in one of the Elantra N TCRs. It's a small class, the TCR class, only 3 entries, but Robert putting in some good mileage. Another car that came in very late, after 7 laps, therefore, to make its first pit stop, was Danny Sufi, the American racer, bringing the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini into the pits. So he's followed the example of Frank Stippler, so we can remove them from the top of the order, because they should have longer pit stops than those that pitted very early and of course will fall down the order. But at the end of the race, their final pit stop will be shorter, and the scales will be rebalanced. But the big question is what the all-pro lineups can do, because they should, across their 4 stints, Peter, have a performance advantage. Their average lap speed should be lower than those where you have the AM drivers going in. So Frank Stipler, it's not all for nothing. Now we talked about a flatbed being needed, and maybe there wasn't one because they were busy clearing up the 191 Aston Martin, but finally one has picked up Bastian Buse's Dynamic Motorsport GT.
I've found our level. Frank Stipler, race leader, listens to you. You are lead commentator. The marshals listen to me and get the Porsche out of the way.
There we go.
How does it work?
It means one person listens to me and you have 400. Oh well.
Well, job done. So that, what that does mean, though, is interesting. Now we get that code 60 taken away at the onto the Dottinger Hoe, which make things a little bit easier. Their cars can come through. They're still obviously doing that as we speak, but it's not just a flatbed, but a flatbed with a crane. So, lifting rig on it. That would suggest I was correct about the transmission or something stopping in that car, because he had just pulled in sort of 45 degrees and stopped where it was. So in natural fact did a great job to get the car off the track and out of the way, but it clearly could not go any further. It is now being picked up, so in a few moments, I would suggest probably by the next lap. So we're halfway down the Dottinger Hoe before the green flag is waved, so the cars pick up full speed, racing speed, back up into Tiergarten. So that will become cleared very, very shortly. Lamborghini in the pits, a car that we haven't seen much mention of. It was quite high up in the order at the beginning of round 1, but not so good in this race. And
no,
is that receiving a penalty because it's static and nobody's working on it or doing anything? I wonder if it's receiving a penalty. But there's a penalty box under the podium for penalties. Just didn't see there's an inactivity of work around it.
Maybe they've said he can't have new tyres. He's got, so they're not wasting any time with any of that old behaviour. But anyhow, certainly a bit of a strange one. The Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, the Huracan, been here forever and a day, running in the black and turquoise livery of the Austrian team. But Denis Soufi, I think, possibly got out. I'm not entirely sure. I'm waiting to see who goes into that later. He was down as having Maximilian Paul as his co-driver, young German Lamborghini racer, but may well be Elkman who's going into the car next. Again, we talk about the changing entry list. It changes almost by the moment. You can almost be sure that whenever the race officials go, okay, that's it, we can press the send button, you suddenly get another driver coming out to play. So it's Dieter Elkman who is on board the number 7 Lamborghini. Now we'll see the sort of last official order once the cars get to the end of this lap, because the cars that pitted after 7 laps, including that Juta Racing Audi in which Frank Stipler led the race, will still be listed as the top of the charts. However, they were stationary in the pit lane when their rivals came past, their earlier pitting rivals. And you'd expect probably the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, but hold on, of course, I'm just trying to see exactly how well the Mustang is going in the hands of Hubert House. He's listed at the end of last lap down in 25th position, but bear in mind a lot of his rivals were stationary in the pit lane. I see that coming vaulting back up the order. It ought, if all things are equal, be in the lead of the race. It pitted early, it pitted after only 4 laps, and some of his rivals, including Frank Stipler, came in after 8, but after 7 laps. But in fact, after 5 laps, we had Alessio Picariello bring the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche in, running right at the sharp end of the field. And then after 6 laps, his teammate Tim Heinemann came in. They could be at the very front, but I do expect the Mustang, unless it had a really long pit stop that I haven't identified, to be in the lead of the race. However, the Sting will be in the tail. They've put their hand in the sweetie jar, but they're only allowed 1 at the final pit stop. They've got 4 in their mouth at the moment.
I'm receiving a report that the Dynamic Porsche number 54, that the reason for its stop is a puncture, which I understand. We don't want that coming up part of the circuit anyway, just before onto there.
Well, that's most interesting. There's a lot of steam coming out of the driver's door. It could be the front right-hand sided. Okay, well,
I'm not doubting that. I'm just wondering why the car couldn't be therefore moved for so long.
No,
odd one, very odd one.
So just waiting for the front-running cars to come through, and we'll confirm as well. Jimmy Broadbent goes on to another lap in his BMW M4. Having a good run. It's still an extraordinary thing, isn't it? 10 years ago, if you said we'd have drivers coming across from the sim racing world,
I know.
We didn't even know what the sim racing world was really, particularly. We sort of did, but then we got to COVID, and then suddenly, of course, and in fact, the digital NLS series, which I started covering, was phenomenal. Within moments of commentating on it, I sort of was just convinced it was a real-time, a full metal race. The graphics were outstanding. But the point I'm trying to make is the fact that a lot of the sim racing drivers proved that they had something special about them. They'd spent years in darkened rooms honing a craft, and then some of the regular racers came up against them and realised they could actually learn something about their car through sim racing, and so could the engineers. And with BMW, they even kept their motorsport press division honed by, they had to cover it too and treat it as though it was regular racing. It was eye-opening. But the fact of the matter is quite a lot of drivers are coming across. They've spent years in sim racing and they're being slotted into cars. In fact, there's a guy called Chris Lullum who's racing for the team run by Max Verstappen's business manager, Vermeulen Motorsport, that Max always likes to come and play with. Son Thierry races in GT3s. They put this guy in, and he's racing in GT World Challenge. You know, bam, no racing background apart from sims. It seems extraordinary, Peter, but he's got in, and they're not going to put in someone who's 3 seconds off the pace. No. He's clearly in testing gun out, and they go, oh, okay, right. But because Max Verstappen has such a love of sim racing, he is fully conversant with it. And likewise, I'm sure, with his manager and his manager's son, Thierry, you know, they talk an awful lot about it. And, you know, famously, Max was told off at racing weekends for doing long-distance sim racing. Oh, yeah, but he still popped out on the circuit and won. So you can't really stop someone if he's doing something.
It's a tough argument, isn't it?
Winning the day job.
Yeah. It's, I think it's like many things we said about this. We talked about pro drivers earlier, and this mind change of sim racing to me was originally gaming.
Yes.
And it was, you know, it was a gaming console, and teenagers did, and it was a great way. And years ago, we had people, when we were coaching, people sort of said, you know, shall I get a, you know, there are certain brands available, whatever, shall I get this so-and-so game, whatever, to learn a circuit? And remember people saying it's helpful because what it can do is, in terms of, if it gives you a mind's view or vision of the circuit and what's coming up next, and you haven't been to that circuit, it's literally a visual. But I realised I was talking about that was 25 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's gone from gaming to, as you say, simulators. There's a reason they're called simulators, and we've accepted them for decades in the aviation industry. And, you know, that's what we did because it was dangerous to fly a plane if you didn't know how to fly a plane, because you've got the added third dimension, funnily enough. So pilot training, they went through all that, obviously, with whether it be commercial or military, and you learnt it all there. So if you did make a mistake, at the end of the day, gutting though it was, and perhaps career-ending, nobody died. They turned it off, you went home, and they put somebody else in the next day. And it's worked the same in motor racing, because cars are inherently expensive to run. So the risk of putting somebody in a car, of them damaging it, A, is the cost, assuming they're okay in an incident, that we just take that as given, but the damage to the car, the rebuild, the repair, the downtime, if that car's needed next week to be a round of a championship where you've then got an amateur who's paying to have that car there, and there's all sorts of ramifications, and that's where the simulator business has really taken off. And evidence we're seeing here now, as you started this with Jimmy Broadbent, people that can learn in simulators. And to somebody slightly old school like me, somebody that comes along and learns in a simulator a bit and then says, I fancy to go racing in the real time, and go, oh, but it's not the same thing. You'd be amazed at what level they can come in at. Yeah, and it was also, to me, it was just enthralling about educating the engineers and realising that they could actually do other things and get through a lot of imaginary setup work and desired setup work. But the thing for me, my father always wanted to be a pilot, and I gave him a birthday present to go on a flight simulator, and I said, what's your particular ambition? He said, when I landed at Kai Tak, which is the old Hong Kong airport right in the middle of the city, is not to have an Imon's underpants and washing line tangled round the undercarriage. Yes. I never asked him if he achieved that or not, but anyhow, it was just a thing, and to him it was a revelation that you know, you could do that. I remember asking a friend a few years ago who was a British Airways jumbo captain, what was the definition of a good pilot, expecting some great insight as to what it was to be this, that and the other, and he just looked at me and just said, one that has an equal number of landings as he has takeoffs. I thought it just absolutely summarised it in a nutshell. Yeah. Okay, I have an answer to a question that I threw out there as we're moving
back to what's happening on track, and it is indeed the Falker Motorsport Porsches. I fancied the number 2 Mustang, which made the very early pit stop, might come out in front, but it's number 4 from number 3. It's with Tim Heinemann staying on board, whereas the number 3 car that was started by Alessio Picariello is now in the hands of Dorian Boccolacci. They're about 3 or 4 seconds apart. There's a bit of a gap back to the rest in behind them. Another 2 seconds back to Christian Cronjes, who's now up to 3rd place in the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. So we're sort of chopping and changing. But to me, I just want to see the pace of that number 2 Mustang. We saw it being quite a handful. It's down in 30th position for Hubert Hout. Still lists as only 1 pit stop. I'm going to have a little investigation on that one in a moment, because I fancied that coming higher up the order. Maybe it's at the point where it's going to, once it gets 8 lap on the board, yeah, only the top 8 cars have got 8 laps on the board. 9 now, the Rover Racing BMW. Yeah, at the end of this lap for the Hout Racing number 2 Ford Performance Mustang, we'll see where that really slots in. But I think there'd be more problems than we realise. Great opening stint from Dennis Olsen, you know, keeping the Falken Motorsport Porsches in behind him, and he really was working hard on a car that did seem a bit of a handful, but we will see where that comes through. Now the Porsche Cup 2 class cars making their pit stops. They got into a few of them in the tail end of the top 10. But they're now making their pit stops and will fall down the order accordingly. But again, it's a great class to race in for the 911 GT3 Cup cars. Not quite at the same level performance-wise as the GT3 cars, which run in SP9 here, but very close indeed, and quicker in a straight line down the long straight, so they can actually gain a little bit. Not quite as much aero, though.
Now, we've got another Code 60, which I think might be a little bit of recovery time for the, sadly, the 912 Kramer Racing Porsche, which is from the GT Cup class, and that has had an incident at Adenauer Forst. So the Code 60, well, the Code 120 starts at the bottom of Foxhole and all the way up to Adenauer Forst, and it becomes Code 60 there. It just clears. Just at the top, you've got a right, left, right. At that top of the hill, a famous bit of footage we always see on YouTube with their cars arriving, getting it all wrong. I'm not sure who's at the wheel of that in a minute. I'll just find out that in a minute. But it looks like the 912 is out of the race.
Okay, well that's disappointing. But I've got an answer now. I was looking to see where Hubert Hout would come through. Now he's completed 8 laps, or his car has. He's just come through in 16th place. So it would have been a slightly long pit stop. His last lap time was absolutely representative. But again, as you acknowledge when you do long distance racing around the Nordschleife, is that there could be a slow zone that you get and a rival you're chasing just got through before the flag was thrown, and it can really cost you. You just have to hope that fortune sort of favours you. Whether that's what's caught out, there've been more slow zones when that number 2 Ford Mustang was out on the track than there were when the rivals were out on track before they made their pit stops. That is a possibility, but wait to see how the pace proceeds for Hubert Hout. 17th place now, just been passed by Patrick Assenheimer, who's in the number 6. That's the sister Mustang, so 2 and 6. But Assenheimer's car is the one with sort of less experienced teammates on board.
I'm really surprised you didn't take the opportunity to use one of your key phrases there. 2 and 6 in old money.
Just because I'm a centenarian. Never even crossed my mind.
You've obviously moved on.
2 and 6 for those watching in colour or listening in colour, of course, was 2.5 shillings in old British money before it went metric.
2 shillings and 6pence.
Right. If you're just joining us and you're digging through and finding timing screens to look at, you go, oh, that's interesting. Mustafa Kaya is leading the race. Well, he isn't really. Car number 48, Black Falcon AM class Porsche. Second driver in the car is the Turkish racer Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, but that is just by dint of serving its pit stop very late indeed when the cars have got round at the end of this lap. Expect the 2 Falcon Motorsport cars. This is the team that had Porsche's first and second in the opening round of the championship are going to be first and second again. Tim Heinemann ahead of Dorian Boccolacci. Car 4 ahead of car 3. Best of the rest, Christian Cronjes in the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, which is another 5 seconds back in third place. So the field's spacing out a little bit, but just remember, teams choose when they make their pit stop. So normal stint length is 6 laps for the opening stint of the race, and then 7s thereafter. But just remember, the number 2 Ford Mustang came in after only 4 laps. That means its final pit stop will be earlier and therefore longer than its rivals. So we just have to keep an eye on that. But in terms of keeping things clean and simple, Forca Motorsport seems to be doing a really, really good job, with a gap of just, what are we looking now, 3 seconds between Tim Heinemann in effective lead and Dorian Boccolacci in second place. So it's all looking pretty good for them right now. However, how the slow zones, if we have any more, which one suspects one will, with 133 cars playing on the circuit, you know, we will have some of those gaps opening up or closing down, but right now it's looking quite neat and tidy for them.
Yeah, I don't remember them being this far up the order this early on round 1. It took a while to come up. See, I'm just going on reflection, on recollection. I think it was 9th before we had a Porsche in qualifying, maybe even 11th for the round 1. It was, they weren't there, and they slowly came through, and it was really sort of the last hour when it sort of, oh, hang on a minute. Not only is it going to be Porsches, it's going to be Porsche 1, 2 Falcon. It's going to be Porsche 1, 2, 3, and 4. So podium lockout and 4th, as in just got a spare, just in case.
Yeah, it's always something that's just confusing. If people are looking at it, it's even confusing if you follow them the whole time. But the basic stint length, if you stick to average, then everyone knows pretty much where people are. The weather can affect all that, but at the moment, we're having the stagger unwinding, if you will, but those who pit early, they do pay the price later on. They get a bit of a foot up, so you'd have to say, in that case, number 4 leading the race has got an advantage over number 3, because the sister car, number 3, with Dorian Boccolacci on board, will have a pit stop earlier. Its final pit stop earlier, therefore longer than the rival car. So advantage Tim Heinemann in the number 4 Forca Motorsport Porsche, and Dennis Marshall, well, he'll be going, oh, that's rather good, isn't it? So he'll be sitting, watching and waiting. But what's happening now is Christian Cronjes is getting all over the tail of Dorian Boccolacci. The Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin having a really tidy run, but he's got company. He's got the Scherer Sport PHX Porsche with Patrick Niederhauser looking very, very busy in behind. So the green, black and yellow Aston Martin working hard. 2nd, 3rd and 4th, nose to tail. And I must say, over the course of this lap, the Aston Martin's gained about 4 seconds on the second of the Forca Motorsport Porsches, is now pushing it very, very hard indeed, tucking under the rear wing as they go along the Dottinger Höhe. Porsche Cup class car between the Aston Martin, and then still trying to get a double toe at the back, and slingshotting to the outside is Patrick Niederhauser. It's always a thing, Peter. If you can get one toe down the straight, it's one thing, but a double toe is fantastic, and the Scherer Motorsport Porsche has just come woof through past the Aston Martin.
Yeah, that's because he used a side draft to the perfect use there, because the Aston didn't. And what I mean by side drafting, you sit on the rear 3/4 and you basically steal the air off the leading car, so there it's got less downforce. It takes the air off their rear wing and gives it to you instead. But they have to move from left to right, so it's inconsistent. So he broke the toe, and I'm sure Adrian Newey was watching that, just going, it's not what you do with an Aston Martin through the air. Whereas the Scherer Porsche was just like, okay, I've got a double toe, you're helping. You've got 2 lots of air over him, and away he goes. Great job there, actually.
It's a very, very good visual whenever you get a long straight to just watch the advantage. And sometimes, particularly in the top class, SP9, and actually also quite often in the Cup 2 class for Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, you get 3-4 cars, and you think, oh, the guy at the back's got no chance, might pick off a position, and then they can easily pick off all 3 of the cars in front if they're running 4th. Coming out of Gaudenkopf, the first corner built on this circuit was established 100 years ago. God, that's really still quite a thought.
100 years ago tomorrow? They laid it down, as they said, wasn't it? We understood?
Yep. Working on a Sunday. I joke.
It probably wasn't. Well, there was unemployment, so you're probably grateful for the job. But going on the Dottinger Höhe on a line of cars as you come onto it, you don't want to be the lead car, actually. You really don't. You want to be the 2nd or 3rd car, because you've got much more of a chance.
And then, of course, there's the rogue element, which is if there's a driver in one of the slower classes in the field, the smaller engine, the production-based cars, they've got to be somewhere, and your job in a pro car, in the top category in particular, you've got to, they stay where they are, and you go round them. But you've got to read them, and often they don't see exactly how many cars are coming in at warp speed, which always adds that sort of frisson of excitement. Have they seen me? Have they not? Right, looking down the field, every car bar one has made their first pit stop. One of the Cup 3 Porsche 718 Caymans hasn't quite made it in, but I suspect that will be happening this time around. So it's Falcon Motorsport first and second. It's Tim Heidemann from Dorian Boccalacci, but then Patrick Niederhauser all over the tail in third place, having got past Christian Cronje's Aston Martin. So 3 cars, second, third and fourth, very, very close indeed. But Tim Heidemann had a very good lap, and he's opened out a margin of 11 seconds in the lead of this race. And really, one would have expected from the 2 Falcon Motorsport cars, the one that pitted first would be the one that's in front, but it was the one that was pitted second. So that's quite a run for the number 4 crew. Full lap advantage. What am I talking about? He's not a full lap ahead. What I meant by that was when we get to the end of the race, he'll make his final pit stop a full lap later, which, as Peter knows, saves him 24 seconds. But you were too polite to say so.
I wasn't even aware. I would have been at that point, maybe.
So great mileage for the drivers on a dry surface today. Lovely weather, but we know full well, particularly in the Eifel Mountains, you could just as easily be faced with 7 different types of rain in the course of a race. But right now we'll take the dry conditions, the spring conditions, the leaves coming on the trees. It looks beautiful. And I'm just having a little look to see. Right, Frank Stippler got out of the Juta Racing Audi, was the last of the front runners to pit. It's fallen down to 8th place, and you don't expect the driver who races under the pseudonym Selv to be right on the pace. In fact, he could be shedding, well, I'll see next time around, he could easily be 8 seconds a lap slower and still be running a respectable time for SP9 AM. He's the AM element of this Pro-Am lineup.
Which is, again, it's something that I always find fascinating, because we just take it as read because we've grown up about it, and we're just sad. We love motorsport, and we think about these different classes and this and that and whether. And again, I always find it interesting when you're trying to explain to people that are not involved in it. Much like I've got a very good friend who doesn't really quite understand motorsport, and I don't understand cricket that well, so I'll talk to him about that, and we try and understand these others, you know, and the spin and this and that, and what do you mean so and so, leg off, and all those sort of terms.
I like the tea and the sandwiches exactly. With cricket.
All those different terms.
Slogger, Slogger Jones.
Who won? You know, that kind of thing. But I say we just accept it. But you have A class, so we call it SP9 GT3 cars. Yeah. Within that, you have got 3 more categories. Sorry, so you've got 3 categories within a class. How many classes are there? Oh, 24.
Yes, I know.
So
I know.
This is in one race. Oh, okay. And it goes for how long? 4 hours over a 25-kilometre circuit with 170 corners on it. And people at some point just go, you lost me at 3 classes. You know, we forget, don't we, that it's high-speed chess, isn't it?
Yeah. There we are with certain forms of racing, with about 6 different analysts and endless presenters for a 1 hour 20-minute race, which is
one class.
Exactly so. But anyway, many forms of analysis. One can look at data and come out with extraordinary concepts and images, and you know, we were talking earlier about the data that started really flowing in. I think the Tyrrell Formula 1 team was the first team that strapped a computer on board, and everyone else is going, right, okay, who's that man with the what is a laptop? It literally was in the 80s, but it's grown like obviously since then. But even the drivers who'll be competing in this event in the road car based vehicles, we're looking right now at a BMW 330i, they will have some form of data, and they will go away and pore over it, and we'll come back hopefully with greater knowledge. But you know, it's also down to having a very good analyst who can explain what you're seeing in terms of data. And
that's the point, and that's why teams have strategists. They can understand that side of stuff, and they all have their little niches. Like any business, you have people that play to their strengths and play to their skills, and they do that. Yeah, and we're forgetting also that we're talking about simulators and data in cars. You also have driver coaching information which is different to the engineer's data, where they'll have video and overlays and where brake pedal pressures or this or that and steering angle, it's all measured. And then they'll sit there and they'll have one driver will go out and set your, so let's say Frank Stifler, for just case in point very easily, will go and set out a datum lap, a reference lap. You'll then go and drive it, and you'll be whatever the difference is, doesn't matter. And then they'll overlay the two, and they'll sit there, the engineers, and go, right, she is doing this, this, and this at these points, and this is what you need to do to get to that time. And then you sit there and just go, oh, I thought I was doing quite well.
Yes.
And why is his time that time and mine's using a calendar?
Yes.
And that's the difference. And it's that whole thing. There's nowhere to hide.
There isn't. I'll tell you what, I saw some incredibly interesting footage. One of the most extraordinary cars I've seen in recent years, using fan technology to ultimate downforce, McMurtry Spearling.
Yes.
Okay, it turns up at Goodwood, and it's, talk about purpose made. It's got a ton of downforce. Yeah. I'm not kidding, from something that weighs the same as 3 bags of crisps. But the son of a friend of ours has been doing, he's a motorsport engineering student. His year's placement was with McMurtry, and I went round to their house last weekend and he pulled out his data. They went to the Top Gear test track, and all the young engineers, and I don't think anyone's over 30 in that company apart from the owner, went out on the track, because I said, wouldn't it be a good idea to send you out in something quite fast than that? But looking at the data flow he had, and his was compared to what Max Chilton, who was a guy who smashed the hill record race in Formula 1, la-di-da-di-da, did. It was really interesting. I couldn't understand it, but it was interesting. And it went on, but you know, everything, so many different layers could be looked at. But the thing about that to me was the fact you've got a ton of downforce. I still can't get my head around that. It's just a figure that's extraordinary. But you know, for a 21-year-old engineering student, oh my word, what a thing to try. But you know, the point was, he said, look, I'm quicker than Max Chilton. I went, and that bit, yeah. So much to learn, so much to look, but then you apply it to something like this, and
oh, well, that's not good.
I was going to say, around every corner can lurk a problem. Between the Sabine Schmitz curves, and now right across the track is an Aston Martin Vantage GT forward, going forwards and back. The track is so narrow.
175, yeah.
Trying simply to get the car facing to the left, not the right.
That's the Pro Sport GT4, yes, of Yannick Himmels. Having to do a obviously lost it going on to there, having to do a 3-point turn, but your biggest fear there is you want to get out of the way of everybody else so you don't get collected, and that's when you get taken out of the race. It's not the spin is the problem, it's the recovery.
Oh, I tell you what, there's also suddenly you get splashes of just phenomenal gaggles of cars, and second, third and fourth. I said they were running close together, but coming down the Dottinger Hoa, there was nearly overtaking Dorian Boccolacci.
It has done it.
In fact, the Aston Martin's moved up from fourth to third. Christian Cronjes has got ahead of Patrick Niederhauser, but they're literally a second, covering second, third and fourth. And again, they were using a GT4 Aston Martin as something to give them a bit of a tow. That's far in the rearview mirror as the group run down into the first corner, and Dorian Boccolacci runs too deep. He's off the track, and suddenly, in the space of about half a minute, Christian Cronjes has gone fourth to third, third to second. So Aston Martin into second place. The second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches is down to third. That's Dorian Boccolacci and Patrick Niederhauser, who's showing that Shearer Sport PHX have got a very, very good handle on this Porsche. Now they've moved across this season, as well as running their regular Audi, and he's looking very, very busy indeed, and all over the tail of Dorian Boccolacci. But Falcon Motorsport's sister car is now, well, in fact, lost a tiny bit of time. It's 11 seconds clear. Right, Robert Wickens is climbing out back onto the wheelchair that's proffered in the pit lane for him, and legs come down, and he will evacuate the Hyundai Elantra, and his teammate Michael Lewis is about to climb on board. So again, regular inspection of all that's good, but seat insert in, seat insert out. But it's no small thing getting a paraplegic driver out of a car, but you can see practice makes perfect. It was a really smooth exit from the talented Canadian, and that would be, you talk about losing a second here, a second there, you could lose so much time, but orchestration of that, clearly important.
Teamwork. Just going back to the Christian Krohn thing for a minute while we just see that driver change. I was going to say 10 minutes ago. Well, of course, it wouldn't be 10 minutes. It wasn't a lap. It was 9 minutes 11 seconds ago. It was on the Dottinger Hoa that Aston. I said, trying to do that side drafting on the Porsche in front, moved from left to right and broke the toe, and therefore the Stewart car got the advantage of the double toe. But he learned from that, didn't he? And just said, I'm not doing that again, and got back past it again. So lesson learned.
And it's a rare, rare treat to have a straight as long as the Dottinghurt in any circuit. But the fact it comes as such a welcome relief after the other 160 plus corners around the circuit, but it is one in which you can hunt. Lots of other circuits you think I might get a bit of a toe, but here it's more than that. If you work it right, you can gain 2 or 3 positions. You could gain a wonderful slingshot, but just remember, if you're on the right hand side of the circuit as you get to the Antonius Booker, it's a little kink to the left, suddenly you've got diminishing returns, and that's the sort of corner that Kevin Estre loves, because that means he's going to be on the grass and he'll still be foot down overtaking. It is super, super spectacular, but you can come unstuck. But a lot of these drivers probably do half a dozen races per year, and these aren't even the regulars. They come here when they can, and of course the 24 hours if the weather wills. It was the world of fog last summer. You should get an awful lot of mileage here, day and night. The track changes all the time. Big diurnal difference as well. That's what you really don't want when you're racing in the Nürburgring, because you go into darkness and suddenly your tyres are not behaving at all. But this is where experience comes.
We're talking about the licensing and the structure, how it all works here. A couple of penalties that have come in, and there's a point in this for us. Car 909. 70k speed into a 60k, into a code 60. What do they get? 45-second time penalty. 502, sorry, 116, exactly the same. 502, code 60 speeding at 138 kph. Okay.
What's the number you said after code? 60, isn't it? Oh dear.
Penalty for that? Go and see the stewards, likely disqualified, likely have your ring permit taken off you, start again. That's how seriously the organisers take that sort of thing here, because of that which you said much earlier on the show about those closing distances of speeds and that difference of 100 mile an hour sometimes. When you do get it wrong, you get your knuckles wrapped, and there's no. It's almost back to school, start again.
Yep.
You didn't learn, back to school, and it sounds draconian, but there's a reason why this still runs on here safely.
That is the absolute key word in all this. This circuit is a challenge. This circuit with 132 other cars out on the circuit with wildly different speed performance potentials is waiting to bite. So you've got to eliminate every single element that can make things go wrong. And it's a tough lesson, but that is why we still have racing here. You've got to learn. And getting that ring permit, very important. But you have to remember it can be taken away. And that is a big, big matter. All these drivers have to just think and maybe just hold back a tiny bit and just keep those antennae tuned on what's coming up. And the first part of this race so far, there have been many instances or moments where they've had to be right on their toes and react to the signals coming in. Maybe a message from the team, slow code 60 coming up. And again, I asked for the number after the word code. There's a clue in there, 60 kph, and it must feel like walking pace. But that is what you have to do, because it's all about keeping the marshals safe. Anybody who's crashed a car, they've got to be in a position where they can be removed safely, and your own safety as well as a driver. But notwithstanding, we still are having great racing today in the battle for third, fourth and fifth. Second, third, fourth, Dorian Boccolacci in the second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, Christian Cronjes in the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, and Patrick Niederhauser, who's looking very busy indeed in fourth place, have got a cracking battle. They've then got best part just over half a minute back to the Ferrari 296 GT3 in fifth place of Thomas Neubauer, French racer, sharing the Condé Racing with Rinaldi Ferrari. Previous years we had a few more Ferraris, but I'm sure we'll have some back later in the NLS, certainly when it comes to the Nürburgring 24 hours, because of course there was a rather famous win a couple of years ago, 2023. Ferrari building up to their return to the World Championship, the jewel in the crown, the Le Mans 24 hours, and David Pittard, I think he's come down to earth since taking victory here. Felipe Fernandez-Laza and the gang, and for Fricadelli Racing, a team that specialises here, it was just phenomenal, and it was a real boost, and it happened before Le Mans, so suddenly Ferrari had something to talk about to carry them into the week down in the south.
Yeah, it was a sort of one of the sort of moments in time, wasn't it, where everything just falls into the right place. It's quite extraordinary. This, Fricadelli had always been Porsche people. They took on a Ferrari. It was quite a new model. It wasn't really proven. You don't tend to come back and win 24-hour races with a new model. You build up and do things like this, 3, 4, 5 hour, 6 hour races, whatever, etc. And it all just worked out, and it happened. Ferrari themselves came back to Le Mans half a century away. So half the time the race had been running, they hadn't been there, hadn't won it since 1965, tipped up with the car, and they always say it takes 3 seasons in the World Endurance Championship to build a winning car. Tip up at Le Mans, the blue ribbon event, and finish it, win it.
They only went and won it.
Yeah.
And then again next year, still hadn't won a race outside the World Endurance Championship until the start of this year.
Yeah.
And they've won the first 2. So things, can they make it a hat-trick at the Mans? But yeah, it's tricky.
Win Le Mans now.
But yeah, no, they'll never win it again now, you see. But looking at Fricadelli Racing, they just kept their nose clean. They did not pick up penalties. And you were talking about penalties earlier. They can undo so much good that you're doing. Of course, we understand in the free running of any event on the Nordschleife, there'll be moments when traffic is a problem for you. You lose a lot of momentum, but you're not losing in a lap 45 seconds, are you? So that's what people have to bear in mind. And it's difficult. Track limits always being looked for, because of course, actually here, if you exceed track limits, you're pretty much on the barrier anyhow. So it's almost self-policing, but you're being watched, and it's a cumulative thing. But it's things like pit lane speeding. And just things that make you go,
exactly. And that's one of the tools that a professional endurance driver, of which there are many in this race, and very experienced one through all different categories, is that ability to understand the whole thing, not just drive quickly, but not make mistakes, not speed in the pit lane, all those things. Stay out of pits, stay out of trouble.
So 2 hours and a quarter remain, but it's looking very good for Falcon Motorsport. They took victory and second place in the opening round, but they're sitting first and second at the moment, but it's very, very tight in the battle for second place. But it's advantage Tim Heinemann at the moment. He's got a margin of 11 seconds or so going on to this lap, and he still seems to be carrying that pace through. So looking handy for Falcon Motorsports. Sunny weather, spring weather, Nürburgring weather. No, Nürburgring weather can be anything on the spectrum, from disastrously wet and cold to full and glorious and hot. But right now, in spring, it's just too dry.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
As in,
No, I understand.
Don't get through. Some people are fighters, elbows out, and will find their way through. And then actually, you get some drivers who are at the front, don't like being at the front because they've got the pressure of being chased all the time. And you have to know your driver and understand their characteristics of, okay, this, I'm not suggesting this was going to happen then, but it's the mindset of a team of this driver may be better placed there in front to go and do this and lead the attack now. You say, hunt in pairs, that's what they're doing, because it's all about a team result. It doesn't really matter. Teams don't really mind which one of their drivers wins, as long as both get in the points.
No, exactly. And bear in mind, of course, with Falcon Motorsport, they swap their driver pairings around the whole time. So it's not like there's a driver pairing A and driver pairing B. They're bringing on drivers and giving them a turn on the Nordschleife this year in, this year's GT3 Cup GT3 cars. It's constant, exactly so, and also developing their tyres as well. Right, just having a look. I mean, the fastest lap of the race so far, we haven't really talked about that. Frank Stippler, as you mentioned, actually did 8 minutes, 1.5 seconds on the nose. The front-running car, the race-leading car, the number 4 Falcon Motorsport car, the best lap in that was by Tim Heinemann, only driver in it so far, but he's 2.1 seconds slower on the fastest lap. I know it's a long lap, but again, Frank was under a fair bit of pressure, but he probably did that lap when he wasn't in traffic. But bear in mind, a lot of those laps in that first stint were interrupted by slow zones. So you don't actually get many cracks at setting an entire lap without interruption.
Talking of slow zones, we had 3 code 60, we're down to 2 of them now. 1 has gone, so the HOA Act has finally cleared. I'm surprised we've still got so the Dottinger HOA, that's now clear. So we've just got one at Schwalbenschwanz, which I think the car, whatever's caused that, has now gone. So it's obviously just going down to repairs. That starts at a yellow flag up at Flansgarten at Marshall Post 173 and graduates through to a 120 to a 60. So it's basically, as you were saying earlier about these, there's really no excuse with the way this permit works of speeding to that level. If there's barrier repairs going on now, the primary role is safety of the marshals that are working at the trackside. Yeah, so you all approach. Doesn't matter whether you're in a M240i or a GT3 car. Doesn't matter. Those marshals' safety is paramount. So they will start with a yellow flag. That's your first warning of imminent. It becomes a code 120. Slow to no more than 120k, slow to 60. And I think that's what can happen is that car that got caught for a 1 and will be penalised quite heavily was probably still doing 120 in the head. So they were doing 138 anyway, but that's
inflation.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what happens because it evolves. It goes yellow, 120, 60, and then clears. But that's part of your job, and it doesn't matter whether you're a pro driver, an amateur driver, or whatever. safety is important, and if you can't be safe or keep those people safe on track, then you shouldn't be out there and you have to go back to school and learn again.
You know what? Even if it wasn't an event happening on the Nordschleife, there's still very, very good lessons to learn. But there's a very, very good reason you have to be on it here, and that is why it's looked at so intensely, and you are being watched at all times. What they haven't really talked about too much yet today is Cup 2. I mentioned the fact they would have their later first pit stop than their rivals in the SP9 class, but at the moment, in 8th place overall, Mullner Motorsport, that was the car we were looking for at the start of the race, 921. It's got David Yarn on board, very handy driver. He's a driver who I don't think has had the drives his talents have merited across the years, but you know, for the best part of 15 years, he's been very, very quick indeed. But he's sort of been away from racing for a bit, but it's good to see him leading that class, 8th overall in the number 921. The next car is 948, and that's Losch Motorsport, and that's some distance back, so really good run from David Yarn. And again, you know, you sometimes stand back and go, what happened to that driver? They were doing really well for a while and they fall away. A lot of it's down to money, of course, but certain drivers, it's quite nice when you see them slotting back in and just bang, straight back on the money. So maybe that's not by chance he's leading the class in Porsche Cup class car.
So many variables to even get yourself onto the grid. And there's a reason why these top drivers, as you say, have these roles, and people want the likes and the services of people like Frank Stippler and Dennis Olsen, etc. I go back to it again. It's we see them as racing drivers and sort of put this on this sort of pedestal, if you like, so and so. But that they're just doing a job very, very well, and companies employ the right people for those services. Yeah, it just happens to be the arena, the theatre of motorsport.
No, that's true. You've just got to hit all those targets. Haven't really talked too much about number 45 Ferrari. It's the only 296 GT3 in the race, doing a very good job. 5th place overall. Thomas Neuber at wheel. He's about 10 seconds down on 12 seconds down on that 2nd, 3rd, 4th place battle between Dorian Boccolacci's Falcon Motorsport Porsche, the Christian Kronyas in the Walkenhorst Aston Martin, and Patrick Niederhauser in the Scherer Sport PHX Porsche, but lapping at a decent pace. And again, one of the essences of GT3 racing, or SP9 as we call it in the NLS, is multiple manufacturers. Oh, Rover Racing just diving in for their 2nd stop. Okay, that's an interesting one. So car number 98, they picked it first time after 6 laps, but now after, what are we talking, 12 laps, they've 6 and 6, so that's a lap shorter than I would have expected for number 98 BMW M4 GT3. We'll look to see who responds and who else decides they're coming in, but at the moment on that lap, it's just Jesse Crow. It might be as simple as having had a puncture. Keep an eye out on that. I'm trying to see how long the pit stop will be, but that had been running at decent pace and gradually picking its way up the order. Now the pit stop is done. Can't see it as a standstill, but again, long view into the pit lane. Not always easy to pick it out through the mechanics. Again, looking for pace that we're seeing from, I said the Juta Racing Audi wouldn't run at the same pace as it had when Frank Stippler was in there. It doesn't make me a genius, it just means I'm stating the obvious. Selv is not lapping as fast, but he's in 7th place overall, which ought to become 6th with the pit stopping of the Rover Racing BMW. Again, it would have been great to have image of that to see if there was anything untoward, but just bear in mind it was a 6-lap stint for the opening stint of the race, which is fairly standard. In fact, that was effectively the standard length, and then another 6-lap stint, which is 1 shorter than expected for Rover Racing. Mighty Rover Racing, gosh, what a lineup they've got in that number 98 M4 GT3. Augusto Farfus, who started, Jesse Krohn, who was next, the Finn, and then we've still got Raffaele Marciello and Kelvin van der Linde. Eye-watering lineup.
Interesting, the only M4 GT3 in the race. We used to have quite a few of them.
Yeah, we did, but we talked earlier of the BMW Junior team. That was always one, and Rover Racing would run one, and we have another one from BMW itself. But I expect we might have more at the next round. Still, the best battle in the race, though, is for second place. Dorian Boccolacci, line astern with his Falcon Motorsport number 3 Porsche ahead of the black, green and yellow Aston Martin Walkenhorst Motorsport with Christian Kronius, who very nearly got in front a lap or so ago, and Patrick Niederhauser in the several shades of blue Scherer Sport PHX. Porsche sitting there in 4th place. So the Aston Martin number 34 is the interloper. Otherwise, it'd be Porsche's 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Bear in mind, the opening round of the NLS, they were 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But certainly, I'd say that Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin is looking very, very handy indeed. As I say that, unfortunately, he's lost about a 1.5 seconds. Traffic just in the wrong place for him, but not the wrong place for Dorian Boccolacci. And so the French driver actually gets his first breathing point for really quite a while now.
So that 6th position Rover Racing BMW number 98, the M4 we just talked about, it just had its 3rd change of driver. So Kelvin van der Linde has now taken over from Jesse Krohn in that car. Augusto Farfus that started it, but it's the first car, I think, to have a 3rd driver in it on this race so far.
Yeah, it is.
Some cars have only got 2 in them. Obviously, just taking the office just before you said. I knew it was coming.
It absolutely was
preempted.
No, you get in early, get it wrong.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm known for it. USB.
No, but basically, another reason that we wouldn't have anyone else unless there's been something untoward with their 3rd driver is the SP9 class cars tend to run shorter stints than some of the sort of slower, less high-performance cars, and they can run. You know, they're more likely to, if they are going short stints, they'll still be pitting a little bit later. Right, 2nd pit stop for the number 2 Mustang that had risen to 10th place. Remember that was the first one to pit when it came in after only 4 laps for Dennis Olsen to hand to Hubert Hout. And now Hubert's brought it in. 2 other drivers listed on the driver lineup there. Joseph Wager and, we know this name, Frank Stippler. But I expect Frank will do the final stint. Give him time to have a 3-course lunch, coffee, and get his head away from Audi and into Ford. 2 cars that could almost not be more different, but they're balanced by GT3 performance rules. And again, that's been one of the beauties of GT3 as a category, and been adopted by the NLS for a long time now as their top category, are running under the SP9 nomenclature. So it's been a good day so far. We have swept all the way from hour 0 to hour 2, 2 hours done. And thinking about how it was 2 hours ago, it was very busy at the front. Brilliant start though, Mr. Snowden, from Frank Stippler from pole position, but the real challenge came from Matthias Drudy, who decided to take a move in his Aston Martin. Oh, I'll pass one of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches now, I'll do 2. In fact, I'll pass the race leader. Oh, too deep into turn 1. And by the time the Aston Martin had rejoined the track, Dennis Olsen from further back on the grid from 5th place, also gone past the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. He went into 2nd place. That was neat, that was tidy. Frank Stippler started to escape, but the battling was on, and the battle for 2nd place. Dennis Olsen, having got into that 2nd place, was hanging onto a Mustang that really didn't want to corner quite as well as the nimble Falcon Motorsport Porsches, and he was being bullied, and at one point he had one going one side and the other one looking the other side. Luckily a corner was coming up, but the Norwegian racer having to hang on, did a fantastic job. Bastian Boos out early, of course. We've had and we had the Toyota Gazoo Racing rookie teams coming in a lot, but really the interesting thing in the early stage of the race wasn't just the way the Falcon Motorsport cars looked good. They came 1st and 2nd in the opening round. Was the fact there was a very early first pit stop from the number 2 Mustang. That was after only 4 laps. That certainly caught me by surprise. I reckon it would come in two laps later after 6, but you get a shorter pit stop for your first pit stop, but according to how close to the start of the race you do it. But accordingly, the flip of that coin is they'll have to make their 3rd and final pit stop longer, further away from the end of this 4-hour race than their rivals, and their pit stop will have to be longer, quite a lot longer. So we'll have to look out for that, but they've already sort of rolled the dice. Was there a reason for it? We don't know. Simply don't know. But the racing's been good, hasn't it?
It certainly has. That leading car, the 2nd place car, the Dennis Olsen driven Mustang, has also had its 3rd change of driver now, with Yusuf Vega at the wheel now. So we're starting to get into that stage. Or 2 hours in, we say some of the teams running just 2 drivers, and don't necessarily do 2 hours each. In fact, sometimes they almost keep them a bit fresh and tend to do an hour each, and do each time it stops, change the driver as well. And I think you just get more data and more information that way. And as you said, Falcon in particular are very, very good at mixing their driver lineup. Very considered approach, but they get more information every time, and it's driver in for an hour, effectively swap, driver in for an hour, see how it goes, swap back again, and you'll get, rather than one driver doing 2 hours at the beginning and one another doing 2 hours at the end, you'll actually get a load more information about that car, because it's different each time.
Yeah, well, they split that, and in fact, as you speak, Christian Cronjes comes in from 4th place. Dorian Boccolacci in the Falcon Motorsport Porsche is just in front of that, is just behind the Aston Martin, and I sense we might have had another car, Ferrari perhaps, joining them in the pit lane. So take your caps off your pencils, jot down these numbers: 3, 34 and 45. So it's the Falcon Motorsport Porsche, the Walkenhorst Aston Martin, and the Kondo Racing Ferrari not too far behind. It had been a better lap from Thomas Neubauer, seemed to gain about 2 or 3 seconds on those ahead, maybe 3 or 4 even, but as we know, those cars are running at full chat out there, so lots of these gains that are made are simply down to reading the traffic better. What we'd really like now is lovely green flag running all the way to the end of this race. This has been a race that's had incident aplenty in many ways, nothing major, but simply, you know, the drivers have again had to be up on their toes. So for the number 3, let's see, pit stop after that was an 8-lap stint, 34 8-lap stint, and guess what, 45, the Ferrari, also an 8-lap stint. They did a 5-lap, so a short opening stint, about 1 shorter than the median, but they've all decided to do 8 laps for their second stint. If they can do 8 laps for their third, then they'll have a shortish final stint, which will give them, allow them a decently quick final pit stop. However, the advantage has to be for those that came in a lap after them, or even 2 laps after them on the opening stretch of the race. And among that number, you can include the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, which is doing things slightly different to the Sisakai in that they're doing half a race each. But in you do a double stint, I'll do a double stint. But for the number 3 car, they've chopped and changed between Boccolacci and Picariello.
But as you say, why stick to a form book? Why do exactly the same thing every time? We've got 2 perfectly good, capable cars out there with strong driver lineups. Mix it around a bit and just gather data. And whilst it isn't a part of this NLS series, everybody focuses on the ADAC 24-hour. And that's the one everybody wants to win. So that's why we get all this activity before that race, and it tails off. Our grids drop to 80 or so.
Yes,
you just throws in casually.
Oh, the high 80s.
Yeah, exactly. Thin grid today then. Yeah, different strategy, different information, and you're just building it all the time. It's in that database, that knowledge base of what happens, what's the weather. It was doing this, how are the tyres degrading, how they use them, how's the driver using the tyres compared to, does it work better having a double stint on one of our cars or 4 single stints? And they won't just, at the end of the race, it isn't flag drop, champagne, go home. Those engineers will then be analysing all that and writing their reports and making certain calculations and adjustments and saying, actually, at this point, when the temperature was here, this worked better, or so-and-so there, or Alessio Piccarella did this better, or another driver does this differently, and they'll all be putting it there, and it almost goes into like a big melting pot of, so if we put it all together, what's the eclectic, what's the absolute best to get the result?
Yeah, and it changes according to changing weather too. Today, though, they got the very useful thing of standard weather. Looks like it's going to be uniform. And also this time of year, you don't have the big temperature swing as well, which can make things complicated. So this is sort of like, not ground zero, but it's the base level, which is great.
A great reference point.
It is. You're removing a lot of the variables, which is something you always sort of want to do.
But what then happens? A puncture. And that's my point. It suddenly throws it all those great ideas and calculations, best laid plans, all of a sudden they get a puncture. It might just be a tyre failure or a tiny piece of debris. It doesn't really matter what. It's no fault of the car or the driver. You suddenly get a deflation, and it's like, And it also then depends on where on a circuit so long that puncture is.
Is this one a long circuit, Snowy?
Pretty well. I think it's the longest on the calendar.
It's the only one on the calendar.
Exactly.
Yes. But, you know, entirely. So these things. But it's all about just maximising. So next time around, who did we expect in? 4 and 16. That's Tim Heinemann, who's done just over half the race already, and Patrick Niederhauser likewise. So the Shearer Sport Porsche kind of a 16 should go to Patrick Pile. God, that's a pretty good backup driver, isn't it? And then Tim Heinemann will hand over his to Dennis Marshall, and then they'll see if they're in front. But I think the hard yards have really been done by Patrick Heinemann to be running. It's come down under 10 seconds. It was before the cars in the group behind made their pit stops. It's now 16 seconds over Patrick Niederhauser, but I think he's done the hard yards in that car, Tim Heinemann, and it ought to be in next time around. That's when we'll have 14 laps on the board. But all 3 cars that came in from the top class at the end of lap 13 have rejoined. In fact, a 4th car has come in from SP9 as well. And Ricardo Bruins, Korean driver, should be back out on the track, the Hankook competition. Porsche, he took it over from Marco Holzer, who did the first stint, but that's down in 11th place overall. SP9 Pro-Am is still being led by the Audi that set the pace early on with Patrick, with Frank Stippler. Second place in class is the number 6 Ford Mustang, because that's not a full pro crew, it's a Pro-Am crew. That's Dennis Fetzer, David Schumacher, Salman Owega, and Patrick Assenheimer, with Patrick so much experience on the Nordschleife, the driver at the wheel at the moment. That's second in class. Third in class, Dieter Elkman, sharing that number 7 Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. That's third in SP9 Pro-Am. Top car in SP9 Am is somewhat further down. It's in 19th position overall. It's the Equipe Vitesse Audi, which goes under the number, he says, looking to his screen and losing it for a second. The Vitesse car. Can you find the Vitesse car? I've gone completely blind. Sorry, it's car number 50. It's because it's in a different colour on the screen. I lost it in order. So it's Michael Heimrich sharing with Lorenzo Rocca and Arno Klaassen. God, it's dreadful when you're looking, because on the timing screens, it's quite handy. The SP9 Pros are in green. The SP9 Pro-Ams are yellow, but rather sharing its colour for the background number of, with the Cup 2 class and AT2 and Cup 3. It's the white background, SP9 Am. That's my excuse, over and out. But there it is. So that's running top in its class. And we'll take smaller handful of points simply because there are far, far fewer. Because in the NLS, you get the number of points you get for winning your classes according to how many cars start the class. If 12 cars start the class, you get 12 points. Simple thing. So you don't pick up many. You're the only car in your class. You get the glory of winning. But obviously, for the outright championship at the end of the season, biggest number of points tends to be with those who are for the winners and those in the biggest classes. So.
There was a very great note on that many years ago at the Autosport show in the UK, and Bernie Eccleston made a very rare appearance, and they did a short Q&A, which was again unheard of, and it had been suggested that Bernie influenced the result of a championship or not, or whatever, and so and so. And some journalist stood up, apparently you may have even been there, Bruce, and said, "Bernie, do you know who will win this year's Drivers' Championship?" And he just went, "Yes." There was a sort of moment of silence, and they went. He said, "The chap with the most points," and just moved on. And it was just a classic Bernie moment, but absolutely categorically yes. But we won the most points.
But that's always been a thing with Bernie, that you dramatic pause. Have I got the attention of the room?
Yeah.
And then finishes off nothing. Huge amount of humour, but you know, he had the room in his hand, because you know, seeing Bernie somewhere like that was a rare moment. But again, handle on the steering wheel. Right, as predicted, 4 and 16, our first 2 cars. Tim Heinemann has come in from the lead of the race after 14 laps, followed in by Patrick Niederhauser. So it's Porsche from Porsche, but Porsche into the pit ahead of Porsche. But just get used to Shearer Sport PHX running a Porsche, doing it for the first time this year, alongside their long-standing Audi R8 LMS GT3, and I must say, doing a very, very good job to be right at the sharp end of the field. Gap between them 15 seconds when they came in, so definitely advantage to the Falker Motorsport team. But we've got to see how the next round of pit stops, how they shake out. The next round of pit stops will be the final round. Just bear that in mind. So the closer to the end of the race you serve your final pit stop, the shorter it may be. There is a minimum pit stop time based on the number of minutes from the conclusion of 4 hours. I won't go through the chart, but all I am saying, the later you can pit, the shorter your final pit stop is allowed to be. They've all got very generous time allowances, plenty of time to allow for the car to get driver on board, fresh set of tyres, etc., etc. No need to rush. And again, that's a safety element, Peter, isn't it? You know, if you don't have to have so many mechanics in your pit crew, keeps the cost down. And it's actually quite a simple thing. You know, why not build in a buffer? If everyone's got the buffer, everyone can then, incoming driver can be properly secured in the seat, belt sit, and also more of a chance for people to go around and just check all 4 corners of the car. Are they still attached? Have we got any tyres on board?
It's always handy that, all 4 corners attached. Always a good point. But yeah, again, these things, it's well drilled. We watch these pit stops, and it's, you know, we still use pump fuel here at NLS. There's literally pumps. There are pumps in the pit lane. And it goes through, and there's a meter counting or whatever, but there's also, you won't see it, but there's a marshal logging that as to how much has gone in, and it's not just for, obviously there's the payment, you know, would you like a receipt, but there's also how much the car uses, how much you put in, minimum amounts, etc. You'll notice the cars go up onto jacks, and they're rotated around at 45 degrees to make it safe and get them out of the pit lane area, so they can go back into the box if you want to, but don't have to work on them.
It's clever.
It's well drilled, and like anything, practice makes perfect. And they will sit there and do this. I mean, I can remember days of doing 24-hour races where your race would be 2 or 3 days away, but you're on site or whatever, and it was like, right, guys, you might be in shorts and t-shirts, team kit obviously, go and get your lids, go and get your hands device, whatever, and we're practicing driver stops for the next hour, driver changes for the next hour. You're just like, sorry? Race is not till 3 days time. Driver changes, because of those, exactly what you said earlier, bro, those little things. Somebody's foot catches on something in the car, whatever. Right, okay, that doesn't work, so and so, but do it with your and it's very different doing with a crash helmet on, getting in and out of the car, than it is just ordinarily hopping in and out. And I remember just sitting there for hours, literally in, out, right, and people watching. And we were a relatively small team. It was a FIA GT, so it was a fairly high level, but it was a small team. But it was, somebody would make a note and watch us, like, right, you did that, you caught that, so and so, right, do that. And we had in the early days then, to aid it, I think it's done far more technically now, but we had surgical tubing was basically put around the seat belts on cable ties and tightened, really pulled tight and cut the end off, so that when you undid the buckle, the belts pulled away and opened, so you weren't getting in, fiddling, trying to do a belt, and that's when you panic. And you can't really see that well in a crash helmet, because you're trying to look down. A crash helmet is designed to save your head, and it's got a slot for you to look through to drive the car. It's not designed for looking where your seatbelt is, or have you dropped your phone down the side of the seat kind of thing. So all those things add up.
But it absolutely, but it's that element also that I was about to bring up, the lack of visibility, but switch gear in a car that you may knock on the way in. I'm just thinking about Frank Stippler, though. He's hopping out of an Audi R8 LMS. He knows that cockpit intrinsically. He's had far less time in a Ford Mustang. What if there's a switch that, again, early in its homologation and its entity, that a taller driver happens to touch inadvertently versus a smaller driver? So he's got to sort of be able to imagine, with his eyes closed, sitting in either of those cars, relative to the steering wheel, what kit is there, and it's not uniform. That's the thing.
I remember clearly from that having to learn to memorise what the switches were, what they all did, by feel, with your eyes closed, because they said, effectively, you're blind, because you cannot have a driver looking down at the switches, just as you can on the road. You don't want people going into menus and sub-menus and whatever to change the seating position or a heating position on a car, which is something the automotive industry are coming away from a bit now. They're trying to get a bit more to analog switches again, which I thoroughly approve of. But you don't want, you shouldn't be taking your eyes off the road on the highway. You shouldn't be doing it on a racetrack, and you don't want to be. Plus, 24-hour races, guess what? Some of it's in dark. And then other bits of it, you don't forget, you've got a glove on, you've got a racing glove on. So the switches don't feel the same as they do ordinarily. So you have to learn to look down that. And I remember clearly going into free practice once, being just suddenly getting a radio call, you know, the car's all okay, everything so-and-so, said, can we have a diff temperature, please? And you're like, pardon? And the point with that is they want you to scroll through the dashboard to the menu where the diff temperature is, so that they know you're comfortable with doing that whilst driving. Then it'll be radio check at an altitude point of, can you hear can we do this? And they'll give you an order if you haven't followed it, which was, did you, 1, not hear it, or B, not follow it? Which is it? The first bit's forgivable if you haven't heard it. If you've heard it and not followed it,
yeah,
it's a chat without a cup of tea, if you know what I mean.
Hold on, just having a look, Snow, totally. And the other thing about, right, your car's broken down in the 24-hour race, you're in the middle of the forest and it's dark.
Yeah.
No lights on in the cockpit, you've got to sort it out. That's the sort of thing. The number 2... Sorry, the number 6 Mustang has just come out of its pit stop, so I suddenly got confused. One moment they were showing number 2, then number 6, so I was going to say that's way too early.
That's the second HRT car, isn't it?
That's the second HRT. This is the one, the Pro-Am class of SP9, and that's come rumbling back out onto the track. Patrick Assenheimer was the driver who brought it. He may be doing this middle stint, but I think he probably is not. But I'm just waiting. I'm just going to throw some numbers at you, Snow. Okay. After 4 laps, which was 1 or 2 laps early from my reckoning, was the number 2 Mustang that Dennis Olsen drove so well. The next pit stop that they had was 8 laps later. So they did a standard mid-race stint, 8 laps, okay? Sometimes people do 7.
So that's why eight's maximum, isn't it?
That's when I suddenly panicked and I thought it was the number 2 in the pits again, because that would have been two laps after its previous stop. But it's out on the circuit. Yusuf Awega on board, going around in 14th position. I'm surprised it's not a little bit higher. I'm just trying to see. 12
laps between the two so far. 8 and 12. 8 and 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all good and 2. But Dennis Marshall leading the race from Patrick Pilet. Porsche from Porsche, Falcon Motorsport from Scherer Sport PHX. Scherer Sport, you know, huge amount of experience here, but now running 2 manufacturers this year. Something that Falcon Motorsports have done, you know, quite a lot over the years when they ran a Porsche and a BMW, just to keep them on the toes. But also for Falcon Motorsport, they don't just go racing for winning. They go racing to prove their tyres work across a range of cars, because they're in the business of selling them. Imagine that, selling tyres. And this is an amazing field. You know,
no demand for them, is there?
No, just keep the cars off the ground, don't they? But now, if ever you look at these events, you think, why is the number 1 on the door of a car that's not in the top class? Quite simply, we were talking earlier about the points, and if you're in a class that's really well subscribed, and you win it, you're going to pick up an awful lot of points. You then get number 1 to carry into the following season if you're the outright champion. And almost invariably across the years, it's been someone not in SP9. SP9 is just too competitive. And Adrenaline Motorsport, a team that's won an awful lot across the years. And Kevin Wambach and Sven Markert driving number 1 this year. That's in the special class for BMW M240i. Great looking little cars, but they've got their own battle. But it's quite prestigious. Number 1 on the door. You bear in mind that over across the year, probably 200 crews take part in races of the NLS. But you know, you sort of picked your market. And this year, with 8 cars in class, unless you're consistently the best, that's going to be a struggle to win outright. But across the history of the VLN, as it was before, and now the NLS, you know, the outright champions have been, you know, from across the classes, but very seldom the top class. And Brink and Leisen, that's Danny Brink and Philip Leisen, you know, often at the front end. 3 championships in 4 years, all in the BMW 325i. So they picked the sweet spot. But the main thing they did was win their class literally every time they were on the circuit, or more often than not, and that's how they ended up as outright champion. Right, 14 laps now on the board, waiting to see the next pit caller at the end of... At the start of the race, it was leading the race, and it's the Audi coming into the pits right now. Sell from 3rd place overall, but that will have it dropping down the order. But bear in mind, there was a bit of readjustment because a couple of teams made their second pit stop rather later than their rivals. So second pit stop for number 8, the Audi that was started by Frank Stippler. It was a good little stint from Selv there, but after 14, he brings that in. Cup 2, still David Yarn leading that for Mullner Motorsport. That was the car that started on class pole position. Max Cruz racing in the AT2 class. Strike winning that, leading that. That's a 911 GT3 Cup class, but not in the same class as the Cup 2 runners, because he's running alternative fuel. That's something that's always been a very, very big thing in these Nürburgring Nordschleife races. Certainly people trying all sorts of things. And again, you know, you never know if it's an idea that helps keep motor racing going in terms of possible constraints in years to come. But it's very much been a sort of moving marketplace, Peter, hasn't it? Trying different things in the various classes. It's the alternative fueling class.
I think things do need to change as well. I mean, if we're going to keep the internal combustion engine alive and well, and in racing, we do need to adapt. I don't want to see it go completely. I think you have to. I think we have to do something about fossil fuels and use alternatives if they're there, if they're reliable and safe for engines. Is the issue? Yeah,
I mean, there is a question mark that as alternative ones are adopted, it's not always going to be smooth running as teams discover, but particularly in historic racing, there's a big push towards sustainable fuel. Yeah, they won't have hit the sweet spot yet, but it's definitely something. If you say, right, you'll have a few gnarly points until it's all fully understood and how to set up your engines and tune your engines, but if it's that or the possibility of not having any racing, what do you grab? It might be the nettle that hurts, but if it's the one that saves your sport.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't want to. You do want probably some manufacturer-led stuff of bits like this series where we can get people that can afford to do it. The big manufacturers run these things on test beds and do that kind of stuff more than our historic drivers who are paying their own money and having to have their engine going. So, you know, quite expensive race engines, nothing in the terms of going racing with Porsche, Audi, Ferrari, BMW, because they've got totally different budgets. But the direction of travel has got to be that way. We've got to do something. So it's entirely right that we should do so.
Yeah, and also just moving away from racing, if you will, with the alternative fuels things. There could be something that will allow you to drive a road car in a city that's not an EV in times to come. You know, electric vehicles. You know, the rate of adoption has not been as fast as the politicians want, because most of the time it's just simply too expensive, or the infrastructure doesn't suit or isn't up to it. But you know, so if there are ways that sustainable fuels can be made, that can be brought down to a price that can be used, then we've got to have more than one arrow in our quiver. We've got to come from all sorts of angles, and some very, very clever brains behind it. You know, I think particularly of Paddy Lowe, you know, two-time technical chief across top Formula 1 teams with his zero petroleum, lots of people getting behind him. It's not an instant answer, but you know, you've got a plan for these things. And in motor racing, and particularly here in the NLS, there is two classes actually specifically for alternative fuel. We've got to look at the way things that can be done differently, and it's a very good test bed, because obviously you're not just pootling around the local roads. You know, it's a full-on, in-your-face.
I just see it's a new technology. There's we can't continue as we are, so there has to be an alternative. What that alternative is yet to be decided 100%. But that's the whole point of these theatres of evolution, technical evolution, whether it be motorsport, aviation, road, whatever, commercial, you know, rail, road, haulage, whatever. It all works. It all interlinks together, and it's got to happen. You know, that is the direction of travel.
Yeah, and don't ever think that everything always stood still. Of course it hasn't. You know, there've been many challenges across all sorts of transport and science that you just, in some technology, you come to too soon. I have my little books that I had as a child, observer books of cars and commercial vehicles. Yes. Each year, can I please have that in my stocking? And you know, there were little electric commercial vehicles back in the books of the 60s. But they were too heavy. It couldn't work.
Milk floats.
Well, exactly so.
And why were they electric? Because they ran, in those days, before you had supermarkets, you go and get your milk. The milk was delivered to your house early in the morning. They were electric because they were quiet. And that's why they use small electric motors. They went not far from the depot. We have a very stationary rainbow-coloured 97 Porsche from the GT3 Cup. And that's Mercedes Arena, isn't it? Yes.
Yes, it's basically you turn right at turn 1, you turn left and left again at the corners 2 and 3, and at turn 4 just parked outside the circuit. Not a natural place to go if you've had a rotation. In fact, it looks like it's been driven off the circuit, but it is pretty much dead ahead as the drivers are making the exit from the Mercedes Arena. But car 97, running in the SP7 class, is sitting going nowhere with no visual signs that anything is untoward, but clearly it ain't going, so not all is right. So we'll see what happened there, or maybe not.
There's no reference marks to how it's got there with tyres and rotated. It just, it looks like, I'm wondering if it's just a failure and it's just pulled off. Okay, it's down in 56th position, or was at the start of the lap, but for Julian Ree, that's unfortunate, sitting at the side of the track. I'm just wondering if he's just come out of a pit stop and something has been untoward, but I can't see that that's been the case. Well, it's served 2 pit stops. It seems exactly in the right number of pit stops relative to its rivals, but ain't going anywhere at the moment. Cup 3, by the way, I haven't really talked about Cup 3 at all in this race. 959 is leading. That's SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, a team with a very, very good batting average. Heiko Eichenberg and Harley Horton, young British racer, driving that, and they're leading the class by... trying to see in terms of time. Adrenaline Motorsport giving chase, but they've got about 3 cars between them, so that's a good little run. And it's Heiko. That's Heiko Eichenberg at the wheel at the moment. Very standard looking Porsche Cayman. The Falcon Motorsport cars doing things differently. We've mentioned how Tim Heinemann did stint 1 and stint 2, whereas the sister car, number 3, Picariello, did the first, then handed the car to Dorian Boccolacci, and it's now back in the Belgian racer's hands, and Picariello picking his way forward. Now, just to go back to its first pit stop, that was after only 5 laps. That was early to my mind, and Falcon Motorsport brought the sister car with Heinemann in after 6. So, just bear this in mind. The final pit stop for the number 3 Porsche will be earlier, further from the end of this race, and that will therefore make it a longer pit stop. So right now, Picariello is pressing on, trying to eke any half a second here or there to stretch it, because team pride means, of course, he wants Falcon Motorsport to win, but he wants his car to be the race-winning car. So right now, pressing on very nicely indeed. But will he be going? I wish we'd come in after 6 laps, not 5. We'll find out. And who decides these things? Looking at terms of lap pace, again, we talked about the fastest lap of the race, Frank Stippler, his car, the Juta Racing Audi, 8 minutes, 1.5 seconds. But how does that compare to the pace of the fastest car at the moment? Well, they're doing 8 minutes, just under 8 minutes 20, not just because of traffic, because of slow zones, have been code 60s. I don't think there are any at the moment, but it just goes to show, to get a clear lap in this race, if you're the race leader at the start of the race, you have several laps until you catch the tail enders, but for the remainder of the race, say it's 3.5 hours left in the race or whatever, it's traffic, traffic, traffic. It's how you negotiate that. As we said, one of the keys to endurance racing is stay out of trouble and stay out of the pits. And that isn't, it's a sweeping statement. It's so easy to sit here in the comfort and luxury of a commentary box and say that phrase, but that means a constant watch when you're driving. And we forget, people, we say this, but you know, we talk about this, what to do, and engineers are doing this, and the drivers are out there, and you're doing these speeds and controlling a high-performance race car in these conditions with many others around you, but you're having to assimilate and process so much information constantly that you can't afford to relax, because that's when something will go wrong. That's when somebody will catch you out, or you just get caught. You get a wheel on the grass, make your own mistake, or you don't read a situation correctly. And some of the times we've watched over the years and then talked about, obviously, the onboards and tried to describe what it's like at this speed, and that's, to me, that's the most exhilarating, most exciting bit. But boy, you're on a high wire with no safety net, and you've got to keep the balance right. You've got to do this, you've got to do that, you've got to follow the car in front, and sometimes don't always follow the car in front. because they may make their own mistake, and then you go down a rabbit hole leading into that as well. And those bits where we said, you mentioned earlier about approaching a car from a different class of a different speed at a very high speed part of the circuit in a train of cars, 2, 3, 4, let's say GT3 cars, and you're 2 or 3 in that, you're kind of stuck with what you're doing, because you're part of that train and you can't afford to get out of sync, because it's just domino effect for everybody else then.
Yeah, and also you get the element where, you know,
it's exciting though.
Exactly, but as you become more experienced,
get your foot in.
You run your own race, but that moment where you're diving deep into a corner and the other person hasn't done enough braking, you think, if they're not braking, I'm not braking, you both go past your braking point. You sort of just react to a rival. You don't want to lose a tenth of a second. I'll tell you who's not losing any tenths of a second is Alessio Picariello, picking his way through the second of the Sabine-Schmitz corners and then onto the real circuit, the Nordschleife, and he is leading this race, but he's absolutely pressing on. Matthias Drudi not too far back behind him. The gap between the pair is 7 seconds. Who was faster last time around? Importantly for Picariello and Falcon Motorsport, he was, but we know it can ebb and flow. But what you absolutely crave when you're hammering around the circuit is clear track. And at certain points on the circuit it matters more than other, but it's actually just a point of, it relaxes you a little bit as well, and you can pick your lines, you can have your lines, but even if you only have that clear track for what, 30, 45 seconds, for example, Picariello's just working his way over Flugplatz, etc. And the next sweepers of corners, they're all his lines. This is a good lap for him, but flash of colour up ahead. He's catching a tail ender, and it's where he finds that car. But for now, he's had the best part of a minute of being absolutely flat out and doing what his car can do. For Falcon Motorsport, and for him, that's magic. But he knows a few more corners he'll come across someone, and then you have to start playing a different game.
But that's just pure nirvana for the moment. You've got a bright, sunny Nordschleife in front of you, clear track, and a GT3 Porsche.
Yeah, it sort of works, but he's got waved yellow. You could just see there were flashing yellow lights
off the throttle, on
one side of the track.
Just going to the foxhole, that bit where he's about to go there. Just nail it down here.
You just prepared yourself. But he went from a yellow flashing light on one side of the circuit on driver's right, the other side of the track had time just after that to get the yellow flag out. It was waving, the driver could see it, much easier in these conditions than others. But just as he fancied he'd have been catching a car soon. There was a flatbed track. It looks like maybe barrier repairs. Yes, there's a flatbed and a trailer and a great big crane on top. So that's what that's there for. And I must say, the rescue crews around the Nürburgring Nordschleife are something very, very special indeed. Now, Picariello out of the zone. But not only do they have enough vehicles to cover this entire circuit, wave yellow
straight back
again.
Into a yellow again, yes.
And let's see what the next rescue's for. It's about having the right vehicles in the right places, but also the efficiency. You don't want the barrier repairs to take any longer than they have to, and they are so super efficient. But you'd also want them to be as long as they have to be, because you don't want them underdoing it.
And a key there to those little details that make all the difference there is you've cleared the tow truck, repair truck, the barriers on the trailer, so you're clear of the marshals. But is it clear to go? No. Green flag. Just as importantly as going into that, as you said initially, a light on one side, a yellow flag on the other side, then it becomes a code 120, then it becomes a 60 to slow down for that marshals. It's just as important at the other end of it, and these are little things that can catch you out. Is you can be sitting there doing 60 and think, I've cleared that, limiter off and go, and you've done that a few meters before the green flag, you'll get a penalty because you're doing 70, 75, 80k, all of a sudden penalty, sorry, and that can destroy a race. You've got to wait for that green. It's just as important.
It really is. Again, we keep talking about
those are the details that matter.
Exactly. Small margins, that can just be your performance around tail enders. But it's how you handle the critical situations that really can have a bite. One thing that always strikes me covering the Nürburgring Langstrecken series is the sheer diversity of machinery. You know, we've been talking about the SP9 cars, we've been talking about the ADAC R8 LMS, the new Ford Mustang GT3, the BMW M4 GT3, the Porsche 911 GT3R, etc. At the same time, there's just as much right to be on the circuit for a pink, black and white Cupra Leon. And again, they have to be ultra vigilant, but you know, you look at it and it looks like a standard car with a roll cage on board, and that is always going to be an essence of this series, and it allows people to come in, have a go, have a dream. They may not think I'm ever going to be racing an SP9 class car, but this circuit. Who wouldn't want to race on it? And again, the championship rules have to be written in such a way so these people have every right to be on the circuit and enjoying it. The time it gets a little bit difficult is when you've got massive closing speeds. You might have fog, you might have rain, it might be dark, but they still have that place to go and play.
We talk endlessly about the the pro drivers of the world doing the manufacturers, but they are the cream of the top. They are just a few in the world that are doing that. They get the attention. The mainstay, the backbone of this series and many other championships around the globe are these guys that get together, 3, 4 businessmen, whatever, and just say, right, we've got a common passion and a shared interest. Let's share the budget and we'll go and put this amount in, do it together and build a little team. They go away and do it. And yes, they do it because they have fun, but they take it very seriously because the governing body says, well, it's great to have you on board, but you can't just tip up here and drive this against these other guys. So you've got to go through this process. So it's just as important for them. And I think you'll find that the higher end manufacturer drivers have just as much respect for these people, because when you're racing against them, the one thing you do need is against a slower car is you want that person to understand what's coming up behind. And we've always said when you're in the faster cars, stay where you are. It's always the faster car's responsibility to get around the slower car.
Exactly.
Don't move, don't be polite. It's racing. You have every right to be there, which is why I go back to that BMW Junior thing of the guys, Dan Harper, saying it helps us understand what it's like to drive a car of a different speed for our manufacturer and watch what we normally drive come past us, where it works, where the gaps are, where the braking distances are, the turn-in points. He said, because Dan said to me, he said, in the M4, he said, I'd arrive at some points and it's just that, 2 gears, turn and go. He said, in the 240 or M2, whatever it was at the time, he said, it's not. He said, so I've got a greater understanding now if I'm coming up behind it of where has it got room, because I know it needs more time to turn in. So me nipping up the inside, he's already partly committed to that turn. It doesn't turn on a sixpence the way my GT3 car does. So it's that greater understanding, which is absolutely vital. And it obviously works, because look what happens here. We all get to do it with these 140 odd cars and 24 classes with different levels of capability and experience. We all get on with it, so it obviously works extremely well.
Yeah, it does, and I think also just touching on Dan Harper trying a non-GT3 class car, he understands, he can read the dynamic of that car. Do I need to give it extra space, because I know full well that's really struggling. It's missed its turning point, so it's going to be running wide. But just take the analogy back. I really think that we talked about not everyone wants to be in the top class race. Not everyone wants to climb Everest, but maybe climbing Ben Nevis is all the 4 workmates want to do together. And this is, in terms of motor racing, way more than Ben Nevis, but it's the fact you can do it.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
liebe Fans.
Lovely fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Nämlich mit der Frage an euch, wisst ihr, was morgen für ein wichtiger Termin ist? Also der richtige Motorsportfan, der muss es eigentlich wissen. Morgen vor 100 Jahren, da machen wir jetzt einen Rückblick hin. Und genau deswegen habe ich mir den...
Hitler, according to the entry list, but we've got to see if this happens or if he'll remain in the Duty racing car, is two timing, and he ought to be driving that number 2 Ford. And I tell you what, in terms of Mustang getting a feel for recommendations around this circuit, popping Frank Stippler in isn't just going to give you a good race result, but you'll get an awful lot of very, very valuable pit information on that and how things work. One of the beauties, we touched on it earlier, Peter, was the fact that 100 years ago, what a place the world was, a place rebuilding itself after the First World War. Unemployment, particularly across Germany, and particularly across rural Germany, was absolutely rampant as they tried to get their economy back in check. And someone came up with a great idea, of which we're all beneficiaries. Why don't we give people in this poor region up in the Eifel Mountains something to do, give them a job, and we can develop a test track, which could become a racetrack. 100 years on, Alexander Krass, who's actually a fantastic historian for the Nürburgring circuit, and what a history to cover, is just being interviewed about how it all came about. But what a thought. I mean, they didn't start small, they started huge, but then again, there was so little to compare against in terms of how long should a race circuit be, because almost all racing was on road circuits. They just race around the countryside. But permanent circuits, Brooklands got laid down as a bank circuit just outside London, but you know, there was no standard length, and we're the ones who were lucky enough to think that they thought, well, we've got a lot of forest, a lot of hill and stuff to put roads around, why not? Imagine if they built the circuit only 4 kilometres long in the modern sort of idiom.
I'm fascinated to be able to look back at and find the records of the time as to what the concept was, what the philosophy was, of why build something so extraordinarily long through all this, and what was the pushback like at the time as well? Because there would have been villages and things that were changed forevermore, because, as you say, it's not Le Mans was use of some of the roads and a little bit of circuit. Now it's a permanent circuit, when the was on. But this was, this is going to be a closed track of 25 kilometres. Yeah, it was totally different and out there to have done that. And also, what was the cost and how long did it take to build it in the first case?
Well, I'm just thinking, you know, if unemployment rises again, why not build some more classic circuits? But I'm wondering if you look at the map, because the circuit really does go over, it was guided by terrain, but I wonder if there was a particular village around here that was full of NIMBYs, not in my backyard, and, you know, oh, sorry, can't go there. Maybe the track was only supposed to be 5 kilometres long, but the NIMBYs said, no, can't come through our village.
It was like the channel tunnels to start at each end and work around, and it ended up getting bigger and bigger, and in the end, they had to get it to join up somehow, somewhere. Right, we'll do it here.
Yeah, and what a corner to start, Galgenkopf. What can we do after Galgenkopf? Don't want too many corners. How about a very, very long straight? And
Then we build some pits.
Yeah, I wonder if it was called Galgenkopf immediately, because you know, we love a circuit with names, but they thought it was shaped like the head of a swallow. But there's a corner that's vital to get right, because if you slow out of Galgenkopf, you pay the price the whole way along that long, long return straight, the Dottinger, and then eventually get up the hill, over the crest, you pass the castle on the right-hand side of Nürburg village, and then you arrive back in the epicenter of the circuit. But you know, one thing that always strikes me is quite simply, once you've got back onto the Nordschleife, once you've gone past the pit buildings, you in current day twiddle around part of the Grand Prix loop, and then you're onto the Nordschleife again, you're back in the very essence of what the circuit was all about. Back on the Nordschleife, back crossing fields and countryside. Not that you get to see too much these days with debris fencing and the barriers, but there's nature everywhere around you, and it just covering the NLS, you see it through the course of the seasons, from no leaves to some leaves to full leaf. And then, of course, you get the glorious shades of autumn as well. It really is a circuit that is majestic, stands the test of time. And if you do well on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, you can give yourself at least one pat on the back.
It is the most extraordinary piece of tarmac in the world, I think. There are many, many circuits that I love and adore. 60 kilometres away, they've got Spa, which I'm unbelievably not old enough to have raced the original Spa, but whenever I go there, I go and drive it and just see it and imagine what it was like. But the current Spa, which is since 1979, is still an extraordinary circuit. But you know, and that was only what, 1927 they built that.
Yeah, it was very soon after this.
So,
and possibly also, but it wasn't made as a permanent circuit by and large. It was a circuit you could put your own oil down in your road car.
Well, I can still remember this. This is a link of the two. I can remember doing the Nürburgring 24-hour in 2000 and driving back on the Monday and driving back through past Spa, and you drove down the Camel Straight the wrong way, and it was still a road, and you drove down through Eau Rouge and out, and it was still a road. And it was only, I think it was about 2001, it was just about that time that it actually became a fixed permanent circuit. It was still the road. I remember driving along thinking, I'm driving on Spa the wrong way, and not in a race for a change.
Yes. Actually, I remember
it's actually legit.
A road trip to the 1987 German Grand Prix, and we felt it was rude to go past Spa. And we went diving down past the old pits, and then found the road was closed. Sharp left, and off we went through the forest. But you know, these things get forgotten. But another thing, I'm just going to allude back to when you talked about original Spa. For those younger listeners, Spa used to go Eau Rouge, Radion, up the Kemmel Straight, and where you get that lovely straight up into the Pif Paf, the right, left, used to go straight on, and you drop down into the neighbouring valley through a long downhill right-hander, then you'd get to a straight in which you had to negotiate between a couple of buildings, which certainly kept the attention. And then you'd arc around to the right, and you'd gone along towards Stavelot, and now you're coming back out of the valley. It really went from one valley to another, one weather formation to another. And it still makes me grimace slightly. I did a little piece for TV once, and they said, well, I was showing the old circuit, and they came back and said, why did you do a piece on the public road? That was the very point of the piece. Why was a caravan in the background? Well, because that's what happens in the summer. But there's a bank corner at Stavelot where it would start to lead you back up the slope. But, you know, these permanent circuits were something entirely different. And as a consequence, they also had a better racing surface because they weren't, you know, trammelled by trucks and trailers and tractors. But it's still a miracle we have this. And we must cherish every day the racing goes on it. But the fact that they work so hard in this championship on keeping driver safety on a circuit that could potentially be really quite fearsomely difficult is an accolade, and it is part of the continued reason that we go on racing here.
Yeah, because if somebody proposed this now, you probably wouldn't build it. But equally, nor would you have the Monaco Grand Prix if you proposed it now, because it would be ridiculous. But that's a different story. That's because the cars are too big for the circuit. But it is absolutely to the credit of the organisers that this was not only built 100 years ago, but it survives, and it's still at the forefront. It's still a series that people want to flock to of every element, whether they're officials, drivers, spectators, teams, competitors, sponsors, media. Everybody wants to go to it. It's still one of the blue ribbon 24-hour events of the year, and its series around it, NLS with it as well. It's fantastic, and I'm just long may it continue. I think it's absolutely brilliant that we have this going. I just want to go and race it again now. That's a problem, Bruce. You've teed me up again, you see.
I know. I did that on purpose, actually. I just wanted to, you know, press the refresh button. But
thank you.
What a history. And you think back, you know, everybody's got their period on the Nürburgring. We love the Nürburgring 24 hours, but the 1,000-kilometre races, you know, likes of Sterling Martin and Aston Martin, DBR1, etc., etc. Then the Porsche 956 and Stefan Beloff, the most phenomenally talented German driver who definitely would have given Ayrton Senna a very good run for his money. You know, his performance around here, it was as though nobody had told him the conditions were difficult. So great days, and you know, we celebrate them all. New slow zone, X-Muller. That's had a little bit of action today, hasn't it, X-Muller? But is it slowing the pace of our race leader? No, because Alessio Picariello thus far is just eking out a bit more of an advantage. He's nearly 11 seconds clear of the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage, but the next round of pit stops should be coming up fairly soon, because let's see, the number 3 car pitted after 13 laps. It's on lap 19, so maybe a lap and a bit from now we'll see them coming. I think lap 20 is where we're going to have a flurry of activity in the pits, but at the moment, hold on, let's just double check. The number 2 Ford Mustang is running down with Yusufa Wager at the wheel in 10th place. That was the first car to pit, so it pitted after lap 4, it pitted after lap 12. Yeah, well, that could come in after 20, so maybe actually some of the rivals could come in lap 21 or even lap 22, and that means they're much closer to the end of the race and they'll have a shorter final pit stop, something you have to talk about and then reiterate and reiterate. We can talk how long each of those final pit stops may be, but right now, Alessio Picariello has got one job to do. He knows his final pit stop is going to be presumably one lap earlier than the sister car, and that could have big ramifications. The sister car, of which I talk, is number 4, but in fact with Dennis Marshall at some distance back, it's sitting down. I'm trying to look at the time differential. Dennis Marshall's in 6th place overall, but he's a minute and 11 seconds down. You must think he cannot pull that back, but as Peter knows, because he revises the chart all the time, he's trying to put a look of fear into Peter's face.
Take more than that, my boy.
If he comes in one lap,
you up to 5 years.
One lap later, so let's call it 9 minutes. It's not going to be, but there could be a lap with incident. And he pits, let's say, with 50 minutes to go. That's a 307-second pit stop. If he stops with 60, it was 59 to go. Yeah, we're talking 24 seconds difference. So at the moment, you'd have to say advantage Picariello and Boccalacci, the number 3 Porsche. But we'll keep an eye on that. But certainly Boccalacci's been looking very racy in this second stint. He hasn't really been waiting for a second glint of the eye. He's just dived on through. So nearly 11 seconds back, Matteo Drudi giving chase, and the BMW quartet, we haven't had Raffaele Marcello in it as yet, but Augusto Farfus, Jesse Krohn, Kelvin van der Linde, they've got up into just 5 seconds down on the Aston Martin in 3rd overall. And then the second of the Porsches is that number 16 car from Shirasport PHX. Patrick Niederhauser did the first half of the race, Patrick Pilet the second part. They're 25 seconds back. So say at this point, would it be anything other than the number 3 Porsche, the number 34 Aston Martin, or the 98 BMW that wins this race? Of course we can't say that. You'd say if they're within 15 seconds, we've got an hour and just over an hour remaining in this race, hour and 4 minutes to be precise. There's a possibility with incident you could get the 98 BMW a bit closer, the Aston Martin, but could anyone else further down the order have a tilt? You'd have to say no, except we've got those different lengths of final pit stops. As I say, suddenly, if you pit a lap ahead of your rivals, you lose 24 seconds. So all those margins seem big in modern nomenclature, modern gaps in racing, but it could come down. If you pit 2 laps after your rivals, you're going to gain the best part of 50 seconds. It's very hard to get your head around, but it's what's out there. So the car that's really going to suffer is that number 2 Ford from HRT Ford Performance that Dennis Olsen drove so well in 2nd place at the start of the race, because that is definitely going to have to serve its pit stop way ahead of its rivals and could lose the best part of a minute. And it's sitting at the moment actually outside the top 10 anyhow. It's down in 12th place overall, so that's maybe slightly incidental. I think it was quite a long pit stop when it went from Dennis Olsen to Hubert Hout, unless Hubert had a problem or simply caught all the slow zones on his outlap, but he suddenly was outside he was down in about 20th place for a while in that initial stagger. So Alessio Picariello, 12 seconds down at the start of the lap in his Falcon Motorsport Porsche, ahead of the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin that Matteo Drudi ought to be handing back over when he comes into Christian Cronjes. Another one of those two-driver lineups, and in some ways I quite like a two-driver lineup. It sort of makes stuff a whole lot simpler, but for Rover Racing, running in third position, they've very much gone with a four-driver lineup, four very, very top pros in their lineup, and we'll see how that works for them. Right, just looking for any insight around this lap of the difference in pace between the Aston Martin, 2 minutes. Yeah, a slight gain from the Kelvin van der Linde in the 98 BMW running in third place for Rover Racing, but we're talking marginal. And again, if I say
started ninth, remember?
Exactly, they sort of bided their time. They've kept it clean, but again, around the course of a lap, it's worth reiterating. At the moment, they're lapping at pretty much 8.5 minutes because there's a lot of traffic in front of them. And just remember, the early laps of the race, about the only ones the SP9 cars are not having to pick off traffic. It's when they catch the tail of that third starting group of cars, the cars with the lowest performance in the race, that suddenly they have to be right on their tiptoes. And then you get slow zones, you get code 60s, and a clear green flag lap around the entirety of the 25 kilometres is like hen's teeth. It's rare. So if someone sets a really quick lap early in the race, it's quite a possibility it will never be challenged, because every other lap thereafter may have an incident that's being cleared up. And of course, as Peter and I have been talking about, you have to slow down at the right moments.
And go the right side as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's a land.
I don't mean right or left. I mean the correct side. is the point.
Which mysteriously on this circuit that chops and changes direction, that could be different from one corner to the next, the whole way around. So here we are sitting on Porsche, Aston Martin, BMW, Porsche, Ferrari. 4 mates in the top 5 positions, and if we go down to 7th place, we get a 6th make, and that's sorry, 5th make, and that's the Audi from Juta Racing, which is leading the AM class. And our race leader Dorian Boccolacci into a slow zone, which is frustrating when you're trying to eke out every single second. It's a stretch of the circuit that was slow last time round. Still barrier repairs. They're the ones that take a very long time. The tattered barriers, the bent barriers being popped onto the trailer. So maybe it's quite close with the new ones having been put in place for them to
there's still a layer, there's triple layer there, and there's still a layer to go at the top. So there's a little while for that one. I think that'll be there for a bit still. Frustrating though it is.
Nobody really diving into the pits at the moment. David Yarn still leading the Cup 2 class for Muller Motorsport. That was the one that started on class pole position and has been driven very nicely, but he'll be handing over relatively soon, one would think. But remember, their stint lengths can be longer than a lap, longer than an hour. At this point in the race with slow zone, it could be slightly longer still, but he's got teammates who quite fancy a crack at the old driving, so I'm sure David will come in, sharing with Arnie Hofmeister and Tim Schibart. Tim was driving it in the early stages of the race. You've got to be patient if you know your role is to drive the fourth hour. You've got 3 hours of hoping and praying and looking at data and going away to sort of calm down a little bit, and you have to keep your focus. But you know, if you're fully focused 3 hours beforehand, you're going to be slightly tired when you get into the car. Well, how do you find that, Snowy? Looking at data, does it keep you in the groove?
Yes and no. I think, like anything, it's dependent on the time. If there's anything that's different, I mean, you do rely on your engineers to say, how was that? Everything okay, whatever, and you kind of rely on them just saying, we've highlighted something, we need to flag something, and we need to talk to you, and they'll sort of like, right, let's have a chat. That's fine. What you don't want to be is dismissive, obviously, like, oh, everything's okay, and just walk away. But it's different. It's very different to testing. An actual race weekend, it's very different because you've got different pressures on you when you're racing than you have going testing. Yeah. Testing very relaxed and very engineer driven. I find it's all about the engineers telling you what's happening, that you can then assimilate it, understand it, get them to explain it if necessary, and then go and put it into process. So just to have that code 6 there, we've suddenly got an Aston Martin with a Rover BMW right alongside it.
Yeah,
or right behind it.
Yeah, more than 3 seconds gained around the early stages of this lap, and certainly Kelvin van der Linde in the Rover Racing BMW is getting very busy indeed. But both drivers having to look up the track, what's lying in front of them on the track. 3 Porsche keeps out of their way, does the job required, but it's down to half a second between second and third. Matthias Drudy hanging on. He'll be handing back to Christian Cronjes for the final stint of the race. We're into the final hour. We've already had 3 hours time elapse, and as that duo, the Aston Martin and the Rover Racing BMW, go up the hill and turn sharp left. They're at the carousel. They are still sitting, though, some distance behind Alessio Picariello. At the start of the lap, the Belgian racer for Falcon Motorsport in the number 3 Porsche, 12.2 seconds clear. Did he get through before the slow zone was X-Müller was upgraded to code 60? I don't think he did. Certainly there have been shots of him with cars slow across his bows and having to slow down. But I'm pretty impressed with Walkenhorst Motorsport, their Aston Martin run. Yes, there was a mistake from Matthias Drudy, where his enthusiasm nearly had him off at the first corner, just had to go in so deep, but he went up the order, then down the order there, fell down to about 5th place, but ever since, they've been in that battle, both with Matthias and with Christian Cronjes, fighting, enjoying the slipstreaming battle, and it's looking pretty handy. But at the moment, you'd have to say, what have we got on the board? 19 laps. Therefore, at the end of this lap, it'll be 20. I think the pit lane is about to get really rather busy. So let's see if anybody's going to come in, but you expect the number 2 Ford to come in, because that would have done by then an 8-lap stint. Yes, a bit of fuel saving, but not. You see, the thing is, on a short circuit, Peter, you could save a bit of fuel and maybe gain an extra lap, but not when the extra lap is 25 kilometres. You have to save several bucketfuls, and so again, teams need to be on top of that. But I expect the number 2 Ford to come in. Yusufa Wager at the wheel, and maybe Frank Stippler getting on board. I mean, he's certainly listed on the entry of the number 2 car as a driver in that, much as he has been in the Juta Racing Audi that he started the race in from pole position. But I mean, a great chance for Frank to get a feel for the Mustang. But all along, looking at the splits, I'll tell you what, Alessio Picariello's lead should grow enormously, because in sector 3 of the 5 timing sectors, he went through 8.5 seconds faster than Matthias Drudy, and I think that is the timing of things being upgraded from slow zone to code 60. Could be slightly wrong, but certainly the Aston Martin driver lost out. And in fact, in that sector, that's why the Rover Racing BMW got on his tail, because he gained 4 and a bit seconds on Matthias Drudy. I wondered how a 4 and a bit second margin could have disappeared in next to nothing. Right. Oh yes, a slowish lap from Alessio Picariello because of those slow zones. 8 minutes 43. Coming into the final sequence of corners comes the Aston Martin, completely blocked by the production class BMW, and so his margin goes out, but BMW into the pit. So bear in mind, lap 20, BMW number 98 from Rover Racing. Well, it's just completed an 8-lap stint, because it did a pit stop after lap 6. This was the interesting thing to me, that short second stint for the 98 Rover Racing BMW, only 6 laps. That was in clear racing. And we did debate, had it had a puncture or something to bring it in slightly early. Here it is, 54 minutes on the clock. Relief all round for Matthias Drudy. That pesky BMW has dropped the tail, and he knows, even if the Aston Martin for Walkenhorst comes in this next time around, his pit stop will be about 24 seconds faster, shorter. So big advantage if one of your rivals peels off. And we wondered how it had got into the race. Of course, the middle stints are nothing to do with timing of pit stops, the middle pit stops, but the first and the last, and by having that relatively early first pit stop after 6 laps, put it slightly on the back foot. Mind you, that said, the Aston Martin had pitted the lap before. You have to remember, some people came in early, but none as early as the number 2 the number 2 HRT Ford Performance Mustang. That was in after only 4 laps, and that certainly put them on the back foot for the remainder of the race. And the fact that their final pit stop will be earlier than some of their rivals, so even a top 10 result for them, very unlikely to happen. And at the moment, they're behind a pair of cars from the Cup 2 class, but we've got a Hyundai limping in rather slowly. Oh, the agonising moment where you get all the way along the Dottinger Höhe. But what you really don't need in front of you is a slope, and that's precisely what the drivers get as they come to Tiergarten. The track climbs up, and it's the Elantra R from the Hyundai team of Wickens who started it, and at the moment it's Stevens at the wheel, and he's the one with the problem. He can't get up the slope. It's on the left-hand side of the track from the driver's point of view, and it's going nowhere.
Yeah, it's only waved yellows as well, though, so it isn't a code 60, so it's a proceed with caution, be on the right-hand side of the track, approaching there anyway. Obviously, you can't overtake that, and that is a bit of a play where you can dive up the inside, so it just takes away that manoeuvre, that's all.
Yes, it's a limited thing. The driver's sitting on the slope, foot on the brake.
You would feel vulnerable sitting.
Oh, would you? At least at that point, it's a relatively clear line of sight. They've gone through the Antonius Buscher, that very fast left-hand kink, but there's still a decent line of sight. He's on the line where it's slightly less likely to be. But let's hope that can be moved. But yeah, you wouldn't want to be there. So one presumes that Kelvin van der Linde will hand over the 98 Rover Racing BMW to Raffaele Marcello, but then he knows whether Kelvin stays on or Raffaele takes that final stint, their final pits. Their final pits will be a lot longer than their rivals coming in next time around, and double the deficit for those that come in after 22 laps. And then we will be getting towards the closing stages of this race. Still David Jahn leading the class in Cup 2, looking like a really good run from Milner Motor. Track conditions have been absolutely fabulous today. Skies are blue, the skies are clear, tiny little vestiges of cloud, but it's not yet at the witching hour. We're looking to see how the multifarious different tactics and stint lengths are going to unfold. And at Tiergarten, it's now code 60. We know quite what, we don't know absolutely why, and that's the Hyundai that's come to a halt, the Elantra, sitting on the left-hand side of the track, and now it went to code 60, now it's down to slow zone, so it's chopping and changing. It changes by the moment, but it's as the rescue attempts to get that car off the racing circuit just right at the end of the lap. You've done already 24 kilometres. It's the final half kilometre up the slope and around the twisting left, right, left combination onto the start-finish straight. But we're going to have a flurry of cars diving into the pit soon. And this is the moment that the two cars in the Cup 2 Porsche class, first and second, they've dived into the pit. Milner Motorsport, Losch Motorsport, and very quick work from the marshals. The reason it went from code 60 to slow zone is they've hooked up the Elantra with a VW Passat estate car, and it's towing it into the pits. It's at the moment just going through the final sequence of corners now, but they've got it up the slope and almost out of the way, through the right, then the left onto the start-finish straight, and that will be towed back to the pits. So disappointment from the Hyundai camp, but the hazard has been cleared, and car 303 will presumably run no further, but it's no longer a hazard, so that's very, very good news for all parties concerned, and certainly for the driver sitting there on board the 303. That wouldn't have been an enjoyable period of time. And in fact, there was a bit of confusion as the slow zone suddenly was cleared, and the gold Porsche in the SP9 class goes flashing past. He reacted better than those around him, and that was the Black Falcon Team EEA car.
I'm getting a report that the Conrad Lamborghinis had an issue up at the carousel, and I think it might well have collected another car, or it has been collected.
Well, indeed, there's a BMW facing one way, and facing the wrong way is the number 7 Conrad Danny Sufi driven Huracan.
That's the 652 Adrenaline Motorsport BMW.
It's on the climb
240, yeah,
up towards the carousel, and on driver's right as they come up the hill is, of course, rescue car. Hidden behind it but facing the wrong way is the Danny Sufi driven Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, and just in front is BMW, just reading the number
652. That's the car.
652, yes.
Yeah.
I was looking at 3 figures just behind the number. That's just a logo saying it's SS. So yes, sitting sideways. Can't see any particular damage to the car, but it's going nowhere. Can't see any notable damage to the Lamborghini, but that's also not going anywhere.
So all 4 corners are intact. It's sitting there, as you say, it's just alarmingly at a very narrow part of the circuit. We described this before about how narrow certain parts of the circuit are, and how even narrower are the bits of grass either side. And I would suggest at that point they're barely even a car's width. the Lamborghini's facing the wrong way, but with no evidence of any damage, as you said, Bruce. So
no, it's also quite a long way up the slope from the previous corner. The right-hander that fires them up the hill from Stylestrecker, and no notable sort of skid marks on the circuit that I certainly spotted. But for those out front, well, again, because these zones turn to slow zones, sometimes to code 60, it can really bite you if you've just been the one that approaches as it goes to code 60. Down goes your speed for clear, necessary reason, but it's just unusual to have two cars sitting stationary, facing different directions. That's been done before, but just with no real sign of what's gone on.
Well, if we're getting more information on that as to how that's come about, we'll let you know. But it's certainly those two cars out, 007 and 652, totally different categories. So it's odd that they're out together at the same time. But very odd, as you say, no reference marks on the track, no tyre marks, no anything, no damage, and to have any car, let alone something the size of a GT3 car, facing the wrong way on the narrowest part of the circuit without any evidence of damage is a miracle. So quite how it's got there, I don't know, but it's definitely stationary and therefore tumbling down the order to wherever it was in the first place.
Yeah, the slow zone has just been upgraded to a code 60 from the climb from Stylestrecker, so that's got to be cleared up. But just taking a look, I expected that number 2 Ford Mustang to make a fairly early final pit stop, and after 20 laps, I thought that was the maximum it could do before it came in. So it did a 4-lap stint, an 8-lap stint, an 8-lap stint. That has come in, and through the cycle of drivers, we'll wait to see the name on the door when it goes out or on the timing screen. It should be Frank Stippler, see what he can do, but you never know. A lot of these driver lineups chop and change through the course of a race. But next time around, who's likely to be in? Well, Alessio Picariello, one would feel, number 3. Yeah, that would be an 8-lap stint. So our race leader sitting on a margin of, wait for it. In fact, he's just dived in the pits. Just dived in after 21 laps. Also diving in is Matthias Drudy from 17 seconds down. Just bear that number in mind. But they know full well that other cars that come in on lap 22 will have about 24 seconds less time at a standstill. That's quite enormous. Suddenly, you know, you're used to races looking at gaps of half a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4, 5, you know, whatever. But 20-something, it seems like a car just isn't in the mix. However they are.
Quick update from Race Control Tickets tells me that the 007 Lamborghini and the 652 BMW did have a collision.
But again, I just find it quite... It must have been maybe one just ran a little bit wide coming out of Stylestrecker, and a little touch on the Lamborghini and round. But again, that's supposition, right? More cars starting to dive in the pits. One senses one car not coming in is the Shearer Sport PHX Porsche, driven by Patrick Pilet, now race leader. That is due in next time around. I also want to see whether it's ahead of the number 4 Porsche of Dennis Marshall that just hasn't had such a good stint. It's now running at even pace, but bear in mind, for an awful lot of this race, the number 3 and 16 Porsches and number 4 Porsche have been very, very close together, but 4 and 16 are tied together because they have the same sequence of pit stops. They came in after 6 laps, they came in after 14 laps, they'll come in after 22. So neat, tidy, but also importantly, a shorter pit stop than a lot of their rivals. But one outlier, of course, is the Juta racing car. That pitted a lap later, but it hasn't got the pace. Now the AM drivers are on board. Frank Stippler did his bit. Still waiting to see if he takes over that number 2 Mustang. And no, it looks so he's not driving. It looks so Joseph Awega is staying on board. I'll just wait. Sometimes it takes a while for the driver's name to flip over, but the entry list definitely had Frank on that. Maybe he's going to hop back into the Juta racing Audi. But Patrick Pilet, Shearer Sport PHX, pressing on, still looking at cars at a stationary position in the pit lane, including the Walkenhorst Aston Martin. But it came in the same lap as Alessio Picariello did, and Picariello's car is going back into the race, presumably the number 3 Porsche in the hands of Dorian Boccalacci to take it through to the end of this race.
Yes, Boccalacci's done it, just left the pits, it's on its out already. Confirmed with that.
And yeah, Christian Cronjes is now doing the final stint in the number 34 Aston Martin. I remember the gap between them was about 15 seconds when they came into the pit lane. And again, it's so difficult on in the races on the Nordschleife to just gauge the ultimate pace of a car because of these slow zones cropping up, being cancelled, made code 60s, you know, made slower, etc., etc. But Just want to see the pace of the number 4 Porsche, because that's the one that could still have a role to play.
Most definitely. Looking strong again. We had this in round 1 when John and I were covering this. The Porsches didn't really figure in qualifying that much. They were there, but they weren't only just into the top 10. But they just came to the fore, came through. Strategy, consistent weather helps enormously here. Nice, warm, exactly the same conditions in the round 1. Almost just lovely and sunny, just what you want. But it's consistent for the performance of the car. But they work their way up, and it looks like Falcon are doing pretty well the same on this at the moment. Their second car, they were first and second, weren't they, last round? They're currently first and fourth. Christian Krone's at Welkenhorst, Aston in between, but that's yet to pit, or is it Pillier that's yet to pit next lap?
The Aston. No, the Aston pitted, and Christian Cronjes took it over because being Matthias Drudy went Drudy Cronjes. That should go through. Code 60, been upgraded to Code 60 now at Carousel. That's actually possibly a good thing. It means they're removing one of the cars through the Carousel, one would suggest, whether it's the Danny Sufi Lamborghini or
they're both on the inside now, according to the GPS. They're both on the inside of the Carousel, out of the way. So there's just intervention vehicle there, which might suggest that there's a little bit of barrier repair, but that's all because we didn't see any damage on the cars. But
no. Anyhow, we will see, but constant scrolling screen of information coming at us. Sometimes you just look down for a second and you miss. If you have a whole load of messages, you get a gap at the bottom of your timing screen for about 8, 10 lines according to the shape of your screen. And sometimes, particularly if it's a time of pit stops, you get driver coming into the pits, and you lose sight of them.
What the drivers used to call analysis paralysis.
Yes.
You look too much time looking at the data. Go and drive the car.
Yeah, you can definitely get it, and you can get it in a commentary booth, because sometimes it seems extraordinary to come out and say too much information, but you've only got one set of eyes, and at any point in time you've got to try and work out where you need to be sitting. And I was mentioning to you, Peter, I was talking to someone yesterday who knows someone who does an awful lot of analysis. He's basically a maths nerd. For about 25 years been involved in motorbike racing, and his 19-year-old daughter was looking at data and said to Marc Marquez, "I've noticed that this is in a press conference, but you're not so quick through left-hand corners." That's right. And he went, "What?" And he said, "Can I look at your data?" And went, "Okay, how many titles have you got?" And but again, there is so much that can be punchy. But everyone looked at her and thought, "Oh yeah, really, 19-year-old really knows what they're
trying to make a name for yourself, Tom, or whatever." Yeah.
So it's now the turn of Dorian Boccolacci to choose his moments to make his moves. Doesn't want to blot his copybook.
There was a yellow flag on the left. That's why.
Yellow flag as well, and again, quite rightly so, because there's another course vehicle. But again, even at this late stage, in your second stint in the race, the car's good. It's been handed over in form.
You see, that's deceptive there. The little bit of onboard we saw there, just to describe that for the listeners. So we had that yellow flag, can't go by. White flag, slow-moving vehicle on track, intervention vehicle. Then he pulls to the right, and I was saying before, it's key that you've got to wait for that green flag.
Yeah.
There wasn't a green flag, but there was a blue flag, which means the slower car is you're being passed by a faster car, which means effectively, do I read that as I'm okay to go? Because you haven't seen the green flag yet.
Yeah.
Now that one, I'd put my foot down and go, because I'd say, well, why did you give me a blue flag then? And I'd argue it afterwards.
Pugnacious to the end, but no, you do, and you actually wonder how many flags a marshal could hold if they've got the yellow and red, they've got the blue, they've got the green, they've got the white. But again, it's all down to experience for all of them. But at the moment, we're waiting to see what sort of lap times can come in. But that margin between first and second, between Dorian Boccolacci and the number 3 Falcon Motorsports Porsche and the number 34 Aston Martin, now back in the hands of Christian Cronjes, 17 seconds. Around the early part of the lap, it has actually grown and then swung back again, because again, according to the slow zone, suddenly Christian Cronjes has gained about 3.5 seconds in the middle part of this 5 timing sector circuit. What's happening in Cup 2? Well, it's still the Mulner Motorsport entry should go through to the end of the race without a further pit stop, and it also has a 38-second margin of advantage. David Yarn had been doing the previous stint, and he's handed it over in good form at 9.21 to Arnie Hofmeister, and that's a decent margin. Very good indeed. And car number 948 is second in class. That's looking at his form around the circuit earlier, car number 948 with Nagel-Diesck at the wheel. Noah Nagel-Diesck. Track is gradually clearing on the approach to Stylestrecker and carousel entry. That's good. It's green flag there, so chance for the drivers to stretch their legs, but fully aware that next time around they could have a similar problem facing them. But it's all about where you find the problems. And there is another slow zone up ahead. It's actually it's one of the course cars is working its way to its next point at which it can remove itself from the circuit. But this does seem today to have been a lap that's very, very hard to have green the whole way round. Some days even when it's wet, you expect there are going to be all sorts of incidents. There aren't. But today, because we've had barrier damage, and you're quite right, you talked about how one section of the circuit should be 3-layer Armco. It is again now, but last time around it wasn't. So they're moving as fast as they can, but it's just a constantly changing tableau of conditions for all these drivers.
Well, of course, in defence of the marshals, when they're rebuilding those barriers, they come out with those unimogs with a trailer on the back, which is set to the lengths of strips of tarmac, of Armco, and they go in there, barriers, and that's great. But it isn't just a question of sticking a new section in. If a car's gone off and hit it already quite hard, what it will have done is it will have damaged the posts in the ground. So it's basically, you can't paper over the cracks. You can't just put a bit of barrier and make it look pretty. It's got to be safe and attached to something. If you can't attach it to something that's bent and damaged, so that's what always takes the work. It's all the prepping and straightening something out, and sometimes they'll take them out of the ground. I remember it in the UK. I'm talking to Pat Blaney, operations manager of the Thruxton Circuit once, when it's about truck racing. One of the things they did during COVID, would you believe, was they upgraded all the posts around the circuit to all the posts that were wood and then bolted to, but if they sheared off, you couldn't do anything with it. So they took all the wooden ones away, put metal in concrete, that if something broke it, they could angle grind it off with a stub and weld a new bit on to save downtime and re-get back for television, British touring cars, and get people racing again. But they did in COVID, just using that time.
Think about something else as well. Think about it.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de
Liebe Fans, lovely fans, besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Mustang that jumped from 5th to 2nd at the start, aided a little bit by the Aston going from where it was to 1st and back down again at the first corner. And we said, didn't we, in our build-up on the warm-up lap that it's a 4-hour race. You can't win it on the first corner. I'm not saying the Aston tried to, but it got through, and it's that opportunity to drive. You think, suddenly I've got past 1, I've got past 2. You get that momentum, then you get to the corner, and it just ran that bit wide, and all of a sudden it went from 1st to 4th again. The Mustang was the gainer from 5th to 2nd. What did they do then? We saw Dennis Olsen in that car struggling with that front end of that Mustang. He did a fantastic job. I'd say imperious actually holding up those Porsches or holding them behind him. And then, but how much work is he having to do there? He's chatting to his engineers, as we've talked about. So I bet they're on the radar. I bet there's some dialogue going on. Look, guys, I can only do so much of this. Maybe it's taking too much out of the tyres to do that. So, right, adapt. Short stinted. Let's bring it up to 4 laps. We've gained the place. We've done the hard work now. Don't throw it away. And that's exactly what they've done in my simple understanding of it. I'm sure the rest of the world will disagree. It's not fact, but
they're contrary. The rest of the world, we know that. But yeah, it's just trying to look at lap pace at the moment. Obviously, it's very difficult at the moment because the cars in 2nd and 3rd and 4th places have just included their time in their final pit stop. But 8 minutes 56 and 8 minutes 54 for the number 16 and 4 Porsches, but that included their run into the pits. But we will wait and see next time around. But it's where these incidents may happen that could interrupt all the best tactics of those in the chase. The fact we can't tell you just yet where Dorian Boccolacci is going to come round. Will that number 3 Porsche be in the lead of the race? His pit stop, though, of course, was about 20-something seconds longer than the sister car and the number 16 Shira Sport Porsche that came in the next time around. Roll the dice, blink first, you get an advantage early in the race, but you have to pay for it later in the race. And then, of course, with the slow zones, did it mean you could run an 8-lap stint without fear of running out of fuel? That was something today, because we've had quite a lot of slow zones, they could. And some days through the course of the season, and particularly in the summer months, when they seem to get 7 laps out of a good stint. But we don't deal in fractions when doing laps at the Nürburgring. Nothing, no use being able to say, I could have done 7 3/4 laps on that tank of fuel. You have to get 8 laps. You have to get a full number and then dive to the pit accordingly.
Well, the Scherer Sport Porsche that's leading currently is just coming through Brunchen.
That's the one with Patrick Pilet at the wheel.
Correct. And therefore will be Franz Garten, Franz Galbenkopf, and onto the Dottingher fairly shortly.
Okay, and Dorian Boccolacci is in front because he's halfway along the Dottingher, getting a really good tow from an Audi. He will sweep one way or the other. He's going to go to the driver's left and does it nice and neat as he moves through. That was a good bit of experience there. So Falcon Motorsport number 3.
So they're basically opposite ends of the Dottingher.
Yeah, and he went past the grey Audi. Made it neat, made it tidy, and again, it was just using what was in front of you. What was in front of you was a car that would give you a tow, and that's exactly what the Belgian racer needed to do. So it looks like he's sitting on quite a tidy advantage, and it should be Matthias Drudy, one thinks, coming through next. Just waiting to see that. But Christian Cronjes, no, the Aston Martin just dived into the pits in the background of the shot. Now, why so? That's after 23 laps. He came in 2 laps ago. Has he got a penalty to serve? That's interesting. He was about 7 seconds down, dived off the side of the circuit, and in behind we got quite a chase on. The Scherer Sport PHX car has just moved ahead of Kelvin van der... No, he's in behind Kelvin van der Linde, I beg your pardon. And that number 8 Audi is still in the mix. The car that Frank Stippler started from pole position is being hunted down by the Rover Racing BMW. There's a car slightly obscuring its run through the final sequence of corner. The Cayman tries to keep out of the way, bounce off the curbing, delays the Rover Racing BMW. The Audi dives into the pits. We knew a pit stop was coming, and then Scherer Sport PHX pulled off a masterstroke to get ahead of the Rover Racing BMW. So Patrick Pilet has pounces on the right-hand side as the drivers head down towards turn 1. The first corner dives deep into the corner, a better line from a wider entry to the 98 BMW. That's Kelvin van der Linde, but the Porsche got in front. Bear in mind that the Aston Martin we saw coming into the pit. So was that the sister car? That was the sister car. Sorry, Aston Martin fans. Long shot. Looked at timing screen. So Drudy not in the pits, but going on through. But the real story is a margin of 15 seconds for the race leader, Dorian Boccolacci. Or did I see the Aston Martin come in the pits and have to drive through the pits? I'm just looking. No, his lap time was quick, near enough. Anyhow, so what's the answer to the question? What's the question?
But last lap was 8:32, wasn't it?
That's there or thereabouts. That's
yes,
fine.
It is. Yes.
So it must have been the sister car.
Boccolacci was 8:29. So yeah, it's only 3 seconds.
Yes.
So that's not a.
And confirmation, it was the sister car with Anders Buchart, with Nico Hanke, 35 in the Pro-Am class, who came into the pit lane. Same race livery, and roughly in the right position it would have been. Yeah. It must have been running very close to the sister car, because we had Alessio Picariello coming down to the first corner, and in the background I was looking for an Aston Martin, saw one dive in the pits.
Yeah,
it was
9 minutes 8 to about 40 seconds.
Yeah,
different, which is about right. So presumably some drive-through.
Yeah, well, one would think. But what we have had is a very promising run from Scherer Sport PHX. They've been in the mix, both with Patrick Niederhauser and since then with Patrick Pilet. Pilet's worked the traffic very nicely, but it's also starting to open up for the car that's giving chase. It's Kelvin van der Linde in that number 98 BMW. Lights are flashing. Of course, it used to be so easy with the van der Lindes. Sheldon drove BMWs and Kelvin drove Audis, but of course now Audi sort of wound up its GT3 program by and large. Yeah. Kelvin drives BMWs as well. He's making a very, very good fist of it.
They do it to confuse us.
They do. I'll send them a comment later. But that battle for third place is looking really pretty tidy. The start of the lap, the gap between them was actually... Oh, my timing screen is saying it is Marciello. Never look at two timing screens, particularly if one is not the one you need to be looking at. So it's apologies, fan. We've cleared up which van der Linde it isn't, and it's neither of them. It's Raffaele Marciello.
So yellow flag section on the track now, which bunches the traffic up, which is going to put van der Linde stroke Marciello right back on the tail of the Porsche. So this is the end of Foxhall, where they're still doing that barrier repair. We saw the third layer put back. They're going to look to get that clear by the end of the race. I think we've had, I think we've only had 7 minutes running of green flag running time in this race. It's been pretty constant.
Yeah, well, I suppose you think about it, even at the end of the opening lap, we had Bastian Buss pulling off in the dynamic GT Porsche. That was at the start of the Dottinger Höhe, so he hadn't completed his lap, and others took tumbles. But, right, who's going to read the situation best on the restart? And it looks so it's Raffaele Marciello, the Swiss racer, who's trying his best to catch up. It looked like a really good restart from the Scherer Sport PHX Porsche. In front of him in third overall, Patrick Pilet. Wise old head. And the clock counts down to just over 21 minutes remaining. Are there going to be any slips betwixt cup and lip? Let us find out. But you just have to say the pace of Doran Boccalacci in the number 3 Forca Motorsport Porsche is looking good. It's looking tidy. But we don't want any more incidents between now and the end of the race. We'd love a flat-out sprint to the finish, and most certainly drivers would like that. As we point out in this race, the front-running cars very soon get to the tail of the third batch of cars. The cars released according to performance in 3 different starting batches, which stretches them out. If they all started nose to tail, it would take them a lap or so more maybe to catch up with the tail end of the back markers. But those 3 separate starting groups, but it's not long before the front runners are upon them, and thereafter it's overtake, try not to make a mistake. And that's very much the essence of this race. And if a driver hops straight from single-seater racing into this, it would sort of fry their mind a bit. So many other variables have been knitted into the mix, but the trouble is, or the main thing is, of course, now in SP9, it's so super competitive. It's not so you can afford to build in a lot of caution. You can't back it off too much because you know you'll be jumped, but it's that balance.
That's where you make mistakes as well. When you try to, you try and drive slowly. And I think sort of things like one of our favourite phrases of our colleague Joe Bradley's, you can't teach a racing driver to drive slowly. And it's what he means by that is that mentally you work within a zone. You drive a car at a pace, you read the situation, yes, but when you try and then be considerate and like, okay, we're almost at the end now, we've got a little bit of time to go, so now don't want to mess it up. So all those things play in your mind of, don't mess it up for the team. We don't want to be the one that, as you said, don't want to drop the ball this late in the game, metaphorically. You don't want to be the one that drops the ball in the game this late. So you try and then slow it down a bit and be a bit more cautious, a bit more careful. You're not thinking in the way that you do normally. And that's when you do clatter a curb or do something. And all of a sudden the car's facing the opposite way and you think, how did that happen? And then,
yeah,
you know, the rest is just pointless then.
Easier to be 98% than 90.
Yeah.
Every single day of the week. 100%. If you're leading this race and it's all green, you can go at that. But again, you've got to nurse the tyres. You've got these different stint patterns you can do. But it's just worth pointing out again and again, with a lap as long as this, best part of 25 kilometres, you've got to be absolutely sure how you're going to break the race down. It's not like a lap. You can just add another lap. Oh, go on. We've got enough fuel. We can add another lap. There are so many different factors to do. How long do you get the best out of your tyres? And we have to point out different tyres here will perform differently at different temperatures. And one manufacturer's tyres could be absolutely great when the track temperature is 20 degrees, but rubbish at 30.
Something we failed to mention all of this race is that it's a free tyre formula, this series as well. There isn't a set tyre. Different manufacturers, obviously Falcon Motorsport cars are because they're Falcon, but you've got Yokohama's, you've got Goodyear's, you've got Michelin. It's a free tyre series, which is brilliant. It's just yet another variable to add into the mix.
Well, it is, and you combine that. You might have one tyre manufacturer supplier brings tyres that are brilliant at this temperature, but they don't have tyres that work as well when we get to the rounds in the summer, or snow tyres for the ones in the autumn. Quick quick, slow. The driver's constantly on their toes, but what we can tell you is Dorian Boccolacci, he was leading by 17 seconds. Second place, Aston Martin. Christian Cronjes, just being careful, going past BMW, 10 seconds down. So he gained best part of just over 5 seconds on that lap. It's not like he's suddenly driven faster.
No.
He has to give chase, though, because with 17.5 minutes on the lap, that means they've got time for this lap, the next one, and just onto the following one by small margins. But all it will take is a slow zone, and this will be the penultimate lap of the race. One slow zone somewhere, one code 60. The drivers don't know. Who knows what's up ahead? But I will say Walkenhorst Motorsport should be very, very pleased with the performance of their 34 crew. Matthias Judy, who started, Christian Cronjes, who's done the other half of the race. They chopped and changed, one to the other. But it's looked good in traffic when fighting the Falcon Motorsport Porsches and Scherer Sport PHX Porsche. Hasn't had the pace of the number 3 Porsche, but that was clever tactics. It was a roll of the dice to bring the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, shared by Dorian Boccolacci, who's at the wheel now, and Alessio Picario, to bring it in for a relatively early first pit stop. But, you know, the pendulum can swing. It could be elements of good fortune, and when you were in the pits, were your rivals, who may be stopping a lap later, being held up by a code 60. Certainly been a few of those through the course of this race, and it can have a huge impact. If you've got code 60 that runs for, you know, the space of of 2 or 3 corners, you could lose 10 seconds.
As we saw it earlier with Stifler, didn't we, in the Audi, where you catch it relative to your immediate competitor. You know, if you catch it at the right time, it can be an advantage, it can be a disadvantage. We saw it completely.
Really has. Again, looking at timing sectors, actually Christian Cronjes is taking little fractions out of the race lead of Dorian Boccolacci, but that number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche looking smooth. Lap times, it seems extraordinary to say down to the 8-minute 23s. We know a really good time could be 20 seconds faster. Fastest time in qualifying was, quickly looks at notes, 8 minutes 5 or just under that. So traffic has a role to play, tyre life has a role to play, but what one has to look for now is there an opportunity for much more overtaking in this race? Can Raffaele Marcello get into the top 3? He's all over the tail of Patrick Pilet. That's the one that may likely have a change, and likewise Felipe Fernandez Lazar in the Condo Racing with Rinaldi Ferrari is getting very close indeed. The start of this lap he was very nearly in 5th place. That's still held by the second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, Dennis Marshall, but it was only half a second, and certainly the pace is with the Ferrari driver at the moment, but he's got to make a move on this lap or the next, and there may just be one further lap beyond that. 15 minutes remain. That's under 2 laps from now, but I think our race leader, Alessio Picariello, could give pretty much everyone in this race an extra lap to go racing if he gets around just before the 4 hours. The 4-hour mark will bring the conclusion to this race, but only when he comes around the next time. So it could go either way. Top in SP9 Pro-Am is Alexei Veremenko. That's the number 8 Audi that started so well from pole position in the hands of Frank Stippler, shared with the driver who raced under the pseudonym of Selv. 2nd place in class, car number 48. 2nd in SP9 Pro-Am, that's the Black Falcon Team EAE Porsche 911 GT3R. Mike Stursberg has been driving that, is driving that right now, shared with Dan Arrow, Ben Bunagel and Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, so one of the 4 driver lineups, and they're doing a good job. 2nd in class at the moment. 3rd in SP9 Pro-Am is the 2nd of the Works HRT Ford Performance Mustangs. That's one shared by Dennis Fetzer, followed by Patrick Assenheimer, by David Schumacher, and now Salman Owega, the other one of the Owega brothers in this race, and they're running in 11th place overall, just outside the top 10, actually very close to the next car up the track, which is the sister car that pitted very, very early in this race and paid the price at that final pit stop. That longer final pit stop put them right down onto the nose of the number 6 Mustang. You found out something, I can tell by the look in your face. A penalty? A code 60?
A penalty for a short pit stop, under pit stop time. Car number 34, the 2nd place Falcon Horse Aston, 37 seconds added to the end of the race.
Whoa. Now, that will be very interesting indeed for all sorts of reasons, but is that they were 37 seconds short, which would be a mountain.
Tends to be how they do it. If whichever amount you've flagrantly or whatever broken the rules by, then yes.
Yeah, I keep on banding this figure around of about 24 seconds.
Your aggregator.
You just refuse to have the magic sheet of doom. But if it was one of those units, au contraire, yours is blank though with your
no, that's the
clip file.
Patience, Jones.
And the world continues turning.
I do have one in here somewhere. I know I do.
Hands turning. Pages fly off the calendar.
This is theatre. Do I want some there?
Right, what's happening in the end of the race? 10.5 seconds. Well, there we go. But I'm just thinking that if it's roughly 24 seconds difference between, let's say you come in on lap 22 or lap 21, if they were 37 seconds out, or maybe it's, well, anyhow, it seems like it's someone has made a mistake. Has it moved the 34 Aston Martin in the lead of the race? No, because Alessio Picarioli did a really good third stint, and now Dorian Boccolacci doing precisely what it says on the tin. He's pressing on, but the timing sectors are chopping and changing again. We've just had a code 60 now at Brunchen. That's just been upgraded. So they continue to keep the drivers on their toes, but it does mean the gap between cars in any group are ebbing and flowing according to whether one person got through when it was a slow zone and the next person gets a code 60. So it's changing all the time. Brunchen now, there's a code 60 at Westfalenfahrt as well. So busy days for all the marshals out on the track. Busy days for all the drivers on board these cars.
I'm just looking at the ticker, and it's telling me that the 34 Aston Valkenhorst car it's 7 seconds short on its pit stop. 7
seconds. Okay, that's more understandable. 37 blew my mind, I must say.
Yeah.
So 7 seconds, it led to a 30. Oh, I tell you what it is. It's drive-through. That's roughly 25 seconds plus the 7 seconds or thereabouts, so nearly 30.
It's the infringement plus, as you say, yeah.
Yeah. So it's in and out. That's included, plus the time you were short. Well, that's got to hurt. Huge time.
Well, it takes it off the podium, doesn't it?
Yeah, takes it off the podium. Actually, that said, it's got to get a margin over Patrick Pilet's Shearer Sport Porsche of
51 seconds, 51 and a half at the moment.
Yeah, the gap from second to third, though, from the Aston Martins, that is 41 seconds. Ooh, close, tight, but one person who's in the driving seat, literally and metaphorically, is Dorian Boccolacci, the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. We talked about how Falcon came away with first and second at the opening round, and Dorian Boccolacci was in the car that came second. At that event, he wasn't showing with Alessio Picarioli, it was Nico Menzel, and the sister car was driven then by Sven Muller and Maurice Schuring. But Falcon Motorsport always cycle their drivers through. Could have a change for 5th place, because Felipe Fernandez-Laza in a slow zone is right on the tail of Dennis Marshall in the sister car, the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. I fancied at one point in this race we could have 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches in the first 3 positions. At the moment it looks as though they're going to be 1st and 5th. So I really also thought that the number 4 Porsche had an advantage by pitting in its cycle a lap later than the sister car, the number 3, but certainly it's working very nicely indeed for the number 3 crew. The clock's counting down, 9 minutes 30 seconds remain, and it's still the question, will they squeak one further lap?
So code 60 at Brunchen is for the number 48 Black Falcon Porsche.
Oh, that was running second in the SP9 Pro-Am class.
Yep. That's stationary at the side of the track. Just saw the Falcon car go past it and just picked up the number. So yeah, that's the 48 car.
Okay, in fact it was 3rd in class. It was David Schumacher in the HRT Ford performance car. No, that was 3rd in class. So yes, that's what's cost it. But leading SP9 Pro-Am, it's due to racing with the Audi, started by Frank Stippler, driven by Selv, and now Alexei Varemenko running in 7th place overall. He's got the best part of a minute advantage over the next car in the order, which is the Cup 2 leading Porsche of Mullner Motorsport, Arne Hofmeister at the wheel. But the closest battle is for 3rd. Patrick Pilet, 3rd, Shearer Sport, number 16 Porsche. Only 1.1 second clear, though, of the chasing Raffaele Marcello, the Rover Racing BMW. Traffic could have a role to play, or will the Swiss driver get close close enough to make a move. As they dive into the Mercedes arena, the next car is already going through the third part of that four-corner sequence. That shouldn't interrupt them pretty much until they get to the turning onto the Nordschleife. They'll close in at some great speed, but at the moment they can get through turns 1, 2, 3 untrammeled. BMW still trying its best to catch up. Right, what's on the clock? Less than a lap in terms of real time. We're down at 7 minutes 40 odd seconds, and our race leader is down to 8.5 seconds to Dorian Boccolacci. Lost a tiny bit of time to the Walk and Horse Motorsport Aston Martin. However, we know that has to have a time penalty added to its position, 37 seconds. And that's going to move it possibly. Yeah, actually now Patrick Pilet would move ahead, and so would Rover Racing BMW. So unless Christian Cronjes can pick up the pace on this final lap, oh sorry, penultimate lap, then he could be in big trouble. He could fall from second to fourth when that penalty is served.
So frustrating, just that. You say it's an always. Yeah, just tap. That was
okay. Just want to explain. This is the battle for 5th place. It was already tight enough. Dennis Marchal in the number 4 Porsche trying his best to hold off the chasing Ferrari with Felipe Fernandez-Laza. And as they turned into turn 1, a Porsche Cayman outbraked itself and slammed into a glancing blow, albeit, into the Ferrari. So it's battle with its fellow SP9 driver. You expect your rivals to be running at a similar pace to you, but you don't expect to be overtaken by a car that is of less considerable performance. You'd also like them not to sort of clatter into the front corner of your car, but they continue.
I mean, you'd be on the mirrors there, looking, just seeing that behind you, thinking, okay, GT4 Cayman, not a problem. And then all of a sudden it's alongside him because he's outbraked himself. Now, there was no lockup, and those cars have ABS and stuff, so it's almost as if something's perhaps in the system. In fairness to the driver of that GT4, maybe something's just failed in the system a bit, because it wasn't a stupid lunge out of control.
No.
I think it's caught him out, and all of a sudden you're sitting there going like, oh, don't want to do that. And lucky that wasn't more fatal, shall we say, in terms of taking cars out.
Yeah,
more ramifications. Probably better.
Absolutely. All right, that's 8.5 seconds. Remember that figure. We've got 5 3/4 minutes remaining. That is the lead that Dorian Boccolacci has in the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. He's got traffic up ahead. He should be able, with nobody immediately on his tail, but can't overtake them. Waved yellow flags. Next corner, waved yellow flags. But suddenly, a lot of the waved yellow flags are about to clear. Certainly, Esbach, Brunchen, they've all gone clear. That's further round the lap. Course vehicle, but will it still be there when the chasing Aston Martins come through? That's still got a penalty to be added to its time. But we have car off on driver's right in the barriers. Behind it is a flatbed truck, so they've got there very quickly. And the run down towards Adenauer Bridge suddenly is clear, but that is, again, where you can so easily pick up a penalty. Start going too soon again when you come out of a zone. But you also, that's the point at which you can start overtaking, and that's precisely what Boccolacci wants to do at this point, because his margin, will it have gone out or will it have come down with the chasing Aston Martin? Does he even know the Aston Martin's got a time penalty coming its way? But all he has to do is just keep pressing on. His car, Dorian Boccolacci's Porsche, looks in very, very good shape in this race. It looked in good shape all race, quite frankly. But second place in the opening round could be about to improve to first in this, the second.
With the car not looking in good shape, that caused that code 60 just before Exmul and Adenauer, is the other one of the Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 330i 501. And that was looked like it connected with the barriers. What bit of video footage I saw there, the in-car from the Falcon car going past it, and never quite, because there was a few vehicles there, but it looks like it's had a bit of an impact there, which suggests the barriers, they're not going to bother repairing those between now and the end of the race.
No, certainly not. But if you've not watched this form of racing, it often feels weird to have course vehicles at the side of the track, but there is very little space for the drivers to retreat beyond there. And you do tend to have stricken cars very close to the racing line, so of course they've got to be covered off. Looking at the timing sectors across the course of the lap. Okay, we saw Dorian Boccolacci having to bide his time, to wait. And in that third, the middle sector of the lap, he's just lost 4 and a bit seconds to the chasing Aston Martin of Christian Cronjes. Yes, it has a penalty to be added to its time. 37 seconds will be added. So that will take the Aston Martin out of it. But it just is that element that, you know, maybe the Aston Martin can get close enough actually on the track if another gift comes its way to really trouble Dorian Boccolacci.
It's not over until it's over, is it? But never, ever give up. But I was looking forward to seeing an Aston on the podium. Yeah, well, it was looking sort of very much on through all the courses of the race. However, one little slip up and someone will be carrying the can for that. But we've had a good, interesting race, and just early days if you think that, oh, well, that looks like the advantage has gone to the car pitting later. And then you find the car pitting later is obstructed somewhat on its lap, whereas the other one made its pit stop when all was difficult on the track. That really changes things around. But it always looked as though Falcon Motorsport would have at least one hand on this trophy, with 2 cars running 3rd and 4th, but in a very competitive group early on, and knowing that the race leading Tutor Racing Audi was going to drop down the order when the AM drivers got on board. They were looking in very, very good form. The Scherer Sport PHX Porsche keeping them very honest as well. And the Rover Racing BMW just there or thereabouts. It's sitting in 3rd place at the moment. It's being chased by Patrick Pilet, so those positions change. Patrick Pilet has just moved ahead. Sorry, behind. I'm just talking myself out of what I'm trying to explain. Marciello has moved ahead of Patrick Pilet. They were 3rd and 4th. They're now 4th and 3rd. And that surely will be that to the end of the race. We've got 1 minute and 30 plus seconds. But the big question is, will our race leader, Dorian Boccolacci, be able to back it off enough not to start another lap? His lights ablaze. He's coming down the Dottinger Hoa, looking for any possible elements up ahead of him. And in behind him, to within about 1.5 seconds, is the chasing Aston Martin. And if you're that driver, you're Christian Cronjes, you'll just chase him right the way to the finish and try and pass him, at least proves a point. Or will he have to serve the penalty, or is the time penalty added just to his end of race time? I don't know if he has to come into the pit. No, it's being added to the end of the race time. Added to the end of the race. Yep. I was just double checking then. So at least it means he could overtake on the track. One other lap, 1 minute to go, and they're turning into Tiergarten through the final sequence of corners, and the Aston Martin being pushed over the curbs, bouncing, but no lift at all from Christian Cronjes there. Across the start-finish line right now, onto the final lap of the race with 45 seconds remaining. The gap between them, a whisker, 0.004 of a second beneath 1 second, 0.996 of a second. So the Aston Martin is coming. Now, has the message been sent across about that message, about that penalty to Dorian Boccolacci? I'm sure it has. It's up on the official screen, so it ought to have been transferred across. But you don't want to be continuing to race. Let the Aston Martin go. If you but I've got pride. I've got pride. Let it go. Let it go through. Yeah. Win the race. You'll know it doesn't matter. Let it go. There is no point. There's too much risk, not enough reward. Try telling that to a driver. Anyhow, it makes for great. That's why I was no good. It's how you talk yourself. Let him go by then. Yeah. Well, not quite nose to tail, under a second between 1st and 2nd place, but the sword of Damocles, the 37-second penalty for a pit stop that was too short by 7 seconds. Got the Aston Martin back in the mix, but the penalty would take it away. The big question is, how hard can Christian Cronjes push on this lap? How much of a margin can he open up ahead of the Rover Racing BMW? The answer is, at the moment, he's got enough in hand. He's nearly 43 seconds clear. But we keep talking, Peter, about this variable. If there's a slow zone or something that's issued for you when you come through, and it's cleared by the time your chasing rivals get to that point, you can haul it all back. Ifs and buts and maybes, but it's a factor that's a constant here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Well, Boccolacci was definitely on the end of that Grand Prix circuit loop, not going to let anybody through, let alone Christian Cronjes. He was flashing the lights, get everybody out of the way. So I'm still coming through. I'm race leader. He's not in the mood for that. Now he's got caught behind traffic, partly through Hadzenbach. That's going to put the Aston right in touch, really in touch. In fact, the Aston's going to get through. He's got through. The Aston's got by. Right, he's taken the lead physically of the race. Okay, well, actually, that sort of
is a good thing from Boccolacci's point of view, because he doesn't have to defend now. He can just keep him in sight. The team will say, can you see him? How big is his car? Try telling him that, but that was one of the worst cases of boxing in I've seen in a long time. No blame apportioned to anybody, but simply two much slower cars coming out of effectively the tail end of that wonderful section of the circuit started by Hatzenbach. You're getting to sort of the bit where you go through Hocheichen, and the cars that block them are the best part of, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds behind them already. But it really was a case of, oh, I'll go round, oh no, there's another one in front, and that's much slower, and oh, the gap I opened up has now been driven through by an Aston Martin. So all Christian Cronjes can do is just press on, press on, press on, and see where that takes him. But he knows he's got the time penalty. The sister car is still in the mix. So two Aston Martins, Walkenhorst Motorsport, still running, but it's the one we're interested in most notably, of course, is the one that's now leading the race, but with a time penalty attached. And what sort of lap pace they can get. In fact, the last lap, Christian Cronjes, 8 minutes 11, was the fastest lap we've seen for a very, very long time. He gained 7 seconds on Doran Boccolacci, but 25 kilometres. Can he find another 30? I don't think so. Look for the traffic, look for the gap coming through. Aston Martin, before that incident, was the best part of what? A second and a half behind as they came towards Kittelbach to Hocheichen, and then in the space of being blocked by a Porsche Cayman and then a VW Golf that looked as though it was at a standstill, and you've got a choice, left or right, but not so much of a choice because the track's going to left, but you're on the right. Oh no. And now the Aston Martin is where you'd need to veer across to get to. So
yeah, I mean, Chrome just happened to read it right. It delivered, as much as anything, that was delivered to him, to be honest, not taking anything away from him. Boccolacci did exactly the right thing. As we said, at this part of the race, no point in trying to be a hero. Sat behind it, okay, wait for a second, it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, that second was filled by a rather big Aston Martin. Just went, well, I'll take that, thank you very much. I don't fancy being second, I fancy being first. Yeah. Just as a matter of principle.
Others to, you know, consider the option, but who's first the checkered flag? It's me, me, me. That's the sort of approach. And for Aston Martin fans, well, they'll take that. They'll be frustrated, no doubt, by the penalty, but it's a very clear rule, and the transgression will have cost them. But at the moment, I think they should have enough in hand. I'm just looking to the intervals. Oh, that second timing sector, they lost a bit of time to the chasing cars. It's going to be quite small margins. Whether Raffaele Marcello can have a better third sector of the 5 of the lap, we will see. But actually, having thought there was about a 5-second margin still in hand for Christian Cronjes, I think that's just been taken away from him. It's about where you find the traffic, where you find the slow zones, just waiting for the third timing sector to be completed. And again, it emphasises the gap between the first and second battle and the battle for third and fourth between Marcello and Patrick Pilet. When they get through the next timing sector, they were slower through the next timing sector. So just as the pendulum swung away from Aston Martin and towards Rover Racing BMW, it swung back the other way. We keep talking about this, Peter. How about through the course of this race, even on the course of a lap, you can be obstructed, you can be slow zones, whatever, and it's never uniform across the field.
So the third place Marcello in the Rover BMW is 43 seconds down.
Yeah, he was, and still is.
Yes.
But that's because they gained about 5 seconds. It was going to come down to about 37 seconds, which is exactly the amount of time that Christian Cronjes will have added to his time. But then they too were obstructed. So just as they gained 5 seconds in that timing sector, they then lost them.
So the Aston can still be second?
Aston can still be second. It was just looked as though the hard yards had been done. Christian Cronjes, by pressing on, had done enough.
Because half a lap ago we thought it was going to be off the podium and in fourth.
In fourth.
Now it's second. So that's the point of pressing on. Actually, it's bought them and the traffic. Never say never, never give up. It's worked out that it could be second. Of course, they haven't finished the lap yet. So other things may happen.
I've already packed my bag. One thing...
This is a recording, by the way.
One thing that ought to be clear, and I use the word ought because you never know around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, is that Alessio Picariello in the Falcon Motorsport pit garage maybe can stop playing with his phone and concentrate on the timing screens, because suddenly it's become very beneficial. We knew he was going to, he and Darren Boccolacci began to win this race once that timing penalty was issued to Walkenhorst Motorsport for their Aston Martin. 37 seconds, you're not going to gain that back in a lap. And despite Christian Kronius being in the front of the race and pulling clear now, in that lead that was presented to him as a gift, not by Dorian Boccolacci, just the way the traffic fell in front, he can streak off as much as he wants to. He's not going to build 37 seconds over Dorian, and a little bit of traffic ahead of him, getting very close to the end of this, the final lap. Last handful of corners will get down to Galgenkopf really very soon indeed, and then they will exit that corner and have the long run back along the Dottinger Höhe all the way to the finish. Schwalbenschwanz, tick. Galgenkopf, tick. Dottinger Höhe. Huge gap, in fact. It looks like about a quarter of the Dottinger Höhe between the Aston Martin that's streaking towards the checkered flag.
I say it's pulled out a gap, hasn't it?
And Alessio Picariello, but I think the message has got through. You can back off. Can you see him? Yes, that's fine. Just finish the race. If you can't see him, he still probably hasn't gained 37 seconds, but line of sight, there's about, it looks about,
it's the same in
6 seconds.
Terms, maintain visual contact.
Absolutely so. So, first to the checkered flag in the second round of NLS for 2025 will be the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, started by Matthias Drudi, finished off by Christian Kronius. However, a 37-second time penalty for a pit stop that was too short by 7 seconds will cost them. Will they be classified in second place as they take the checkered flag? The chasing number 3 Porsche of Falcon Motorsport, that's the one flashing its lights, because Dorian Boccolacci and Alessio Picariello take victory. He knows. He backed it off a bit, and in fact on that lap he just tailed off enough. He could, as long as he could see him, that was fine. The big question is the cars in 3rd and 4th positions. How close are they to each other? Which one's going to be in front? Is it going to be the BMW ahead of the Porsche? That's or Porsche ahead of BMW, Barcelo or Pile, and will either of them have done enough to be within 37 seconds of the car that was first to the finish? So for now, Walkenhorst Motorsport holding on in second place. It's going to be very tight indeed, but I think they've done just enough. Rover Racing crossed the finish line. Raffaele Marciello, 43 seconds, 44 seconds down. So there we have it. Our podium will be number 3, number 34, and number 98. It'll be Porsche, it will be Aston Martin, and it will be BMW. Just how we like it, a real spread. And just in behind them, number 16, Patrick Pile. Really good run for him. He fell back a little bit on that final lap to come 4th for Sport PHX. The second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. That's car number 4. Dennis Marshall brings that to the close. Another 7 seconds back in 5th, but he was only just in front of Felipe Fernandez-Laza in the realised Condo Racing by Rinaldi Ferrari. So plenty of manufacturer variety. Porsche bragging rights again. Walkenhorst Motorsport, well, the gap between those two cars at the end was 6.2 seconds. The extra time, the time that the Aston Martin saved in the pits was 7 seconds. So not much in it. So in terms of, without the penalty, it could have been very, very close indeed. But hey, you're pushing on. It may work, it may not. Interesting race, different tactics. Unusual a race to go from start to finish with track conditions that seem pretty solid the whole way through, but advantage Falcon Motorsport, just as it was in the first round of the championship. But other players have started to show their hands, and I certainly think Walkenhorst Motorsport and Rover Racing BMW have got to be looked at. But Sport PHX, Audi this year, Audi and Porsche, and to be up as high as they are already shows they've got a very, very good handle on that. So, interesting race, cars still coming through. We started with 133, and I would think as I scroll down my screen we're going to have the best part of about 128 cars still in the running. Not bad.
921, by the way, that started P8. That's the Moule Motorsport GT3 Cup car, which was started 8th but still finished 10th overall. First non-SP9 car.
They had a really
good run.
Good, solid run.
Yep. Great finish. Top 10.
Yeah, no, very impressive. Arnie Hofmeister bringing it home, but David Yarn was the driver who seemed to do the hard yards in that car in the middle stints of the race, and built an advantage that rivals could not haul back in. And just worth pointing out, the SP9 Pro-Am did go to Juta Racing, and that was the car that started in pole position. Frank Stipler at the wheel. He was the driver who finished the race in a different car. If you're that good, why not? He finished the race in one of the two HRT Ford Performance Mustangs and ended up in 8th place overall, just a whisker, 12 seconds clear of the sister car. So Mustangs in 8th and 9th, but due to racing advantage and class victory in Pro.
I'd expect no less from a professional like Christian Krohn, but as he's brought the Aston in after that short loop through the GP circuit to the 3 positions, he's pulled up on the right-hand side, position 2. He knows he took the flag on the track, but he knows that doesn't count. Let that Falcon car go through. But it's just respectful. It's just the right thing to do.
No, it is. It is. You know, it wouldn't have been. I very much doubt it was his fault. The car went early. Someone somewhere has obviously made a bit of an error. But in some ways, it was quite good that he got ahead to win the race. Yes, he grabbed a moment where Dorian Boccolacci was caught out by a wall of traffic. Only 2 cars, but in the wrong place at the wrong time. He lost momentum, and then, well, it was a bit of a gift. But it also meant that Christian Krohn could press on the whole way to the finish, because he was aware if he lost a few more seconds, he would have ended up losing second place to end maybe down in 4th place, because Raffaele Marcello was coming on strong and eventually crossed the line 44 seconds down. So there we are, NLS 2. Done and dusted. Advantage for Falcon Motorsport, disadvantage Walkenhorst with their Aston Martin. Great race. That's it from me today. Join us later in spring. Peter Snowden and I will be back. Thanks for joining us.